this is good news. This is not a car we wanted to see have these dramas. So it looks like it's not good news because it's actually been pushed into the garage, isn't it? I thought they were about to drop it, fire it up and send it, Matt Nolte, but that's not happening.
They just set it stage left for the time being to give the crews more crew to go in the car to get it fixed and get it back out there from 4th position in the race as the leader picks up the Mercedes-AMG safety car here with 5.5 hours remaining. We're working the 146th lap of the race. There's still a long way to go at the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour here for 2022. Well, while we're in Bathurst, Sydney Harbour is one of the main attractions you'll find when you come to this part of the world here. It's home to, of course, the Opera House and Sydney Harbour Bridge, which just shadows over the big city here. We also have the Sydney to Hobart yacht race take off from that point of the world too, as we welcome you back to the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour and highlights so far in this Bathurst 12-hour event that started this morning in the dark, foggy conditions, a bit of rain, and then the first bit of contact between the Lamborghini and the coin spot Audi, which we'll see drama later on for that car. Retiree early in the race, Jack Perkins on his outlap, spinning, and big damage to the Daimler Trucks Brisbane entry. This was Kenny Habul having a spin down at Murray's Corner, and it was the Ram Motorsport entry of Sheargold, Hobson and Garth Bolden in the wars. Lucky escape here for the 95 Mark Cast entry that was running 3rd at the time, outright of this race. Hard to think this was Bathurst earlier today as the sun came out and said hello for a little bit, Richard Crail.
It's been a crazy day, proper full enduro spec for the last couple of hours in people pounding round, just working to get to the end. The coin spot Audi, this was a massive shame. The car that led the race early with Chas Mostert behind the wheel. And then this was the first time that car 75 got past car 91 in the battle of the AMGs. And remarkably, for all the domination that we've seen from Audi so far this weekend, Mercedes-AMG at the moment, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. It's remarkable how the swings and roundabouts of GT3 racing work. But what a stint it was from Jules Gounon. Just utterly crushing, and then this is the reason why we are under safety car once again at Mount Panorama. It's the 7th safety car period of the race. Race average is 11 in the history of it, so we're still below par from a 12-hour point of view. That's the scene at Mount Panorama. Let's get the scene from the lane. Here's Mark Beretta.
Jules Gounon, the 2020 champion here at the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour race. Jules, you've been out in the car, you've had it all today, the fog, the rain, it's cleared. You're feeling better about it now?
Yeah, let's see what's coming, because when you are driving around Skyline, you just see what's happening in the area, and it's really dark, so I don't know what's going to happen. But yeah, this morning was definitely crazy weather, but at the moment the track is feeling good and our car also, so let's see.
Yeah. You know what it takes to win this race. You're feeling good about this team and the car right now at this stage?
Yeah, I know, let's say we knew it with Bentley, but I feel it was a different race, because now with the wave by and the amateurs, it's completely different. So we are currently putting Martin for the last stint of the amateurs, and then we are done with this, and we will double with Luca and me to the end. So I think we will have a clear picture after every amateur has been in the car and done with this. And then it will all about strategy, fuel consumption, and pace at the end.
And Jules, you'll take the last stint this afternoon?
Yeah, normally that's the plan.
Excellent. Good luck going to the finish.
Thank you very much.
Having such a great day out to see Jules Gounon as he settles in for the next stint. So we're behind the Mercedes-AMG safety car. It's a good time for our own driver change up here and bring an old buddy of ours up here, Craig Lowndes. How's your day going, my friend?
Oh, yeah, good morning. I was almost going to say good afternoon, but it feels a bit like that. But sort of, yeah, I got the sort of the short straw in the sense that, you know, we said we put Alex in for the start of the race, which was fantastic. He's got the youngest eyes out of all of us. But then I got the wet stint. I don't know why they keep thinking I'm good in the wet, but look, the car's working really nicely. It's nice around here. It's the Cup car, and you know, Alex is back in the car at this stage, and we plan to put Jeff Embry back in after Alex, and Jeff has done a fantastic job. Scotty Taylor's literally done his time. I'm not sure whether they're going to put him back in, but wait and see. I'm just sort of waiting to see when my turn is to get back on. See those exhaust pipes? I had a look when we did our pit stop, and I said to Jeff Embry, I said, what happened? He goes, I actually just got hit from an Audi into Forest Elbow, so that could have been a lot worse. But yeah, he made a little mistake. He did a Jamie Whincup coming into pit entry.
We saw that.
I know.
Yeah, that was
cutting some grass. But yeah, look, the car's working strong, and we're all really happy with the car.
Hit by an Audi, and you guys have been so courteous today in traffic point of view?
I'm just getting out of everyone's way,
Yes,
even in the
it was
rain.
noticed, yeah.
The one thing that we lacked, obviously, with the Porsche is traction control. So we got the ABS back on the car, which has been fantastic. Ashley Seawood has done a fantastic job peppering the car, and but yeah, just that traction. So trying to get out of the cutting and getting out of Forest Elbow, you just got to be really careful on that throttle.
Now, we'll talk just a little bit about Prostate Cancer Foundation Australia in a sec. Brake pad change on the front of car 888. They're the first team that we've seen do that, to take the opportunity of a CPS to get some new pads in. Now, that could be a difference if and when, ultimately, it comes down to a shootout. You've got a little bit of experience with that because you had to fend off a car with new brakes at the end of the 2014 race here to win your first 12 out.
We did. I think experience counted because, you know, you need that stability and really braking capability under, especially into the cutting and into the chase. And really, for me, I just sort of positioned the Ferrari really nicely and made him Maxi Berg go around the outside.
Which doesn't work, generally.
No.
It was a very, very cool day. That's the scene at the top of the mountain. Now, the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, it's been an amazing story this week, raising loads of cash, and people have been able to come and for $50 sign the car. But just explain what's going on here.
Well, we wanted a fifth driver, and I put Neil Crompton, actually ran out of space at the moment. But Neil actually donated, and we know that Neil's been through it. And we come up with an idea, and I say we. I think Lara and a couple others come up with the idea that...
oh, hang on.
Hang on.
Forgot to spell your old mate's surname there. What's going on?
I was getting there.
That'll get back.
I know. But you can see all the signatures on the car, and we come up with an idea to donate $50 to the Prostate Cancer Foundation.
Great.
That was Neil's last race with the team, and he decided to actually have a bit of fun. I don't know if he's Superman. Could be Wonder Woman.
It's sort of predating Sebastian Vettel at Miami last week by about 15 years.
I was actually going to say that actually the first time I've seen for a long time Oscar smiling.
Yes,
you see him in the back corner on the right-hand side. He was actually smiling. There he is.
Yeah, yeah. Was that because he was finally rid of Neil out of the team, or
he hasn't got rid of him altogether?
Hello, Neil, if you're watching at home.
But yeah, it's been fantastic. Obviously, have the Prostate Cancer Foundation on the car this weekend, and it's the first time I think that anyone's run just a charity car in a race like this, and it's a credit to Scotty Taylor, who owns and runs the team, and you know, it was really easy to jump on board, and it's been fantastic, as you said, to raise some good funds.
Well, this is a bit of you, surely. Bit of dirt bite action. We've seen a KTM in the race today. It's got enough orange on it to be a KTM.
I think the Wood brothers have ended up over there today.
Yeah. That's just the inside at Griffin's Bend at Turn 1. And I think the team is fully sick. Motocross track located in there. It is outstanding.
Well, it must be the same family been living there for such a long time, because as we've been going here, the motocross track has been getting bigger, the jumps have been getting bigger. So I think that the sun's getting older and the bikes are getting bigger.
And the jumps are getting higher.
Yes.
World Championship round coming there next year, perhaps.
It's like the lawnmower racing at Townsville last year, isn't it? Just off the side of the road. So if there's a safety car on the track, you just wander over and watch some other motorsport. As this car 74 peeling off into pit lane for another stop. So have you had a chance are you following how the race is playing out outside of your little scenario there in car 222? Is Davey Reynolds just getting on the tools as well?
Oh, he's finally actually working. That's a very rare scene. That's not the bonnet. Actually, if these guys go down a couple more laps, we might even inherit one more position. We just need 2 more laps on these guys, and we move up to 12th. But yeah, look, it's been a great race in the sense of just the attrition and you know, just watching some of the top cars go wheel to wheel and battle to battle at the beginning of the race with Chaz Mostert. That was fantastic.
There's work going on to the front of the CTEC Laser Audi down here, replacing a broken steering arm. Amongst other things, Tony Bates really frustrated with that delaminating tyre there. He was pretty much a victim of that. Did speak to Mark Rosser. He said he just missed him by the skin of his teeth. But I think the big story down here, guys, is will this car get out before David Reynolds runs out of surfaces to clean?
Well, as Craig Lowndes just said, it's remarkable that he's actually doing any work. Oh, I think he stopped.
Stop work, man. Already going down there.
Now he's become the council worker, throwing orders around.
Down tools.
What a shame they were doing so well up to that point, as well as the Pirelli tyre shedded itself from the back of the 24 Audi.
So we're under the safety car, 7th safety car of the race so far. Just set the scene for you. So Maro Engel leads the race for Craft Bamboo Racing. Martin Conrad's second for Sun Energy One Racing for Mercedes AMG. Shane Van Gisbergen third. We saw them take the opportunity for a stop. Brad Schumacher fourth in this car, which is currently sitting in pit lane, ticking another box for another pit stop. They're 20 seconds away from leaving. Now, they're the 4 cars currently on the lead lap of the motor race, lap 147. The first car off the lead lap is car 777. That's the Yasser Shahin-driven Audi Sport Team Valvoline, the Ben Motorsport Park car. Now, it's not wet. Everyone's on slick tyres. Race control has the right to either add or deduct the wave-by rule for the first car a lap down on the race leader. So that would be car 777. So my read of this is that they're going to get their lap back, or at least some of it. They'll be back on the lead lap. So that brings us 5 really good cars. And then the next one down the road will be Tony D'Alberto in the World Racing Lambo and Nick Percat in the Team BRM Audi R8. James Kaduris on the same lap, Lee Holdsworth on the same lap, and Ben Barker. So those 5 cars from 6th down to 10th place, all on 145 laps, 2 laps off the lead.
You mentioned before about the Audis sort of almost dominating the qualifying side of it, but I don't think the story has ended yet.
All teams, safety car is now at Forest Elbow, safety car is at
he's
turn
definitely
18.
going to, once get Yasser out of the car, it's going to be a fast, competitive car.
Yeah, so 777 won't get its lap back because they were on the lead lap, we're being told, when the safety car was called, but just through the pit stop shuffle, they've actually dropped a lap through of that. Now, these are the cars getting the wave by. So they're wave by on Conrod Straight, and they've got to go as hard as they possibly can now because the lights will be off the safety car very shortly and the race will resume. So it's not a full lap back. You don't get back to the train and then go and restart.
Lights out as normal procedure, 19.5, please.
So lights are out now. We go back to car racing. Are you celebrating because you're back on in the top 10? You're far out of it, actually.
Well, not just that. Just saw Alex Davison get a wave through as well. So he's just going to go past the commentary box. I'm going to give him a wave again.
He's cheering up there.
I'm cheering. Yeah, he's right there. Good man. Alex has done a fantastic job, and all of us have. He qualified the car and started it this morning in really the foggy conditions.
So there is Yasser Shahin, 777. He is the first car behind the race leader. So he's fighting against Maro Engel, who's one of the best GT drivers in the world. So this is now a massive job for Yasser. He needs to unlap himself here. But I think it might be a vain task because he's got Shane Van Gisbergen behind him in the queue as well, Martin Conrad. So we're back to green. The safety car's in the lane, back underway, big moments down at the final corner. And away we go. And it's a strange little restart because there's 5 cars on their own. Everyone else got the wave by. So they're all halfway up, if not further up the mountain, trying to catch up to the back of this group. So what they all need now is another safety car. And we all know what happens when safety cars happen here at Mount Panorama, gentlemen. They will need another one to get to the back of the queue. But Maro Engel now needs to go head down, drive on, and build that margin. Shane Van Gisbergen needs to pass that Audi and that Mercedes AMG and see if he can go after the German that now leads the race.
I was just going to comment, there you go, because we know Roland Dane is looking after Kenny Bull and that car. I was just wondering to see whether he's going to be nice enough to let Shane go by, which he has. He knows that Shane's on a mission at the moment, and as you mentioned, he's just got to try and keep that gap now to Maro Engel.
Engel, of course, started this car earlier today, no stranger to Mount Panorama or to Australian motorsport. You remember him from the days back at Erebus Motorsport in the supercars. Across the top of McPhillamy Park we go.
That's Yasser Shahin in front. He is the reigning champion in GT World Challenge. In fact, our own Gartander co-drove for a good chunk of that season and helped Yasser to the title, but he's been gobbled up by Van Gisbergen. I still don't think this car's got the raw speed from a outright fight, arm wrestle point of view, because even in that last stint up against Jules Gounon got into the high 3s. SVG couldn't do any better than a 204.4, and he only did one of those. It's there, but I don't think it's quite there. Now crossing the line right now, and Craig's cheering on Alex Davison, is the remainder of the field. So they're all blazing across the line. Leaders going through the kink at the chase. So that shows you what the wave by does. Here they go. There's 222.
And the funny thing is, I love this part because the Cup car, which Alex is in, which we're running it, is actually faster in a straight line than the GT3. So you give them a bit of a wave by down Conroe, but of course, then when you come to the other end of it, the braking, the turning, the acceleration out of the corners, these cars, the GT3 cars, just excel, and it is quite humorous chasing them down Conroe Straight.
For Martin Conrad behind the wheel of car 75. Now we jump in. Car with the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes-Benz. Jules Gounon just did a mega effort in the previous stint. Just say he's averaging 204s.
Yeah.
Lap after lap after lap.
Well, best lap was a 4.2. Well, ultimately, best lap was a 3.9. Average was a 4.7 across a stint of 18 laps. Just that relentless consistency. So SVG's cleared the AM drivers now, and we'll go out after Maro Engelby. This will be a really interesting contest to see if that 888 car's got enough speed to go with the Craft Bamboo AMG, because they're not that far apart on strategy now, those two cars. Remember, fresh brakes on car 888 as well, new brake pads. Is it instantly noticeable when you put new pads in this far into a race? The moment you get up to turn 2, you go, oh, it stops again.
Oh, absolutely. I think that you've got to be very... I'm just trying to think the right word. You've got to plan it really nicely, because you don't want to do it at the end, because you've got to push the pistons in the caliper back so far. It takes time. So you really want to do it when the pad is about half worn, and I think probably halfway through the race is perfect for these guys to be able to do that. So yes, you can. As soon as you go out with a fresh brake pad, even on a used disc, which is what they've done, the brake pedal is more solid, got more pressure, you can feel it, and it retards much better. So, and again, that gives the driver a lot more confidence, especially going down here, flat down into the chase, especially in these conditions right now. That'll give Shane a lot more confidence to be able to attack harder, especially if he can close this gap down, which at the moment is sort of stabilised at this stage, but it's only been the opening couple of laps. But yes, it does, makes a big, big difference, and I think that'll pay back dividends, especially later in the race.
Just had a few little reports, unconfirmed, that there may have been a telltale bit of blue paint on that Tony Bates Audi, and on the side where the tyre went down, which would indicate perhaps a brief brush of the wall at the top of Mount Panorama, which could have led to that tyre going down. Just hearing that via social media. Don't forget, you can join the conversation wherever you might be watching, whether it's here in Australia, in New Zealand, or around the world. Hashtag B12HR is the official hashtag. Hashtag IGTC as well. This is the opening round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. From here, it's the Spa 24-hour, which is a race that I know you've had the great pleasure of...
blue light signal, I repeat. Bad sportsmanship flag, 777 for disobeying the blue flag signal.
So, yeah, not listening to the blue flags. That's Yasser Shahin, bad sportsmanship flag. It's advisory. It doesn't enforce any penalty, but it means don't do it again or you will get a penalty. Spa is the next stop on the calendar. It's the world's biggest GT3 race. You've been there. Yes. Pretty wild.
Oh, it's unbelievable. And to do a 24-hour race, we obviously right now we talk about 12 hours, but to do a 24-hour race was quite amazing. And again, I did most of the night running out there or over there during the time, and we had 4 drivers again that time. So yeah, I love this style of racing because it all comes down to strategy, and even if you do happen to go a lap down, you can scramble that back. So that's something that you know, I really enjoy these races.
Is Le Mans still on the radar, mate?
Absolutely. If anyone's out there, you're gonna help me find a budget.
Sure. Nolts and I will take 10%, thanks.
Yeah.
Actually, we won't. We'll take some air tickets and some free tickets, yeah.
Yep. Well, I know SVG's on target to do it this year, and it's great that again, we're getting racing back underway. And, you know, this race is unbelievable. You know, hopefully next year we get it back under the February calendar and see a lot more European teams come out. We've got some great drivers like even Maro Engel. It's great to have him back in Australia. But there's a lot more drivers and teams that would love to come back to Australia. They actually say that this is one of their favourite tracks to race on around the world, which, you know, we got it in our backyard, which is actually fantastic. You know, we love it so much.
Chad? How cool to have Craig Lowndes up in the commentary box. I just did a little run around and just checked on who was maybe taking a bit of a hit with that last safety car period. I don't think that last safety car period worked nicely at all for particularly the Audis of number 74 and number 777 of Yasser Shahin. As a matter of fact, the safety car was 7 minutes too early for Yasser because he would have been able to get out of that car.
inside the 80-minute mark and add one more stint left. So it's going to be awkwardly timed for them. They'll have another big stint in that car too, or a really small stint, which is probably even more awkward. For 74, there's a little bit of conjecture down here as to exactly how many CPSs, compulsory pit stops, that car has served at the moment. I'm getting conflicting data. Some are saying 7, some are saying 8. Either way, it's not 9. I can confirm that the top 3 all have 9 completed. So Engel, Van Gisbergen and Conrad have all completed their compulsory pit stops at the moment, but definitely another 1, maybe 2 for the Audi of Brad Schumacher to serve.
They've done 12 on our screens here, but you're right, we can't confirm if they are the compulsory stops or not. We're in car with the man from Bathurst. He takes you across this Mount Panorama course, his home track. He's been fantastic all weekend long. And having the likes of Kelvin van der Linde in the team, who spoke volumes of him earlier today when he was up in commentary, this is a big, big moment for Brad Schumacher. Am I about to eat my words here, or this was coming out of Hell Corner.
It's interesting that Kelvin did the same in qualifying, that they use that vent, and that vent is very powerful. It's almost sort of cooling their right hand off before they get back onto the gear, the upshift button on the right-hand side of the steering wheel. But interesting to hear the throttle trace across the top of the mountain, because all they do now is have a slight lift. They don't brake anymore. The downforce that these cars generate is unbelievable.
And especially with the upgrade, or teammates. I think Schumacher half thought for a moment that he might just take advantage of that and pass his teammate. It's not for position. They are on different laps. Yasser Shahin fighting to get back onto the lead lap. Brad Schumacher is fighting to stay on it. He's 18 seconds behind leader Maro Engel. 6-1 for Engel last time round. 4-5 for Van Gisbergen. Actually pulled some time out. Oh, gee. The general rule of thumb is don't hit that inside curve there at the kink, is it?
Not with this style of car, because obviously ground effects, well, they rely on the ground effects so much. As soon as you get any air underneath them, is never a good thing. This is the approach to turn 2. And again, Yasser's going to be under threat here at the moment, because again, he's a lap down on these guys, so he technically has to let these guys through, which is why he got a bad sportsmanship flag a couple of laps before, so he doesn't want to repeat that saga again, otherwise he'll get a nice little drive-through through pit lane.
One earlier in the race today for coming out of pit lane and passing at least 2 cars that we saw in the in-car shot early in the race today for 777, but 5th position. We're back in car with Brad Schumacher in 4th position, while Maro Engel continues to lead by 4.1 seconds.
It's just ebbing and flying between those two out in front at the moment. It's a good little arm wrestle between the 2 pros, Engel and Van Gisbergen. Goes back to the point I made earlier about the fact that it's just so cool seeing the best of the world come and play on our turf and the best of our turf come and play in the world's cars, and it all sort of levels itself out and you get this amazing show with just tremendously talented drivers going at it in really cool racing cars.
You're talking about the restart. When I was in the Porsche early on in the wet, I had Kenny Abul behind me in the 75 Mercedes, and the green flags were waving. We were just coming out of the chase, and he went past me, past the car in front, and past the car in front of him. And I'm like, I'm on the radio going,
is that Kenny Abul?
Yeah. I'm saying, you sure he's allowed to? And the way we read the rules, which you got to end up getting a drive-through penalty, which obviously you can't pass the car until you complete or get across the control line. So, yeah, poor old Kenny got a drive-through for that one.
He got 2, in fact, in consecutive laps for passing cars left and right down there. Then he had a spin, and it's remarkable the car's up in 3rd position, but that's what this race is about. There it is, the Sun Energy 1 car just ahead of Yasser Shahin and the Ben Motorsport Park Valvoline Audi.
But that's the story of the day, Noel.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
They had all those adventures there 3rd. Maro Engel's team's pitted 485 times today and they're leading the motor race. It's just crazy how this day plays out, and there is so much more to come. Brett?
Oh, guys, Stefan Wendel's with me. He runs AMG Motorsport, customer motorsport worldwide. Stefan, great to have you back here. I know you've been before and enjoyed Bathurst. Last time you guys were here, you got top 3 or 3 of the top 6 cars in the 2020 race. Looks like you may do even better this year, which is promising.
Yeah, this is what we try. Last race was quite unlucky for us, because we faced 2 tire punctures with 2 different cars in the last hour, which was, we tried to bring it to the max, and unfortunately we couldn't make it happen. But now we have the former winner in our car, and we are stronger.
And Stefan, racing around the world with AMG Motorsport, you've had some great results in GT3. What have been some of your most memorable?
There are a few. I would say one of the most impressive races being the 2016 24-hour race of Nürburgring, where we finished 1 to 4 in our first attempt with a new AMG GT3. And further, there was a 24-hour win victory in Daytona last year. And for sure, the World Cup titles in Macau with Mauro and with Edo Mortara and Raffaele Marciello.
How much interest is there from your customers in coming to race this race at Bathurst, and how important is it for you to get the win here?
Oh, Bathurst is one of the iconic races, comparable with those races I named before. And I think a victory here is good for all our customers in the market, but also worldwide. And we see a lot of effect to our car sales, but also on the marketing side for success we can achieve with our cars.
Steph, it's great to have you here. AMG have been great supporters of this event, which we love. You've had the customers here enjoying it as well. It's a great event for AMG.
It is. I'm always happy to come back to Australia. It was a long break, so you closed the country and we couldn't come to here and to this country, and I'm so happy to see all the faces back after 2 years, and we are happy to have such a strong relationship to our customers.
It's great to have you back. Great to have AMG with such a strong presence here. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Things looking very good for Mercedes AMG at the moment as they sit 1, 2 and 3 on the road. This is very tight down at Maguire's elbow. Just another further strategy update on the Audis, cars 74 and 777. They're getting very close to the window when they need to be coming into pit lane, so they will be desperately hoping for a safety car to pop out somewhere in the next 15 minutes. There's Adrian Burgess from Head of Motorsport here at the 12 hour. Just having a chat to, I believe that's Chris Stuckey there in the balaclava, who's been working as car controller this weekend for the Audi crew. And I'm guessing it's probably about the conjecture over the compulsory pit stops down there at the moment. So Yasser Shahin has been in that car now, guys, for 66 straight minutes. He's only allowed to do 80 straight minutes continuous driving time, so they desperately need a safety car in the next 15 minutes. It would also work for Brad Schumacher, because in another 8 minutes' time, he would have completed his minimum 1 hour in the second half of the race. Long story short, Audi want a safety car, bang on the hour.
Well, see what the Bathurst gods can deliver for Audi, whether it's their day or not, as it was for Bentley in 2020. BRM car into pit lane with Nick Percat behind the wheel. Just to finish the point on Mercedes AMG, they won this race in 2013 with Erebus Motorsport, who became the first team to win the 1000 and the Bathurst 12 hour. But since bringing the AMG GT3 to this part of the world in 2016, they've been the bridesmaid. Close, but not close enough, as Schumacher looks up the inside of Conrad. That's for position. It's for third, wheel to wheel. Pit stop's not far away as they rattle down the hill to the final corner, and Brad Schumacher's going to get that thing past, and that is for a spot. So P3.
Had to work for it.
Yeah, not wrong. Just to finish that point on Mercedes AMG, and it's really cool to see Stefan Vendel here, the boss of their customer sports racing enterprise. It shows how much this race means to them. Second in 2018, third and fourth in 2019, third in 2020. So they've come so close so many times. They qualified first and second in 2020 and couldn't convert. They really want a victory at this place so badly.
Just as badly as Brad Schumacher wanted this position. He'd been sitting behind Conrad for a while and then forced the issue down here. This was the in-car replay through the chase. Pulls out, and Conrad, late as you like on the brakes, gave enough racing room, and in the end the Valvoline Audi getting the job done on the outside. Puts himself up into third place now, 31 seconds behind our leader, Murrow Engel.
Thoughts on that?
No, it's a great pass. I think it's been, the battles have been going on from lap 1 right through now lap 155. So it shows a little bit of the strengths and weaknesses of the both manufacturers. The Audi is quite quick in a straight line. Mercedes seems to be quite nice across the top. One thing I was looking at though was the steering wheel, because Jamie Whincup designed his supercar wheel off one of those.
Oh, right. Sorry, Bryony?
Yeah, the 17 is in the garage. Nick Percat behind the wheel, complaining of a long brake pedal. So they've just bled the caliper on the left front, and they'll send him back out. But that's not probably ideal and not what they're wanting at this point of the race.
After doing such a great job earlier today, the 17, they repaired that car to get it out the track. Meantime, Murrow Engel continues to lead from Shane van Gisbergen and Brad Schumacher, the top three here on the mountain.
And there were cheers from the commentary box because it's almost another position potentially for car 222. Lownde's almost in the top 10. Alex Davison behind the wheel at the moment of the Prostate Cancer Foundation Porsche. Gee, there's some energy at the moment. Engel, fastest lap of the race for that car. 2:04.1, 2:04.1 for SVG. They're going pound for pound up in front of the motor race, with personal best lap times for those cars for the entire race on lap 156. So 5.4 seconds between the two AMG GT3s. But some headaches for Audi Sport, with both of their cars needing pit stops and looking likely to have to do it under green flag conditions. Still so much to play out. We're about to work our way down with less than 5 hours to go. Car 24, 142 laps completed, will return to the motor race with a new steering arm put into that car. And the Superbarn Supermarkets entry dives back into the lane. And David Russell, by the looks of it, will be jumping in on the podium here in the 1000 last year for the first time. I think 11 starts it took for him to get a podium here, but super fast driver. He's racing Porsche Carrera Cup. Always a really safe, reliable pair of hands from an enduro driving point of view. Got the attention of the global GT scene here when he clocked Roger Largo's Lamborghini Gallardo GT3 on the front row of the grid for this race. Really impressive performance, and was by far and away the best performance from a Lamborghini in the history of the Bathurst 12-hour racing. Super fast over a lap. They had a couple of really strong top 10 results for the Largo racing team, which were the best results for a Lambo at this place. Just haven't quite had the strike rate, but then they've never had the numbers either. Speaking of, Tony D'Alberto currently P6. Still just that frustrating lap and a bit behind the race lead. So they're another one that needs a safety car to get them back into the mix, because they've got pretty decent car speed. I don't know if it's outright race-winning car speed, but certainly I'd just like to be in the show on that lead lap for the final shootout at the end of the day.
Here comes Tony D'Alberto into the Toyota Gazoo dipper. Started the race today for the Wall Racing prepared Adrian Dietz' own car. And running to find sixth position behind Shaheen, the head of Ben Barker, who's back behind the wheel of the number 4 Grove Porsche, and Holdsworth Russell now inside the 47 Superbarn Supermarkets entry, just rejoining the track after their pit stop. Declan Fraser's been in the pits now for a long time as well, back in 13th position after ruffling the feathers of the fast cars earlier today in the wet conditions in that Mark Ford Mustang.
You're talking about these guys are actually next door to us, down underneath us, downstairs, and you can't get such a big difference between the 4 drivers, the tall and short.
Great to be back here at Bathurst once again. The first time the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hours been held since 2020. It's a beautiful city to come and check out. Of course, the Mount Panorama Motor Racing Circuit's where we're at here today. It's just 3 hours west of Sydney, across the top of the Blue Mountains. And not just a racetrack, but plenty of sights to see here. Come and spend a weekend. We love coming here. We can do it several times a year. And we're going to say thanks to Craig Lowndes for coming up here. Got a bit of work to do this afternoon. It's not your usual mount next to me in the commentary box, but enjoy the rest of the day. It's great to see you as always.
Yeah, thank you. It's got to be great. Hopefully the weather stays away.
Very quickly, pcfa.org.au is the website to go to, /2022 Bathurst 12 hour. Just go to the website, you'll find the links. You can donate online to raise money for this amazing cause for the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. More than $58,000 raised so far, which is outstanding. Well done to you and the team for putting that all together. Enjoy the rest of the day. Well, what do you reckon? Top 10? Is that? Do you reckon you get a top 10 today?
Well, we're hoping so. Like the aim was to have some fun, get the awareness out there and race some good fun. But as we've been going along the day, we thought the attrition rate might happen, and if we can get into the back end of the top 10, we'd be delighted. And you know, for Scotty and then everyone, for Ash Seawood, would put all this together, I think we'd be really happy.
Talking about potential enduro drives for you, I've got a Hyundai Excel team keen to sign you up for an enduro run at some point later this year. So I know you'll drive anything.
Well, I think Garth's about to jump back in. You can ask him.
Super. Craig Lowndes, thank you.
Guys.
He'll jump back into car 222 a little bit later on. Nice to have Lowndes up in the box.
Shane Van Gisbergen, we're riding car with now. Gap's gone into 6 seconds. Maro Engels just inching away slowly in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes-Benz as we're now less than 5 hours away. This race has ticked on by, hasn't it? Very quickly. We started at 5:15 this morning.
Just a casual 12 Bathurst wins just rotating through the Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, not bad.
Rotating through the old commentary box today, Nolts.
It's a casual 0 between us.
No, we're a team.
We're a team. Oh, we haven't worked out the Pro-Am side of this.
No.
Either. Did you want to say what you said to Garth off air the other day?
I do not. 12 Bathurst wins as a team in our commentary box today, Chad.
We're all playing as a team today, guys. Just got to the bottom of the compulsory pit stop issue at the Audi team. They thought they'd done 8. The word from the 12-hour timing was that they had done 7, and you can't beat City Hall with these things. They were absolutely spot on. The problem was they served 2 compulsory pit stops in the 1 safety car period, and that's what caught them out. So the news gets worse for Audi, and particularly car 74. They've still got 2 more compulsory pit stops to the field, especially with those front 3 guys. They've already completed all 9 of theirs. Now, I've been keeping a close eye on pit stops. It's taking about 1:18, 1:20 seconds if you're absolutely in a rush, not having to do that compulsory pit stop time. So 40 seconds a stop you can save by not having to do the extra sort of sitting around waiting for that 2-minute marker. So add that together, that's roughly 80 seconds. I said earlier that Audi were hoping for a safety car. Well, now they're really, really hoping for one.
Well, I was going to ask you, Chad, where do you think this leaves them? Because Brad Schumacher's now 3 hours and 17 minutes into driver time, so he's good. He can jump out of that car, but...
Well, in 90 seconds he can.
Yeah, exactly right. So... Yep. But where are they at? How do you see this race playing out? Probably 74 I'm more interested in than 777 at the moment.
Well, they're going to have 2 very good drivers to get in that car. That's the good news, but they're going to have a fairly large deficit to make up as the 65 taking the short. Has they got a puncture in the left rear? It looked like it was crabbing down the hill for a moment then, so maybe some issues again. It's having a tough day, isn't it, the coin spot 65?
It's more than a puncture, Chad. It's right. Pointing in the wrong direction. She's got some toe out. That car's been in the fence at the top. Fraser Ross behind the wheel. Yeah, so interesting point. So Schumacher good to get out of that car very, very shortly in car number 74. They're 3rd on the road. They're on the lead lap, but they're going to surrender some track position when they dive into pit lane, and they're going to do it under green flag unless there's a safety car soon. Oh, that must be one of the more unpleasant feelings behind a racing car as we welcome 4-time Bathurst 1000 winner and 24-hour champion Garth Tander back in McPhillamy Park, and those are the wheel tracks of that car GT. So she's gone off at high speed, and just the very end of that tyre bundle there at McPhillamy Park and the run to Brock Skyline has caused that drama.
Anyone can go off there in an Audi, Rich. That can happen to anyone. And I can tell you from experience.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say.
Yeah, big damage on the 65 Audi. So what looked so promising for this car early in the day will come up naught for Chaz Mostert, Liam Talbot and Fraser Ross, who's aboard the 65 right now. You can see that right rear suspension damage as he makes his way back to the lane.
Ever since that moment this morning where they had to do a reset coming out of Hell Corner, it's just gotten bad to worse, hasn't it? It just pours the gravel out of the rear of the coin spot. Audi, he was involved in the incident during the dark conditions with contact with the Lamborghini at the elbow, but that only got the door. Lucky it didn't get the left rear of the car during that incident. But now Melbourne Performance Centre have got more work to do for the number 65 Audis. He comes into pit lane.
It's often said that Bathurst chooses who wins this race, and you don't know who it's chosen until the end, but it's been clear since after about the first hour of the race that the 65 car was not on Bathurst's Christmas card list this year. They've had plenty of dramas.
This race has not been won from pole since 2017. So, like so many places, qualifying no certainty of a result now. 777 in the lane. So that's their next stop to get Yasser Shahin out of the car. And that's Fraser Ross just contemplating life behind the wheel. I'll go to work. They're already 9 laps behind the leaders. They'll put that car up on the Go-Jacks and get it back into the lane so they can throw some staff at it down there at Audi Sport Customer Racing. This is just the end of it. Oh, missed the tyres.
Missed the tyres, got the concrete, so...
Ouch.
That's why it's so significant damage. Broken the rear toe link on the 65 Audi. That's why you can see that right rear flopping about as Fraser Ross makes his way back to the lane.
How often have we seen cars go off a track like that and there's all that tyre wall and they manage to get the end of it where the concrete is?
Yeah, well, if you had a choice, you wouldn't be off the road at all.
No, exactly.
Second choice would be the tyre barrier. And concrete barriers down about the 12th and 13th choice.
Dean Canto did one better and went up over the top of both of them, landing the lawn during qualifying a couple of years ago. That's why there's so many fans parked in that position in that very bizarre qualifying in the hot conditions back in 2020 as car 777 returns to the track.
Minute 28 in pit lane for them. So that's another stop done for this team, but they're just that frustrating 2 laps off the lead from where they want to be. Even with the shuffle and the cars in front yet to stop. Losing that lap early has really hurt car 777 today, and there's just not the yellows to help get them back onto the leading lap. Toby Russell's just jumped aboard car 47 and punched out its fastest lap of the day, PS, on lap 158. By the way, 161 laps in the books. It's a big number here at Mount Panorama. It's 1,000 kilometres complete in 7 hours and 5 minutes. So she's a pretty long old 1,000 Ks. Still 4 hours and 53 minutes to go in this one.
Chaz Mostert and Liam Talbot just getting the low down from Fraser Ross. Exactly what happened. The boys had pretty much put the cue in the rack prior to that one anyway, so they're not too perturbed.
Murray Engel boys out to 8.1 seconds now. It's doubled since we've gone back to the restart with Shane Van Gisbergen. About a 10th away from the previous lap set by Engel. He's just got this race under control a bit. Great stint from him earlier today, kicking off the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour.
I think Van Gisbergen's been able to have the same peak lap speed as Engel, but he hasn't had the consistency lap to lap. I noticed that Van Gisbergen did lose a little bit of time behind Fraser Ross there as Fraser was collecting the car up after he made contact with the wall at the entry of the skyline. So that's probably accounts for probably 3 or 4 of those 8 seconds. But Engel's just had that consistency lap after lap. And that's what we saw from Jules Gunon as well earlier, that mega stint aboard the 75 AMG Audi. So the 888 Merc's got the lap speed, but maybe just not the consistency.
Cameron Waters in the centre of your screen, down in the Audi pits.
Troy Russell there, just looking on, chatting to Chaz Mostert. This team has been trying to win this race for a long time now, the factory Audi squad here in Australia. The last Audi win came in 2018 when the red flag came out with WRT, one of the best Audi Sport teams in the world. But right now they're on the back foot. Mercedes AMG are leading the way. Murray Engel, the race leader, by 8.3 seconds.
Well, they ticked one box yesterday, didn't they? Grabbing pole position, the Alan Simonson Trophy. But today got their work cut out as Van Gisbergen catches a lap car at a really tricky point of the track there, and that's going to add a bit more time to the gap. It's out to 9.7 seconds. They're again separated by a 10th on the previous lap, but this will blow it out to over 10 seconds, you'd think, at the end of this lap.
I'll tell you what, though, we've been emphasising the importance of this stint from Brad Schumacher. He's done at the end of this stint, and he needed to deliver as an AM driver. Well, he's dropped that car into the 6s, which from an AM point of view is really, really good. And this stint, which has been more than 30 minutes, 15 laps in, has been run at an average of an 8.1, but with the best of a 206.8. So this has been a really impressive drive from Brad Schumacher. With the pro drivers to come in that car for the second half of the motor race, he has done the job. He's done exactly what he needed to do, racing against the pros in Engel and Van Gisbergen. He's 50 seconds off the lead, but I think in the context of the race, it's you give the guy a rap, and he almost parks the thing in the Toyota Gazoo dipper. Come on, Brad. Focus, please. You need to get this thing back to pit lane. I'm giving you a wrap. But he's only dropped 50 seconds to the pro drivers. And yes, it sounds like a lot, but in the context of this motor race and the way it's all playing out, he's done a superb job. Very, very good stint from one of the fastest AM drivers around. And he's also put 3 seconds on Martin Conrad, who's still behind in car 75, the Sun Energy One Racing AMG. So the next round of stops, both Schumacher and Conrad, from an AM driver point of view, will be clear, and it'll be pros to the finish for both of those cars.
Cam Waters out of the car. What's the situation?
Yeah, so the boys did a really good job fixing it. But yeah, we've got another issue going on, so the engine's cutting out randomly. So yeah, there's something else that's happened from the crash. So yeah, the boys are trying to find out what it is and fix it so we can get back out there.
All right, good luck.
Well, that's all you can do, isn't it? Just get out there and circulate and get to the finish and have some form of accomplishment from what's been a pretty tough day at the office for the Coin Spot Audi team.
The dam walls are bursting, aren't they? Down there now. They came here with no less than 6 cars to take on the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour. Now Brad Schumacher, the best performing car of the crew, in 3rd position. Ahead of Martin Conrad, who's just behind in the Sun Energy One Mercedes. Some heavy rain clouds out in the distance. It looked like they were going to drop some rain earlier. Seem to have blown away now, but we've managed to miss most of it because it's all gone behind the mountain today towards Canberra. There's the curse if ever I've said it.
We've got a fairly firm point about not talking about this today, Nolts, in the commentary box. Chad's been dealing with the weather forecasts. As Schumacher dives off the top of the mountain one more time. So 163 laps complete. Tony D'Alberto pits from 5th position in the Wall Racing Lambo, and Grant Daniel will jump in. Love a driver with a bright helmet. And Grant certainly ticks the boxes. So he will jump into that car, and they will resume in the bottom half of the top 10.
Well, Sydney has plenty of internationally renowned beaches like Bondi, Coogee and Manly. Most of the city's beaches are 37 of them are just 30 minutes from the CBD, I'll get that right. Won't you drop down there and take a swim after a hard day in the office, particularly during summertime, but even July and August you can go for a swim with temperatures in the high 20s here in Sydney. Come and check it out one day as we head down to the pit lane with car number 6 in the pits now, the Lamborghini back in. As we're working 7 hours and 11 minutes into the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour here at Mount Panorama today.
Spent some time on Sydney's beaches, have you?
A couple of times. Wouldn't have said I've been in the water that often, but I've been to the beaches, yes. Have you?
No, beaches up, I think. More of a mountains guy. Yeah.
I bet you are. Adam DeBore, right-hand side down at the Coin Spot Audi team.
Yeah, just Liam Talbot just sitting in the car. Just either sitting in the car or he's sitting in the deck chair out behind it, I think, in hospitality. It's one of the two. At least he's got a nice pawed seat insert there. This is Brad Schumacher, who I was just giving a rap about having a really good AM stint, Gartana, but almost drove the thing into the wall at the Tour de Gazoo Dipper.
So car just didn't recover off the curb in that little moment as he tipped it into the right-hander before the dipper. And super lucky to get away with that one, because if you run it wide there, get into the grey and the marbles for the run down to the dipper, it's easy for the car to get away from you. And for you to chew concrete, I've seen plenty of cars do that in that part of the racetrack over the journey. So
it was pretty much bang on where the 17 Audi went in yesterday during the 5th practice session.
So Brad Schumacher's had a few adventures for the run down from Skyline to the dipper. We were on board when he actually just clipped the barrier on the inside of Skyline. And then he just caught that one for the run down to the dipper, but gets away with it. And as you said, Rich, from a lap time perspective, has done a beautiful job. You won't notice he's sort of stretching out his hand there in between gear shifts every now and then. Because you hold your hands up so high on the steering wheel there, you actually lose blood circulation out of your fingers. And then so sort of stretching your arm out, get a bit of blood flow back to your fingertips.
Ricardo Fellas jumped behind the wheel of car 777, by the way, just to update from that last pit stop we saw from them. Still a couple of laps back, but he's certainly going quickly and straight into the low 204s. So it's got good car speed, and for the second time today, this car pushed out on the Gojacks into the lane and back into the race. The Coin Spot Audi on pole, but for Chaz Mostert, who converted a shootout pole position to a win in the Bathurst 1000 at the end of last year. It will not be a repeat in the 12-hour. It was his second pole position in the 12-hour. First one came with BMW Team Stritzer, Charlie Lamb's amazing race team that came out here and didn't quite jag the result in the race, but they were great over one lap. And the great irony of that, one of those quirky motorsport-only statistics, the driver that qualified second, Kelvin van der Linde, an Audi. So they've locked out the front row twice in Bathurst 12-hour history. It turned out to be the second closest pole margin in 12-hour history yesterday, just over 8/100ths of a second. That really entertaining shootout at the end of Saturday. So this is the race leader, Maro Engel, the margin 9.5 over Shane van Gisbergen. And it's just ebbed and flowed. And to your point, Garth, their peak lap speed is identical, but the consistency in car 91 has just been phenomenal so far, and only matched and actually bettered, I would have thought, by that stint from Gilles Gounon. But Engel doing a properly workmanlike job, as is his custom at this place. And in any GT category he races, you heard from Stefan Wendell before, the head of their motorsport program in GT racing, and they talked about winning the FIA GT World Cup, which was held at Macau, a circuit we've talked about today, and Engel's won that, and he's finished on the podium on 4 other occasions there. Imagine a GT3 car around that place.
Yeah, epic. That would be pretty cool. You spoke about Darryl O'Young and Kevin C having raced on the Macau streets, putting him in good stead for the run across the top of the mountain and the Macau street circuit. I mean, we've got some cool street circuits here in Australia with the Adelaide streets and the Gold Coast streets, but Macau is just a whole other level. And in a GT car, it would be awesome. I think we saw the world's most expensive pile-up in a GT race at Macau a few years ago. I think most of the field went out in that one. It's so narrow, and we talk about the commitment required across the top of the mountain right here at Mount Panorama, but the commitment required to go fast between the narrow brick walls at Macau is just something else.
I think the closest we had in Australia was the Canberra track back in the day. It was about half the width of our normal street circuits there, but
that would probably be the only way I'd compare Canberra street circuit and Macau, though, Knowles.
Well, there were sections there were 2 cars wide.
I was wondering where that was going, actually.
Apparently nowhere.
Canberra had some challenges as far as the circuit goes, but I think Macau's got it covered just quietly. It's a little bit warmer too in Macau.
Yes, it is. It's one of the events we're going to go and check out one day. Down into the KW suspension chase. With car 17, Nick Percat back behind the wheel of the Team BRM prepared K-Town Audi. Joey Mawson drove earlier today. Down the inside also is the 9, but not for position. Lee Holdsworth back behind the Hallmark Audi. Brad Daniel we just saw swap over into the Adrian Dietz Lamborghini. Time some multicoloured tape going across the front of the Ram Motorsport Mercedes AMG. This is the car that they bought after theirs was damaged in a testing incident. It was a brand new spec car. And car 45 rejoins the race with Garth Walden behind the wheel.
Doesn't matter what type of race car it is, it doesn't matter how expensive it is, race tape always fixes everything.
That and zip cables.
222 Class B Porsche, Alex Davison at the wheel. Heard Craig Lowndes in commentary box earlier saying they were hoping to be a contender inside the top 10 at the end of this one. Currently 11th. Stayed out of trouble. Schumacher dives to the pits, so that's critical, as does Alex Davison. So our 3rd place car, Brad Schumacher, comes to the lane, and this is a critical stop for this car. Start working strategy from the end of the race to where we are right now. Let's hear from Chad.
I just wanted to show you a pit stop for the Prostate Cancer Foundation Porsche as it comes ripping into pit lane. They're about to fill it up with some BP Ultimate fuel. And this car is running 98 octane fuel, one of the only cars in the field that's running the exact same fuel that you could use down at the BP Bowser here at Bathurst. So that could be a bit of a strategy update for these guys later. Connect that up to their frequent flyer points. They'll be doing very nicely. But unusual way to fill up a Porsche. You could actually climb onto the bonnet because the fuel receptacle is right in the middle of the car. So that's why they're climbing all over it. It's going to take them about 40 seconds to fill up this 100-litre tank. So 2.5 litres per second is the fill rate. They're going to do a driver change here, by the way. Jeff Emery's getting into that car to complete the last last of his AM laps. And if you're wondering what sort of fuel mileage these cars are getting, well, this is doing 32 laps of green flag running, which is about 200 kilometres of racing here at Bathurst, so about 50 litres per 100 Ks. So if you're cruising down the highway on your way to Bathurst, you want to get about 10 litres per 100 Ks out of your SUV on the highway, so about 5 times the fuel mileage that you'll see in a road car. Now that the fuel's done, they can do the tyres. New Pirelli tyres ready to go for this car, and they'll send it back out there, hopefully, for another 200 Ks of green flag racing.
Nice work, Chad. I like the 50 litres per 100 kilometre stat. That's a good little real-world economy standpoint. If you're getting that in your road car, it's a pretty serious road car, or are you going too quickly? Simple as that. But that, yeah, that's an interesting statistic, using the 98 pump gas, as they do in Porsche Carrera Cup racing as well. Little driver connector in there, so drink hose, and there's an RFID chip in there as well, which is the identifier for the driver. Just got to put the window net up as well. Drop the car. Send it. Away we go. So really good sit from Alex Davison there. They're 11th. They are on the cusp of the top 10. And this car about to just tick over 1,000 Ks of racing at Mount Panorama as well. As we go back to the other Cup car in the field, with Indiran Padiachi behind the wheel. His son Devarshan, one of the Mercedes AMGs. And Indy's been racing Porsche Carrera Cup for a long time. Drives with that Garth Gordon Racing's outfit. Running in Sprint Challenge as well. They run a business in Sydney called Rent Corp. They've actually got a really cool little foyer area there where a lot of their old race cars are parked up. So they've got a couple of generations of Carrera Cup cars and GT cars down there on display at Rent Corp in Sydney. Bronny.
Brad Schumacher, your Bathurst 12-hour is done. You've met your compulsory laps. Congratulations, super effort from you.
Thanks so much. Yeah, no, the last stint was quite a nice stint. It was nice cruising along, taking past my neighbour, Kenny Habul's actual car. So actually caught him for the first time this weekend and said I'll offer him a little jar of sugar or something once he's been here. But no, yeah, was able to get down into the 206s and just circulate at a consistent pace and leave it, well, the car in one piece, of course, for Kelvin to go out now and see if we can put us into a good position.
Awesome. We could see you doing something with your right hand as you were heading down the straight on the in-car vision. What was that all about?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
We could see you doing something with your hands as you were heading down the straight. What were you doing there?
Oh, okay. So that's just actually a really annoying thing that I do. My glove, for some reason, I've just started doing it years ago. I just like my glove to be pushed as far back as I can on my hand. And then, I don't know, I just started doing it. Now it's just like a little ritual thing, and I'd actually like to stop it. It annoys me.
Well, okay, well, we'll see how you go. How do you think the team is going to go? Because you've got two really good drivers, obviously, Kelvin van der Linde behind the wheel now, and Nathaniel Berthon still to go. You guys are really in the running for an outright position here. Yeah, oh, look, for sure. Obviously, I'm hoping that we can win. That's what we're here for, of course. If you come here for any other reason, you shouldn't be here. So, yeah, look, Nathaniel and Kelvin, of course, are exceptional drivers. I'm glad that I could get my amateur time out of the way and then, yeah, as I said, leave them in a good position and let them go for gold at the end. All right, good job. Thank you very much.
Great job by Brad Schumacher earlier today. Kelvin van der Linde behind the wheel of car 74 now. Engel continues to lead. The gap is 10 seconds. Back to Shane Van Gisbergen. So Ben Barker back in 5th position. Had to set their fastest lap of the race. For the fastest second sector, personally anyway. His stay-in car with van der Linde, who joined us in commentary earlier today during the race. Got a busy year ahead. He's plenty busy out there right now as he works his way through Toyota Gazoo Dipper. Great to see this car back on the track too, Kralsey.
It is, Matt. I love it when they do the repair job and get back out there just to get the Bathurst laps, just to circulate and get a finish, because for some drivers that's a lifelong ambition, is to finish an endurance race at Mount Panorama. I've just been crunching some numbers. So we heard from Brad Schumacher. So he's the first bronze driver in this field to tick the box from a driver time point of view. Been banging on all day about the fact that they've got to do 180 minutes of the race. So he's ticked all the qualifications. So car 74 now can go flat out to the end of the motor race. They are the first one of those 4 cars on the leading lap to be in that position to do it. Martin Conrad is about 15 minutes now away from car 75 ticking their driver time box. So they're the next one that will be able to go full pro to the end.
Right.
The question marks for mine are the cars currently first and second, and this is where the fact that they've got track position will work for them. So Maro Engel behind the wheel of car number 91. Kevin C will jump back into that car. He has to drive again. He's got about 50 minutes of driver time left, but he'll have to do 60 minutes because you must do 60 minutes in the second half of the race. Car number 888, so 888 Race Engineering. Prince Jeffrey's got almost exactly an hour to do left in his minimum driver time. So they've got a big stint towards the end. So that's going to put some pressure on SVG and Brock Feeney to bring it home. So right now, who's in the box seat? Well, on a track position point of view, it's 75. From being completely good to go to the end as fast as you possibly can, it's a 74 Audi. I know that sounds as clear as mud, but what I'm basically saying is that the cars first, second, third and fourth, the car in fourth place could be the best position of anybody right now in this race. And that's good, because it means we'll get a payoff a bit later on, right?
Exactly.
So stick around, don't go anywhere. This race has lots to come. That's the customary SVG, thanks for letting me by salute.
Not once but twice that time by.
Yeah, very generous.
Into the chase. It's Lee Holdsworth.
There we go.
He was indicating that too in the Hallmark Audi. He runs back in 6th position, but 2 laps down at the moment. So we're approaching 7 hours and 30 minutes of this LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour here today. Engel's crossed the line, gap stays at 10 seconds. And Engel a further 6/10 quicker, but that was the fact that SVG had 2 cars to put a lap on that one alone. Engel's climbing up through Griffin's Bend right now as SVG works Mountain Straight. Conrad in 3rd, Van der Linde in 4th. And Ben Barker still holding down position number 5 as we work the 172nd lap. Race continues here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour, the 2022 edition. It's great to be back with this GT Classic as we watch 2nd place Shane Van Gisbergen. We take a look. The Maguire's highlights Richard Crail of the race that starts in the dark.
And we'll finish in the dusk the way the day's been going. The 5:15 checkered flag. Well, there's been all the action that you expect from a Bathurst Enduro. There's been wheel-to-wheel racing. There's been drama and disappointment. Jack Perkins brewing that error, but slick tyres on a wet racetrack. We're about to hear from a driver who got to experience some of that earlier as well. That was Kenny Habul, who came within inches of backing that thing into the gravel trap and being bogged. That car finds itself in a really good position now. Mark Carr's Australia car for a time was running inside the top 3. Jake Camilleri had a brief little spin, and this was the first of the moments for the Coin Spot Audi team when that car shut down exiting turn 1. The Control-Alt-Delete didn't really work because they've since spent a whole heap of time in pit lane.
That's really only the blemish that 91 has had here today, tagging the wall at the top. Not so was this big impact for car 24 down at the Maguire's elbow, which also had Mark Rosser going the outside and just lancing the wall in the number 17 car. This was Brad Schumacher, who was working hard for the gravy on this pass down at Murray's, getting the job done on the 75 Sun Energy 1 entry. And worse was to come, wasn't it, for the Audis, the Coin Spot Audi for the 2nd time today, crabbing down the hill in car 65. There's several laps down back in 12th position with Liam Talbot behind the wheel as the race continues here today at Mount Panorama.
172 laps in the books, 4 hours and 31 minutes to go, and I'm delighted to welcome to the commentary box another guest driver. We're only bringing the champions up today, Matt Nolte. I tell you what, we're joined by the reigning Australian Drivers' Champion, a Gold Star winner, and got a Gold Star for his stint this morning to launch the race in the Team BRM number 17 car that's currently in the lane undergoing a driver change. Percat out, Mark Rosser in. The 3rd driver in this equation is Joey Mawson, and Joey, congratulations, mate. Your opening stint this morning was sensational. How was it for you?
Thank you. No, it's yeah. To be honest, I was so in tunnel vision that I didn't realise, you know, how good it kind of went until I got out of the car. Yeah, obviously it was very tricky with the fog, particularly following cars. Reminded me of kind of like in the wet driving. You wanted to, you know, try and get some clear air to see where you were going. But yeah, you know, the boys did a mega job to put the car together, and obviously the car was straight and ready to go. So really happy with how that went.
What an amazing job they did yesterday. Did you think when that car was in the fence, man, are we going to make the start tomorrow or not?
That was the main, target for me. I mean, obviously we knew we'd probably be ruled out of Saturday's running, but yeah, you know, the boys were working all day and night yesterday to get the car ready, and yeah, big thank you to them. So yeah, look, we're back in the race now.
And this has been a huge job from BRM. They're acknowledged as an open wheel racing team, and they've won the Gold Star 7 times, once with yourself last year. But this has been a huge performance from them in GT racing, which is not necessarily a part of the motorsport world that they're overly familiar with.
Absolutely. I mean, this is all new to us, which is really cool. And you know, just as much for me, the team are having an absolute ball being at such a massive event like this. So obviously today, you know, after today's running, if we could get a top 10, that would be absolutely amazing for our first time here.
Triple Eight has come into the pits while we talked to Joey Mawson up here. You're back in Australia now. You spent a long time overseas. We spoke yesterday in the pits. It's just good to be back home. No thoughts of going back overseas for a while now, right?
No, definitely not. I mean, I'm loving being back home. I'm enjoying my racing more than ever, and just happy to be back with my family and friends. I mean, I had a good stint there, 8 years there. You know, took what I could from there, and yeah, just having a ball racing back home, and enjoying my time here in S5000 and now in GT3.
I know you've got ambitions for a supercar co-drive. The teams have got to ring you up this morning, mate. Seriously, that was a huge drive, and I'm assuming you'll jump back in that car a little bit later on today.
Yeah, definitely. So Mark's jumping in for a stint now, and then as far as I know, I'll be in for the next stint. So looking forward to it. So
there's Nick Percat just debriefing with Marcus Koch, the engineer there, and Mark Rundle on the right of screen, team boss. So driver change underway at T8. They're going to work from second on the road. So this is the next role of the strategic equation we've been playing out over the course of the race. We know we've ticked the box for car number 74. And just to touch on that, Kelvin van der Linde just went quickest for that car for the race. Of course he did. So Prince Jeffrey will jump back into that car. So he now has an hour worth of driving to do. So I would expect them to run that car for just over 60 minutes. It won't be a full stint from a fuel point of view. They'll hope that in an hour and 2 minutes' time they get a conveniently timed safety car, which would certainly help their cause. So he's got 59 minutes of driver time to rack up now, Prince Jeffrey, and then they're clear and good to go to the end. But while he's on the racetrack, he's got to deal with Kelvin van der Linde in the Audi, who's going very, very quickly. Here's your car on screen, Joey, just having a bit of a battle with Ricardo Fella, who's been flying in car 777. Challenging day. It seemed like it all just worked really, really well for you at the start. Some really well-timed safety cars, but after that, a few little blips on the radar.
Yeah, no, indeed. I mean, we had that issue with the rain light. Of course, we had a penalty as well with Mark coming out too quick for the pit stop, but you know, nevertheless. And we also had that near miss with car 24, which I was getting a massage at the time watching it on my screen. So yeah, that's Bathurst. I mean, look, you know, Chaz has been by far the quickest car, and look at all the issues they had. So it's the way the 12-hour goes sometimes.
So Engel in the pits. In fact, he's just jumped out now of car number 91. We just saw Triple Eight leave the pits with Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim behind the wheel. Kevin C jumps back in behind the 91 Craft Bamboo Mercedes-Benz.
So he'll be in this car for an hour. He has to do an hour in the second half of the race. He's got 50 minutes of driver time, so they'll use him for about 10 minutes more than they need him. Kevin C. Kelvin van der Linde has just set the fastest lap of the motor race. Thank you very much on lap 173. And who knows one speed, that guy. 203.59 in car number 74 on board with him now running up the hill. So yeah, I imagine it'd be a slightly frustrating day given the kind of performance that you guys showed earlier, Joey, to get yourself into the mix, but still every position must have felt like a bonus after the weekend anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you had told us yesterday after the crash that we had that we would be, you know, running in top 2 or even leading at one point, yeah, we would have signed up for that. So it's been better than what we imagined. So although we've had our issues, you know, generally it's been a positive day.
Martin Conrad crosses the line to take the race lead away from car number 91, who clears the lane. Remember, they've ticked their boxes for a compulsory pit stop. So, minute 47 in pit lane for Craft Bamboo Racing. It's a really fascinating strategic game going on now. Jeffrey Ibrahim's gone through as well on his out lap for his first flying lap, and then at the back of the queue, but now racing against the AMs. So this is what we saw earlier, where Jules Gounon was behind the wheel of the Sun Energy 1 car up against 3 AM drivers and took enormous chunks of time out of them. That's what Kelvin van der Linde is doing now in car number 74. So what happens at the end of the next hour of the race is that all 4 cars end up on exactly the same strategy, and in theory, based on the numbers, should be somewhere within 30 seconds of each other to set us up for that shootout towards the end of the race in the final 3 hours. So stick with it, folks, because this is classic endurance racing now, with the strategies playing out as the race goes on, driver times being ticked off, and we'll get to the end of this race with the best drivers in the fastest cars at the front of the field, clean to good to go for a shootout towards the end. We've got Joey Mawson with us in the commentary box. He did an outstanding job this morning in the TPRM Audi R8. So S5000, you're racing the open wheelers at Hidden Valley in a couple of weeks' time. It's going to be good fun in those cars.
Yeah, no, indeed. Very much looking forward to jumping back in the S5000. It's pretty cool to compare them to these cars. I mean, these actually are so stiff and nimble that they feel a bit more like a single-seater than a typical single-seater than the S5000 does. So, obviously the championship's been going very well. So, in general, it's been a really good year. And, yeah, as always, I'm just loving being back home.
The last driver to win back-to-back gold stars was, off the top of my head, Simon Wills.
Yes, correct.
2000, 2001 for another Adelaide-based team, Barana Racing. So I know for a fact you're in front in that championship 3 rounds in. And quite seriously, I touched on the supercar thing before, but that's the objective. Is that the goal now, to perhaps work your way into that scene and try and get yourself on the grid here in October?
Absolutely. I mean, for me, my goal towards the supercar path is obviously to either get an endurance drive or to move into Super 2 next year. Ideally, I'd like to do it for an endurance drive, but yeah, I really want to make my career back home. And
To be honest, there's not enough cars, but hopefully if there's a safety car at the end, we can have a good battle or something. But yeah, it was just time trial, just logging laps. But Eamon's back in there now, or Prince Jeffrey, and doing really well. So yeah, Brock, I think will go, and then me at the end. But that's all right.
How are things tracking overall? Like you said, Prince Jeffrey's been doing a pretty good job. He's had some tough conditions earlier today, but overall doing okay?
Yeah, but I don't really know what the race situation is, but I think we're second at the moment, but we might drop down or come back. I don't really know, so we'll see what happens.
So what do you do to prepare, I should say, for a super stint towards the end?
I'll just go chill for a bit now and then have a Red Bull and come back.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Got the sponsor plug in. Nice work, SVG. So yeah, that team, as I said, they've got an hour's worth of driver time for Jeffrey Ibrahim and then Brock Feeney, we had up in the commentary box before. Grove Porsche going through. Actually, the Grove Porsche is going very quickly at the moment with Ben Barker behind the wheel.
I don't want to alarm you, but Kelvin van der Linde is going to set the lap record again here in a minute.
It's one of the least surprising things you've said to me all day, Noel.
Really?
Yeah.
Thought it would have made the top 10 at least.
How challenging were the conditions, Joey, when you jumped back in the car?
Well, I went out on slicks quite early, so yeah, to get the Pirelli tyres up was difficult. Once the tyres started coming in, it was not too bad. I mean, there was a kind of a tram line around the track, so it's just a case of, not pushing a bit too much and being over that dry line where you go into the wet patch and it's bitching the wall. So yeah, no, had a good stint in the second run. It was just I was out of my own, kind of in no man's land, so a bit like what Shane commented before, was a bit boring.
See, Nolts and I sit here as absolute nobodies and go, at no point could it seem boring at all, us one of these cars around Mount Panorama.
Maybe there's something wrong with us, I don't know.
I mean, there is that. It's good fun, but you just really feel the stint length when obviously there's no one around. I mean, the hour feels extra long. When you've got things happening, it goes so quick.
And much of your career was based on short sprint races, wasn't it? So Formula 3, Super Cup, all short races.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, up until now, probably the longest race I've done is a half-an-hour race. So,
there you go.
Yeah. I mean, that first hour in the morning absolutely flew for me. There was a lot happening, so.
Us too. Bryony?
Maro Engel out of the Craft Bamboo AMG. How did you find that stint?
Yeah, it was good. Car's handling well. Yeah, it was a fun stint, clean. Obviously, from the front at the restart, so no, I'm pretty happy.
Give us a summary. What's the plan for the end of the race?
Well, obviously, Kevin's in the car now. He needs to finish his mandatory drive time. Danny will be back in, and then I'll be back in the end.
Sounds like a bit of an Engel v Van Gisbergen. We've seen that before, and sometimes it hasn't ended so well.
Let's see. So far, everything's going well, and yeah, just making sure we've got a nice gap between the two cars, and everything will be all right.
All right, good luck.
Cheers.
Oh, Bridie, you are brave. Well done. Well done for asking that question.
Because we all thought about it up here. No, we won't bring it up. It's too early.
2017, they were teammates in a Merc that ended up in a fence. And there were some very, very harsh words spoken. And it was our own Mark Barretta who actually asked the question, and there was really no follow-up. Yeah, very firm words were spoken. It was water under the bridge since then, I think, but it was one of the biggest 12-hour moments ever. Gee, it got some people talking. Oh, just, if that doesn't help you continue to keep watching the end of this motor race and stick around to the finish, nothing will.
Back-to-back fastest laps for the man you're riding car with now, Kelvin van der Linde. 59 seconds away from our leader, Martin Conrad, in the 75 Mercedes AMG. Roughly 4 hours and 20 minutes away from the end of the race. They're starting to build to it.
So van der Linde's doing what Jill Gounon did earlier, just a second a lap quicker at the moment in this Audi. Absolutely flying. You raced on some cool tracks when you're in Europe. I watched you in F3 at Monza, and you raced at Spa in Super Cup and all the amazing circuits. How does this place stack up to those European tracks that you spent a lot of your junior career on?
This is number one by far. I mean, what other track goes all the way up the mountain and back down again? So this, I mean, even when you talk to Europeans, they talk about this place, you know, like we talk about the Nordschleife. It's a special track, you know, around the world. It's my favourite track in the world, and to be honest, I'm having much more fun in the GT3 car compared to the S5000. I just think the GT3 cars are so suited to this track.
Saw a few drops coming across the top of the mountain, and it was quite heavy in at the elbow, so raindrops falling once again here at Mount Panorama from the in-car shot of car 74. The clouds did go away for a moment. It looks like they're heading back towards us as car 75. Our race leader comes back into the pits, and quite a hasty exit from Martin Conrad as he swaps seats.
So that car is now clear of their AM driver time by my dodgy R-Crail numbers. I think they're clear. They can put their pros into the end. So they're the second car in this race, good to go to the finish. So that's the German Lucas Stolz behind the wheel, who was very, very good early in the race. He'll now be out there. He'll go up against Kelvin van der Linde and against the two AM drivers that are currently first and second, Ibrahim and Kevin C, first and second. So that's been a change of position there, by the way. 3 seconds between those two. 888 car in front. But light rain falling. We've had a few reports over the last 4 hours, basically, since it dried out, that there's been rain sprinkling around the mountain, but there was definite visible spots on the windscreen exiting the elbow, top of Mount Panorama.
Certainly not enough to prompt the wet tyres down here at Kenny Habul's team right now. So puts Ibrahim to the lead. That happened during the last pit stop cycle. He rejoins the race now in car 75, back in 4th position. 179 laps into this race today.
Joey, so much goes into a race like this, doesn't it, from a strategy point of view, and How do you manage that from a driver? Do you just do what Marcus and the team tell you down there, or are you sitting there thinking about the numbers and how it's all playing out?
To be honest, I'm pretty much just doing what I'm told. I mean, the only time I had a call on the strategy was in my first stint, when obviously we had that sprinkle of rain.
Yep.
Which, yeah, I probably should have pitted a lap earlier. I mean, we didn't lose anything in the end because we at least get the lead, but it would have been nice if I judged it the lap before. But it's always tricky because I only had rain at that first corner. The rest of the track was dry. And then by the time I got to the last corner, it was bloody wet and sketchy again. I'm like, oh, shit, it's too late now. So,
welcome to Bathurst. Chad?
Indeed.
Just wanted to give a little bit of a compulsory pit stop update. Just a reminder that the top 2 drivers in the field so far, the 888 car, Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim at the wheel. There it goes, swinging it through the final turn, and the 91 of Kevin C. They have both served their 9 compulsory pit stops. So every pit stop from then to the end of the race is a free pit stop as fast as they want to take it. And an update on car 74, it has 1 to go. So there's been some conjecture whether they had served 7 or 8. And it looks like everybody has settled down here at timing on 8 compulsory pit stops served for car 74. The missing pit stop was somewhere around 9 a.m. this morning. So it looks like they've just got the 1 more to go. And a reminder, it's about 30 seconds at advantage for those who have already served all 9 of those compulsory pit stops.
So, Chad, 1 more pit stop, you're saying, for 74?
Correct, mate. That is A-OK.
And so Lucas Stoll's behind the wheel of car 75.
They have done all 9.
So they've ticked the box. So that's excellent. Well, that changes the game again. It's almost advantage Sun Energy 1 at the moment. And there's a really good battle on the racetrack at the moment because Ricardo Fella is about to unlap himself, and he does it at Reed Park on the entry to the BP Ultimate corner at the top of the hill. So he goes past both of these two. So this is actually a battle for the lead between the 2 AM drivers, but they are being absolutely reeled in by Kelvin van der Linde. So the top 3 cars now covered by 3 seconds, and motor race engaged and energised all over again. So Ibrahim leading C, first and second, almost bowls a wide down there at the Kazoo Dipper, and van der Linde catching them. Been a few cars doing that today, Joey, just pushing wide on the entry to that corner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't take much to come off there. You know, if you go in a little bit hot or you have a moment and have to drop the brake, you know, you're straight in off the line. And especially here, as soon as you're off the line in a race like this, the marbles just suck you out.
This is built really, really nicely. So the 2 AM drivers, they need to tick the box for their driver time requirements. They've got about 45 minutes to run, and they're being hunted down by the feisty, fast South African as Kevin C., the Macanese driver, goes down the inside of Jeffrey Ibrahim and gets the spot. Van der Linde gets past car 888, and I don't think the Craft Bamboo car will be that far around. That's second for the Audi. These guys have come from a lap down to get themselves back into the mix, and they are good to go to the end with pro drivers. But as we heard from Chad, needs to get in front and build some margin because he's still got that 2-minute compulsory stop to make.
Van der Linde was 3 seconds quick on that last lap as he tries to find a way past the Craft Bamboo car, and will do it nicely on the way up Mountain Straight. 2:12 for C, 2:09 for Van der Linde, and 2:15 for Jeffrey Ibrahim in 3rd position.
And Van der Linde goes to the lead. So he's gone 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and now 1st. There's a cheer from Brad Schumacher, factory Audi driver for this weekend, who has done a really good job today. And now Van der Linde needs some more of those 3s. Punch out some fast lap times and build that margin out in front. So this is now head down for car 74. Lucas Stoll's behind the wheel is 53 seconds behind Jeffrey Ibrahim. That's the next margin to watch, because Sun Energy 1 Racing are good to go to the finish on both pro drivers and compulsory pit stops. I still reckon it's half advantage car 75 at the moment. I think they are the car to watch. From a strategic point of view and from a driver point of view, I think they're in the best position of everybody. And if Lucas Stoll can get within 30 seconds of Van der Linde, by the time they roll through their next pit stop, they're going to gain all of that back, because Van der Linde will be stationary for much longer. These are the strategic games you play in long-distance motor racing. And that's why you should never turn your TV off in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Where's your money on, Joey Mawson? You've got no irons in this fire because you're a privateer Audi team. So what's your thought? How's this going to play out?
I mean, it's going to be a shootout surely at the end of the race. I was hoping Chaz, I was rooting for Chaz, to be honest, but obviously they've had a lot of issues today, unfortunately. So, yeah, I mean, personally, I think it'll be a shootout between Van der Linde and possibly Gunon's in the 75, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, Gunon. Between those two cars, I would say, on pace.
I think that's fair. The question mark, of course, and I appreciate that was a hard question. Sorry for asking. Well answered. Yeah, the question mark, of course, is your traditional late race Bathurst safety car, which always happens at this joint, and if whatever happens from above. I did look at the weather radar, but I'm just not going to comment on it because that's Chad Nolan's job. A moratorium on talking about potential weather or not in the commentary box today. Back into pit lane, here goes the coin spot car. Joey, thanks for jumping in, mate. Really appreciate your time today. Super drive this morning. We loved it. Hope you guys can get to the finish, get a good result for the boys at BRM. For Mark Rosser, who's put a lot into this campaign, and Nick Percat, of course, and good luck for the Gold Star campaign for the remainder of the year.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, guys. Appreciate it. Cheers.
There's Joey Mawson, the reigning Australian Drivers' Champion, joining us in the commentary box. Great to hear from great, talented Aussies. Super driver, what's that name? And I reckon you might see him on the grid in the Bathurst Enduro again at this place. Very, very well regarded.
Just a pleasant guy. Just loves his racing, and he can sense the relief that he's back home after a long time overseas racing in Europe. It's a hard thing to pack up your life and move interstate, let alone overseas, like they've done to chase the dream of trying to get into Formula One. These guys down here,
I think
that's much as you can do, isn't it?
I think they've called it, yeah. Day done for the coin spot team. No point risking any further damage. Trent, who's just the crew chief for that car, has worked his behind off to get that car back on the racetrack. So, 4 hours, 8 minutes remain in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour for 2022. It's been a fascinating motor race, a proper old school enduro. The middle grind as we build towards the finish, but the strategies are playing out. And Kelvin van der Linde has escaped to a 5.6 second lead over Kevin C. Jeffrey Ibrahim is third. He's another 7 seconds down the road. And Lucas Stolz is now within 40 seconds of the 888 car. Third and fourth on the road. And having made that move, as van der Linde goes through the Ram Motorsport car up at turn 2. Having made that move to unlap himself, if we get a safety car, it's going to bring 777 back in this race as well. And Ricardo Fella has been absolutely flying aboard the second of the two Audi Sport factory cars, the Ben Motorsport Park Entry, VDL, with the full send at the KW Suspensions chase. Gee, they go quickly when they snap mid-corner. Tander's back in the box.
We saw Brad Schumacher have a very similar moment in that exact car at that exact place. So the rear engine nature of the Audi, inertia takes over when that big weight mass in the back of the car tries to overtake the front tyres. Van der Linde, as you said, Richard, has been full send mode in this stint, and he does need to continue to build a gap. They still have that 2-minute pit stop coming up for them. So a bit of a strategy disadvantage, but they currently have track position and a pro driver taking on 3 of the bronze drivers, the second, third, and fourth in C, Ibrahim and Stolz.
Those drops of rain getting a bit heavier as we're approaching 4 hours remaining in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour. Kelvin van der Linde continues to lead. Those drops were quite heavy out of Forest Elbow, sort of making its way down Conrod Straight. We'll keep an eye on the radar from our perspective up here, but at the moment, overcast conditions, only the wind. It's a headwind heading down the LIQUI MOLY front stretch now. We had 0 wind here earlier today, but just starting to pick up. And if the weather's going to come, it tends to come from over the back of the mountain.
Yeah, so the wind direction, as you said, Matt Nolte, direct headwind along the front straight. So the weather will come from the cutting, turn 1, that direction, if you like, and make its way across the circuit. So small drops on the screen of most cars. Not enough to really affect the racing surface or to even consider a wet tyre, but I can bet you that every team up and down pit lane will be rolling out their next set of wet tyres and making sure they are pressured and ready to go should the skies open. But we're not going to call the rain coming. Like we said, that's Chad Nailon's job. He's been the man on the ground for us when it comes to the weather. He told us it's going to rain, he just didn't say when. Could be any time between now and October.
Exactly right. 2:03.29 is the fastest lap of the race by Kelvin van der Linde. Went back-to-back flying laps on lap 176 and 77. This is the 184th lap. And just over 4 hours remaining in the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour with an earlier start this year. And looking to finish just on dusk as Lucas Stoles takes us up through the cutting and across the shelf in the Sun Energy One Mercedes. Kenny Habul started the car here today and had 2 pit lane excursions for penalties for passing before the restart, but they've got himself into a really good position here now.
And Stoltz has cut that gap to Jeffrey Ibrahim now down to 26 seconds. So the theme of the race for the last couple of hours has been the offset and strategy between the bronze drivers or the amateur drivers versus the pro drivers, and we're seeing that again. But look at those drops on the camera lens. The cars make their way down from Skyline to the Dipper. Much bigger drops that lap by. So this is where the pros earn their money, because they can keep pushing. They know they keep pushing the limit. Some of the AM drivers might see those drops on the windscreen, just roll out of it a little bit, leave themselves a little bit more margin. One driver that's not leaving any margin right now, Kelvin van der Linde, at a 2:03.5 on that previous lap, so he's not too worried about any raindrops on leaving windscreen.
6 seconds quicker than Kevin C. Gap goes out to 18 seconds. And a further 12 back to Jeffrey Ibrahim in the Mad Filter 888 Mercedes in 3rd place. We saw both van der Linde and Mostert yesterday in qualifying, just setting the track on fire. Then this morning, that opening stint was really one for the ages in the darkness and in the fog. Van der Linde trying to push this margin as much as he can. Well, the 55 Valmont Mercedes has just come back into the pits after replacing the radiator and pretty much the entire front end of the 55 mount he's sharing with Devasha Padiachi and Sergio Perez. Well, the action at the 12 hour isn't just on track, with one of the most popular attractions located in Harris Park, the Maguire's Cars and Caffeine Display, where 12 hour fans have brought their cars along to be voted best in show. Certainly some cool cars, and it's a bit of Garth Tander if ever I've seen it.
Well, that's probably a bit more Garth Tander. That Shelby Cobra, Matt Nolte. You can keep the Jeep, but I didn't mind that RX-7 Alan Moffat tribute car. I saw in the opener there. It's the 55 Belmont AMG in the lane. Great to see these guys repair the car after damage early in today's race. Currently down in 17th place. It's not about positions now, it's about getting to the end of the race.
Yeah.
Ticking one of those bucket list things off in these guys' racing career. Driving a GT3 car around the mountain. It's a pretty cool thing.
Well, they were racing head-to-head in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, both he and Sergio Perez, and decided let's get in and buy a full-spec Mercedes AMG and take on the 12 hour. And with the help of Devash and Padiachi earlier today, the three-prong attack were actually well under the radar yesterday during qualifying, and particularly in the early stages of the race. They went and contested the Abu Dhabi 6 hour earlier this year with Theo Konduras, and looking for a bigger and better race when we come back in February. First weekend of February next year, the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour returns to its traditional date. We'll see probably the summertime conditions that we're not having here today.
Be a tad warmer in February, there's every chance, but who knows with the weather. Mount Panorama. Kelvin van der Linde leading currently. He's got the gap out over Kevin C now to 24.5 seconds. So mindful of those raindrops now, getting more and more prevalent as the cars make their way down through the Toyota Gazoo Dipper. They run down the Forest Elbow. But van der Linde, there's a lot of risk versus reward in this sort of stint when there's a lot of rain on the circuit. High risk, van der Linde's reaping the reward.
Perez.
With Mark Johnson and Belinda Narby from Liqui Moly, and we couldn't do this event without great sponsors. And Liqui Moly have been with us for so long now. You've been a long-time sponsor, Mark. It's a great event.
Yeah, we love the 12-hour. It's such us. Like we have our product in the cars. We come here with our team. We bring often international guests and our customers. So it's really about our customers and supporting our brand and our workshops.
And Belinda, the good thing about you guys is you just don't sponsor and write a check. You get involved. You bring a crew along and they enjoy it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, yesterday, having that relationship with one of the teams, in particular through TCR, we were able to take our customers down there and do a really good garage tour and give them the behind the scenes look. So, those guys are using our product, and it's great for these guys that are using it in their workshops and selling it. So yeah, it's a great event.
And Mark, you guys, you obviously invest a lot into it. What does it give back to you? What does Liqui Moly get back out of this event?
It really just helps us tell our story. We are actively a motorsport engaged brand. We love to give back to the motorsport community, and I think the main thing for us is we just see people using our product, and they tell us really candidly how it performs, and that helps us with our everyday customers.
And Belinda, this is one of the places to be. You obviously have good customers who are passionate about motorsport because they're always having a good time up here.
Oh, absolutely. It's a fight just to get tickets. I mean, we'd probably fill every suite if we could. So, yeah, they love coming here. They're already making plans for Feb. So, yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Oh, it's awesome. You're great supporters of the event, and we love that. Thanks very much, guys. I'll let you get back to enjoying it.
Cheers.
And they do love their time here, the people from Liqui Moly that have been supporting the Bathurst 12-hour event for a long time now. And talk about the atmosphere. We talked at the top of the show earlier today with the crowds coming in. A lot of people just walking from town to be here.
I think you were one of those, Matt Nolte, that potentially just wandered in from town overnight. Let's hear from Chad in the lane.
I just saw the magic number 30 pop up, the gap between Van der Linde and Kevin C. This has been an incredible stint from Kelvin Van der Linde. He's been pumping out 204s for fun at the moment. His actual average lap time in this stint is a 204.7. He's on his 20th lap of the stint so far. So, like clockwork, just bashing out fours. He's coming down to the last sector right now, last couple of corners on this last lap. Let's just see exactly what this another lap time might be. And if he can go into the 204s again on his 20th straight lap, he's got that 30-second gap which he needed to negate that extra time that they were going to need for their next pit stop, and that one's a 206.2. So a little bit off the mark, he might have had some traffic, but this has been an awesome stint, and he's now got that gap that they were hoping for. So that next compulsory pit stop is not going to be as bad for them.
I wonder, Chad, whether the 206 this time was the drops are getting heavier and more around the Mount Panorama Circuit. With 31 seconds the margin, Van der Linde continues to lead as we've just ticked over 8 hours of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour. So the drops were also happening from Forest Elbow down Conrod. Now we're starting to see more right around the course of Van der Linde. He's dropped 2 seconds. Would you say he's doing 204s for fun, to quote Chad Naylor?
Yeah, I would imagine so. I imagine so, yeah, but I'm with you, Matt Nolte. I think that previous lap where he dropped back into the sixes was potentially a little bit of traffic and also maybe a little bit of caution as those raindrops get a little bit heavier. I just saw Matt Nolte's helicopter out there checking out the weather conditions as well.
Lies, that was yours.
Here we go down the run from Skyline to the Dipper, and you can see those raindrops there on the screen. So Van der Linde keeping the pressure up. So coming up on lap traffic, one of the fellow Audis.
Making it work for it here. Down Conrod straight, so he's tucked it behind. So it's starting to get a bit heavier in the BP Ultimate pit lane. You can see the drops. This one got my attention just before when Chad Naylor was giving us the pit update. And while the lap time has dropped away back into the 206s, the gap is 33 seconds to number 11 Porsche. Vanderin Padiacci, oh dear, parked right in the middle as the two Mercedes come around through Hell Corner. He's got to grab half a race here and try and get himself out of harm's way. There is car 777 with Ricardo Fella behind the wheel. The race leader shouldn't be too far away from arriving at this part of the track. Here he is, right on cue and in front of our leader as cars scatter either side of the QK number 11 Porsche. He still punched out at 204, so maybe they extinguished now.
He's having fun again, Matt Nolte. 204. Indurain Tadiachi gets himself back underway again. A little Austin Powers moment down there at turn 1. Gets himself back on the way. Yeah, just grabbed the edge of the tyre barrier, the edge of the concrete, and around he went. So lost the side mirror off the Class B Porsche.
Took the front splitter off as well. Need to stop and put that on. That's worth a little bit of downforce in these Cup cars. And then how about this moment for Kelvin van der Linde? Fortunately, there's a pit exit there, a little bit of extra concrete to use.
So the gap sits at 35 seconds. There's so many different vantage points, and young fans just trying to find the best position to watch the back half. We're in the final quarter of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour for 2022, and dramas now for Ricardo Fella in car 777.
I thought I saw Fella slowing on the side of the circuit as van der Linde went past, and that looks to me like potentially a tyre aboard the 777 Audi. So Ricardo Fella slows the car down. It's important you get the car back to pit lane with no damage, but this is certainly going to hurt the 777 Audi.
While we're racing here today at Mount Panorama, this is the way you get there, over the top of the Blue Mountains. It's definitely Sydney's backyard playground. It goes for miles and miles and miles. One of the best ways to check out New South Wales. You really need a whole weekend to check it all out there, as we're back at the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour dramas for the 777. Ben Motorsport Park, Valvoline Audis, it comes back into the pits. Ricardo Fella behind the wheel, coming from 5th position.
And this is not a scheduled pit stop for car 777. They were hoping just to press on and maintain the fact that they'd raced their way back onto the lead lap of the race. But there has been damage to the back of this car. Telltale signs of smoke coming down the mountain.
Strange though, because it looks like the tyre's still got air pressure in it, so it's not like the tyre's gone away. Maybe Bronny has more.
Yeah, just wanted to let you know that the team were prepared for the 777 to pit. Yasser Shahin has been standing here for some time, ready to get in as he's getting into the car now. I know they're going to put a sticker tyre on, but we'll wait until the fuel's done, and then obviously that's when they can get to the tyres.
So there's the right rear.
Standard procedure for the incoming driver to be basically suited up, helmeted on after the halfway point of the previous driver's stint, because if you do get a safety car after the halfway point of the previous driver's stint, the next driver will jump in. So Yasser Shahin was suited and booted and ready to go, but this car was not expected to be here at this point. There's an issue, and you can see that tyre debris in the wheel arch of that 777 Audi. So yeah, and it's wrapped itself around the suspension. Have a look in there, you can see it quite evidently. Steel belts from the tyre wrapped itself around the right rear suspension of the 777. That's not an easy fix. You need to get that out of there. You don't need that getting tangled up in the suspension and, more importantly, the brake system.
It's a great shot. It shows you inside the rear axle of this car. You have to saw away at that.
You can see that the tyre that's come off is laying down just the other side of the mechanics, and it's basically half the inside tread's gone, so that tyre's delaminated. On the 777.
I think they might be putting this back in the garage to get that out, Garth. Yep,
yeah, the wheels are out, so another Audi down. They brought a fleet of them.
Yeah, lucky. This is another big name car, and they had worked so hard to drag themselves back onto the lead lap. The irony was that Fella was being caught by van der Linde gradually. So van der Linde was leading and was about 5 seconds behind on the road from Ricardo Fella, who was the last car on the lead lap of the race. So it was a little arm wrestle between the two of them to keep 777 on the lead lap. Now, I'm sure the team would have communicated that, but it's all for naught now.
And that will put a little bit of worry in the 74 crew, because if van der Linde is punching out lap times faster than what Ricardo Fella was doing, then that's going to put a lot more tyre stress through the Pirelli tyres aboard the 74 Valvoline Audi. So whilst we've been marvelling at the speed of this car, they need to make sure that there's no inbuilt issue, whether it was just a bit of tyre debris or a bit of debris that the 777 picked up, or there's a setup issue with the lap speed that the Audis are trying to punch out right now.
Remember the issue with Tony Bates' car earlier in the race as well. He had that spin at the elbow, but that was down to a tyre going down as well. Whether it was related or not, there was a theory that
right rear.
Yeah, true. There was a theory that the 24 car had brushed a fence at the top because there was some of the SwiftX blue from the branding at the top of the mountain, but that has been unconfirmed. We will hasten to add. Still light speckles of rain on the windscreen of the MPC Audi. And there's some tyre debris. Where's that? Top of the hill?
That's McPhillamy. So lots of tyre load going through the right rear at that part of the circuit. As the crew still continue to remove what's left of that right rear Pirelli off the 777 Audi.
Plenty of pace left in this car. 2:03.8 last time around for Van der Linde. His margin 47 seconds now over Kevin C. And now they're building into a margin now. They're racing their way into a position where they're going to be able to take their final compulsory pit stop. It won't be their last stop of the race. There's more to come. But take that final 2-minute pain and still keep some track position, which is vitally important in the closing stages of this race.
So I spoke a little bit about the risk versus reward. Van der Linde pushing on very hard. We saw from the last onboard shot that there are more and more raindrops falling on the windscreen of that car. So it's high risk, but ultimately it's high reward as well, because as you mentioned, Richard Crail, this car still has one more of its compulsory pit stops to go, and that means 2 minutes in the lane. The cars that are racing against the 91 Mercedes and the 75 Sun Energy Mercedes, they've completed all their compulsory pit stops. They can do a sprint pit stop, if you like, in and out of the lane as quickly as possible, but Van der Linde's nailed that advantage that they have by just outright speed during this stint. Gets up the inside nicely at the Maguire's Forest Elbow of the 55 AMG. It's Kevin C making his way into the cutting aboard the 91 Craft Bamboo AMG.
So for this car to get to the end, for car 74, sorry, the Audi that leads the race at the moment, we'd expect Nathaniel Berton, the Frenchman, to jump back in at the next pit stop, and then Van der Linde to go to the finish will be the plan for them. And then for car 91, who we're following now, Kevin C, he won't be that far away from his minimum driver time that he has to complete in this race. In fact, I can tell you exactly where he's at. He's 13 minutes away from completing his minimum driver time. So from there, they'll put Danny Juncadella back in this car for a stint, and then Maro Engel will go to the finish. And then if we look at 888, Jeffrey Ibrahim has ticked over 2 hours and 41. So they're the last car in the queue from a driver time point of view. So they'll be the last ones to dive in. He's still got 20 minutes of driving to tick the box. Bryony?
Ricardo Fella, you were in the car when that tyre delaminated. What did that feel like for you?
Well, I was a bit surprised because it happened in the fast section of the track, but in the end, I could bring the car back into the garage in one piece, so I'm happy about that. But obviously, we lost a lot of time now, so we need to analyze where it came from. And yeah, let's see if we can still manage to improve a bit.
You should be very proud of your effort, though, your first time here at the Bathurst 12 Hour, and you've really impressed.
Well, to be honest, I'm just enjoying it. I love the track, I love the car. Team is doing a great job, so yeah, normally when you enjoy it, then also the pace is quite okay. So yeah, that's it.
Well, a job well done. Yasser Shaheen just taking off back out onto the track in 777.
Thanks, Bryony. 21 years of age from Switzerland is young Ricardo Fella, and really only got the start with the clashing rounds with the GT World Challenge round at Manicourt in France this weekend. GT World Challenge Europe, I should say. And the IMSA stuff in the States. Audi had to dig into their pool of factory drivers, and young Ricardo got the nod. Hails from Switzerland, but already a professional driver. So he won the silver class in GT World Challenge Enduro Cup last year in Europe, by which case you get promoted to being a gold, because if you win as a silver, you're going to get that driver categorisation upgrade, as we see a battle between these two Mercs. So this is the Pro versus the Am. Lucas Stolz has caught the back of Kevin C. So this is for second on the road. And just to finish the point on Ricardo Fella, as Luca goes down the inside at Brock Skyline and gets that position away. He will race in the DTM this year for AB Sportline, one of the most famous Audi teams in German motorsport. So Luca ultimately gets through. Kevin gave him the room at Brock Skyline. You don't want to see cars side by side there. The back 6 hour was decided with the pass there a month ago. So that puts car 75 second, 55 seconds behind Kelvin van der Linde, and it's Pro v Pro at the front of the field now, with car 74 with a longer pit stop to come.
Cameron Waters awaiting the arrival of the 24 Audi that he'll jump aboard. Currently Tony Bates driving that car down in 13th, so they've had a few dramas over the journey. Bates had that spin down at Forest Elbow when the tyre had gone down, the right rear tyre had gone down, and around he went.
Cam, and I mean, you expect it from a professional racing car driver, don't you? But not a lot of GT3 and GT racing experience, but jumped straight into that car and super rapid with his teammate David Reynolds, who's got much more time in these style of cars. But then I suppose when you look at Cam Waters' CV and everything that he's done, and the fact he jumps into the sprint car and is competitive and on the dirt track, it probably shouldn't be a surprise, should it? Very talented, gifted racing car driver, and in the midst of a decent season for Tickford Racing.
And particularly here at Bathurst, it's been very fast in qualifying spec in the Monster Energy supercar, so not a bad driver to have in your arsenal. Tony Bates acquiring the services of David Reynolds, Cam Waters for this 12-hour attack.
Drove the supercar on dirt last year from the promotional vehicle, and after NASCAR went dirt racing, there's a bit of a push for a supercar dirt round. I'd be up for it. I love my speedway. Pop out there in the summer. I don't know if you'd race a GT3 Audi on the brand new Sydney Speedway, for example, but
a few have tried the dirt here today out the gravel traps.
I don't know. I reckon with the new cars coming next year in supercars, Garth, all the old cars, end of the year, Sydney Speedway, under lights, Saturday night, supercar field.
Oh, mate, if you're going to do it, if you're going to put a supercar on the dirt, you do it down at Warrnambool. That's the fastest speedway in Australia. Cameron Waters makes his way out of pit lane. Tony Bates giving the lowdown to David Reynolds and the Audi team.
So through all that, the Sheargold Ram Motorsport cars actually got themselves back on a level pegging with that car, with both of them having spent a long time in pit lane. So they're at 165 and 164 laps respectively. And they're just doing enough to be classified now to get themselves towards the end of the race. So van der Linde the lead. Just a debrief there with Tony Bates watching on. Am drivers in the sport. It's very competitive. I love watching Pro-Am drivers, Garth, racing the pros and going wheel to wheel. And in a category like Carrera Cup, fortunate to call a lot of their racing over the years. There was a moment at Townsville, and admittedly in a car with ABS against pros that didn't have it, but Roger Largo got a pole outright against the pro cars. And Rog, and I'm sure he's watching back in Brisbane, a guy who's had a fair bit of success here in this race. Roger's a pretty reserved, quiet kind of guy, but I've never seen him so amused and enthused about life. And it's the same when Liam Talbot got up there and mixing with the pros, and Am drivers racing the pros, the guys that they idolise, like yourself, and every now and then they can get up there and mix it with them, and it's just such a massive point in their career. It'd be like Chad, who I know is a keen amateur golfer, rocking up and going head-to-head with Tiger Woods at the Masters. Just for a moment being within a few shots of one of the great golfers.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, all these Pro-Am drivers, this is not their day job. This is what they do for fun. This is what they do for an escape. They're all successful businessmen, so they do a better job of jumping in a race car and getting a lap time out of it than I would jumping in and trying to run their business as the CEO or the managing director. So a lot of the business principles that a lot of the Pro-Am drivers have learned over the journey as they built successful businesses, that they can apply to their racing, the discipline, the hard work, the attention to detail. Whilst they don't have that same natural ability that pro drivers learn and cultivate from an early age, certainly have that same level of dedication and that same desire to win.
You're riding with the South African Kelvin van der Linde. Spots of rain on the windscreen. Let's crank it up. Listen to the V10 sing at Mount Panorama. So that's a lap with Kelvin van der Linde at Mount Panorama. He leads the race, 56 seconds the margin over Lucas Stolz in the Mercedes AMG.
Van der Linde makes his way up Mountain Straight that previous lap out to 2:08.6. So as we look out the front windscreen of the 74 JMEC Racing Valvoline Audi, more and more raindrops falling, even the windscreen wiper starting to sweep its way to move some of that rain from the screen. So Chat Nailon promised us earlier that it was going to rain. He's delivered on that promise. The intensity's not that high from the rain, but there is some out there. Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim on screen, currently 4th place. Oh, he's had a big moment coming down the hill. So that rain now starting to take effect. The run from Skyline to the Dipper has been the wettest part for this longest period. And now, you would call the circuit is now starting to lose grip, starting to lose adhesion. Jeffrey Ibrahim very lucky to get away with that one.
I'm just going to check their driver time. Garth, they are 10 minutes away from him completing his minimum. They do not need rain now.
They do not. They do not want to pit in the next 10 minutes. So that puts a huge amount of pressure on Ibrahim. If they choose to leave him out there, that means he's got to work incredibly hard. Here comes Van der Linde to put that car, to put a lap down. So at the start of this stint, Van der Linde started behind Ibrahim. He's passed him and he's about to put him a lap down. That is a mega stint from Kelvin.
Yeah, this has been an enormous drive, much like we saw from Gilles Gounon earlier in the race with the amount of performance they've got. Oh, yeah, he was almost looking like he was going to bail into pit lane there, but too early, surely, for a pro like VDL. The margin 54 seconds at the moment. Kevin C further back, but the real pressure now is car 888 potentially going a lap off the lead, and that is not what that team need. There it is. Car in 4th place on the road versus the race leader.
The other challenge for all drivers on circuit right now is how much more rain falls at the top of the mountain each time you come around. Each time from Skyline down to the Dipper is a new adventure, and you just don't know how hard to push. So right here, right now, this is where you've got to start easing it back, play the percentages. Van der Linde's done an amazing job in this stint. And you can tell, just see how much he reefed the steering wheel coming into the cutting there. That's a good way. That's how they use a feel of how much grip's on the circuit. So again, reefs the steering wheel into Solomon Park.
888 need 3 laps. They need 3 laps out of Jeffrey Ibrahim. The visible rain on the Superbarn car. That's all they need. It's basically 7 minutes of driving to tick him over that 180-minute, 3-hour mark which is the minimum he has to do in this race. Then they're clear. Then they can put Brock Feeney in the car and throw wets on. And look at the margin Van der Linde's hauling out of this car, and he's limping it around in these wet conditions. And for the race lead, or to put that Triple 8 car a lap down, Van der Linde goes past. This race is building. And this is the city of Sydney. The harbour, the beaches, the skyline. It's an incredible place to see. Go to the zoo, always a great thing to see. And of course, the Opera House is worldwide famous. So too, that incredible bridge. It's a must-visit place when you come to Mount Panorama, and just 3 hours up the road from there, 100 k's over the Blue Mountains. Big moments always in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour. It's raining. Kelvin van der Linde has just lapped Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim in car Triple 8, who was struggling across the top. But the story with the Triple 8 car is that they need the Prince to be on the racetrack for another 5 minutes to complete his minimum driver time.
Control to all teams, time penalty of 2 minutes to car 74 for exceeding mandatory drive time. Penalty to be served prior to the next pit stop commencing.
That is
2-minute penalty to car 74. Must be served before any work can be conducted on the car at its next pit stop.
That is race-changing news, and probably race-ending news for car 74. The regulations for exceeding the driver time are significant, so they're not allowed to touch the car. So, Chad, go Chad.
There's confusion in the pits. They're telling them to not do the driver change because they've got to wait for the 2 minutes. But they've already been touching that car, so at what point does this 2 minute start? Confusion reigning down here at Audi Sport at the moment. So the problem was Brad Schumacher's stint went for 88 minutes. That's the word out of Supercars and the team at the 12 hour. So the penalty gets compounded once you go past 5 minutes over your driving time. It's 30 seconds a penalty. Anything between 80 and 85 minutes. Once you get over it, you get 30 seconds for every minute. So 2 minutes in total. Can they shake this off? We knew that they had this extra CPS to serve. Well, now they've also got 120 seconds of penalty time to add to that 120-second pit stop that they've got to take. So this is killing Audi right now. Supercars and the team are in the middle trying to explain what's going on, but this is a highly confusing scenario for the team at Audi. And this all came from that awkward moment when we said Brad Schumacher got in that car at about the 10-minute mark just before they clicked over the halfway point of the race. That put them in that awkward zone between trying to get his hour completed in the second half of the race, and ultimately they've gone over that allowed 80 minutes continuous driving time for an AM-ranked driver. Wow.
So just keep an eye on this clock. I wouldn't mind betting that whilst Van der Linde was trying to get out and the team were trying to perform that driver change, the clock wouldn't have started. It was only once hands were off the car that the penalty time started. So probably add another 15 seconds.
That's Paul Martin, who's the Motorsport Operations Manager at Supercars and the Bathurst 12 hour. Oh, this is just enormous. And if there's a silver lining in this for Audi, it's the fact that the speed has gone out of the race with these wet conditions, but it's absolutely killing them. They're going to go a couple of laps off the lead here.
Still holding, so we're over the 2 minutes. So that this period now is the period where the team were touching the car.
10 seconds, yep.
Yeah. So now they can start and go to work and perform the regular pit stop after the car was sitting there for 2 minutes.
Oh, man. Well, it's pretty clear in the regulations about the driver time, and they were very clear on the 80-minute maximum stint length for an AM driver coming into the race this year, and the penalties are very clearly laid out in the Motorsport Australia issued sporting and technical regulations. So driver change, it's going to be really difficult for this team to get themselves back into the equation. Lucas Stoles has just crossed the start-finish line, so they're a lap down, but they're going to burn another 2 minutes because...
4-minute pit stop.
Yeah.
This is a 4-minute pit stop. It's Chris Riker, the head of Audi's GT program, walking Kelvin van der Linde out. Chad Nailon trying to get the scoop.
He's asked for 5 minutes, so I'm just going to give him 5. It's obviously for a race car driver a moment where he's extremely hot under the collar, so
yeah,
we'll wait and see what Kelvin has to say in 5 minutes, but we'll just give him a chance to get his thoughts together.
I'd be interested to know, Chad, what led to that confusion around when they could serve the penalty and whether the team were aware of what was going on or whether that was just an error on their part or whether they saw VDL jumping out of the car. A confusing moment for everyone, I think, in that really messy sort of situation. And here it is again. So this is critical. The rule is that when you stop right there, that is supposed to be not touching the car. Sit there for 120 seconds. And then they went again. So Paul Martin hasn't started the clock yet. This is the problem. Kelvin had to get back in the car. And now the clock has started. Now they're clear. Only the car controller allowed over that line.
I'm not sure that Kelvin even knew that there was a penalty applied to this car at this stage, because the standard, you just pull up and then he's like, well, what's going on? Do the driver change. We're meant to be doing a driver change.
But he was looking up at somebody there and clearly got the call to get out of the car. So
emotion takes over.
Yeah. Oh, what?
It's the Sheer Gold AMG at the top of the mountain. Has that made contact with the concrete?
So stops at the top at the John Hinksman Vista and safety car.
Drivers left, turn 9.
Oh, this place always rolls the dice after an hour and 52 minutes of green flag running. Second longest green flag stint. It changes it again. And it begs the question, where does it leave Triple Eight with the drive time for Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim? I reckon he's just, I don't know if he's clear or not.
No, well, they can keep going around.
Yeah,
that means they'll probably have to keep going until the clock ticks over for Prince Jeffrey. What does this also do for the 74 Audi? After that 4-minute pit stop, they have definitely lost a lap. Did they lose one? Did they lose two? And if we get the lucky dog on the back of this safety car, do they get that one of those laps back? So Richard Crail had written the 74 off. Never write yourself off at Bathurst.
No, I think Jeffrey Ibrahim is fine to pit now, but the safety car called and he'd already passed the control line, so he couldn't dive into pit lane anyway, but I don't think he could have. It's absolutely bang on 3 hours of total driver time for the Prince right now. So 75 has barreled into pit lane straight away. So this is a free pit stop for Sun Energy One Racing. They'll keep Lucas Stoles behind the wheel. And we saw the 74 car back in the lane as well.
So I think this may be...
And they definitely lost...
tyres?
Yeah, definitely lost a full lap, Garth.
Yeah.
But they will get that wave around process because the safety car's only at the cutting at the moment.
We did see earlier in the race, though, in slippery conditions that the wave around was called off. So
true.
It's not what you'd call torrential out there at the moment. So that certainly will come down to Motorsport Australia Race Control to make that decision. Let's hear from Chad.
Car 70 pit lane, and the driver is out of the car. Kelvin van der Linde, unlucky, man. That was such awkward timing for you to get that penalty. Did you know about the penalty just as you arrived in pit lane?
I had no idea, to be honest. Our radio wasn't working, so I couldn't hear anything that was going on. Even when we were serving the penalty, there was miscommunication. But I'd say maybe the Bathurst gods have chosen us today because we got our lap back somehow. I don't know how, but man, what a crazy race. You know, you guys top it every year. I don't know how you managed to do it. This is crazy.
You are probably going to be getting in the car again, hopefully on the lead lap, and with a chance to maybe even get back into this race. I imagine you're going to have a pretty big fire lit under you for the end of this one.
I'm fired up. I'll have a go, like always. But right now we're going to stay calm. So Nate's got to bring it home in our stint now, and then I've got an hour rest time, and then we go double to the finish. So I'm pumped, but yeah, let's see what the Bathurst gods have got planned for this one.
You're doing a good job to put a smile on your face right now, but how angry were you when you went into the trailer and you needed just 5 minutes?
You know, race drivers need a bit of we need a release valve, you know. Normally it's the radio button, but the radio didn't work today, so I needed a different release valve this time anyway. But we'll keep pushing, all good.
I love the attitude, Kelvin. Well done.
Thanks, guys.
Great approach from Kelvin van der Linde, a fast South African from Johannesburg. Came up through the junior ranks. So his teammate Nathaniel Berton in the lane now in car 74, so they'll get another pit stop out the way. And here's a look at what happened at the top of the mountain. Mike Sheargold. So it wasn't outside wall, it was inside. Quite hefty impact at John Hinksman Vista.
Slick tyre on a wet surface across the top of the mountain. Not an easy prospect for anyone. So more contact to the front of the car for the 45 AMG. Real shame for those guys. Put up a big fight this weekend just to be here. Had to acquire a second car after a testing crash.
Oh, car 17, that's Mark Rosser. He's just in the point of completing his driver time. I think he's still got a couple of minutes to go, actually. So this pit stop might not have been perfectly timed for them. The Team BRM number 11 car. So we saw Daniel Juncadella pit in car number 91. We need this just to circle around behind the safety car so everyone can cleanse the field.
Jeffrey Ibrahim is still on the circuit, so Triple Eight feel that they need to continue to get driving time into Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim. So able to do that under safety car, which much safer prospect on this wet surface on dry slick tyre.
So just picking up our race leader down here at Murray's Corner. We've seen plenty of the Mercedes AMG safety car here today at the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour. Let's learn more about the car right now.
Mercedes AMG have been the official safety car supplier for the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour since 2015. This is the beautiful AMG E63. It's a V8 4-litre twin turbo, and the man behind the wheel this weekend, Jace Routley. Jace, this is your office for the weekend, yeah?
It is. It is a very comfortable office, very adequate for the job we need, and I can't wait to get behind the wheel tomorrow.
Now, Mount Panorama provides all sorts of obstacles for the drivers in the race. What about the safety car drivers?
Oh, definitely. I mean, we've had cases of wildlife, rain, blind corners, undulation, concrete walls. It's got everything.
Tell me about this car and how it handles the conditions and what sort of conditions you're expecting this weekend for the 12-hour race.
Oh, I mean, you couldn't get a better suited car, to be honest. The all-wheel drive, the V8, the power, it's got everything. So we can get out of pit exit nice and quick, keep up with the race cars on the track and get away when we need to.
12 hours. I'm assuming you're not doing the whole race on your own. The drivers are doing it in stints. What about you?
Yeah, we have stints as well. We have 90-minute sessions. We've got 2 crews, so keep well rested, and eyes on the prize when we get back out of there.
How do you keep a track of the race across the weekend? Because you're basically sitting ready to go the whole time.
Yeah, so we've got our Motec dash, which gives us a lap count, time remaining, car leader. We've got the McCall, lights. We've got radios. We've got all the additional features we need to speak to race control and control the cars on the track.
Well, with a great car comes great responsibility. Tell me about your role and what's important as part of this safety car role.
So when we get called out, there's obviously been a serious incident on the track. We've got to go out as quickly as we can, grab the leader. We've got to keep up with the cars. The big key is to keep up the pace. We don't want any concertina in or anything like that. And basically when we get called away, we've got to get away as quickly as we can back into pit lanes so the race can resume.
How does it feel, though, to have a full field of GT cars behind you and you're in control?
Oh, it's an amazing feeling, like the noise. You've really got to be focused. You've got to keep an eye on where the incident is, your speed, what part of the track you are, and relay all the information back to race control so they can get on with the job of the recovery.
A lot of responsibility on those shoulders, but luckily you've got a AMG E63 safety car to do it all in.
Exactly, thank you.
And absolutely the right man for the job as he leads the field around now across the top of the mountain, raining properly. We also hear car 4, here it is, right on cue, has had a crash as well. So the Grove Hire Porsche is in trouble in 7th position. Stephen Grove was behind the wheel, and these conditions just coming back to haunt us as they did in the 2nd hour of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour earlier today.
Yeah, they dragged this car into the top 5 knots. They were right in the mix for a really solid P5. They were a couple of laps off, so they would have needed a few safety cars to get some wave around action. But, yeah, massive shame, and just another car caught out by these conditions. So they'll tumble down the order. And that elevates the Mark Sini Hallmark Property Group car up into 5th place. Let's have a listen. Wow, that is enormous.
It's more than just a crash.
So that's
quite
parked
big
at Brock Skyline, literally opposite the Brock Skyline sign. And it was just walking around at walking pace at the top of the mountain.
It's the same wall, isn't it, that we saw the 65 car in the fence earlier today, just past the tyre barrier, which is going to further lengthen this safety car period.
So recovery crew on scene, so they'll get the Ram Motorsport car out of harm's way with Mike Sheargold. They were creeping back towards the top 10. If there is a silver lining in this cloud, it's going to put the 222 car eventually into the top 10 outright. Scott Taylor Motorsport Porsche, that was what Lowndesy was after when he was up here just before.
Bathurst gods are helping him right now.
Not wrong.
Once again.
You wonder why. They've given him a fairly decent run over the years
so.
as well, haven't they?
He's got a direct line to the Bathurst guys, Craig Lowndes.
He's had it since ~94. There's a good battle on between David Wall and Mark Seeney. So there's the Hallmark Property Group Audi. A little bit further back at the end of the queue is the Wall Racing Lamborghini Huracan. And they're on the same lap, what will be 199 laps. David Couchy watching on down there at Grove Racing. There's Brenton. Hopefully, Stephen, who was behind the wheel, is A-OK. Bryony?
Yes, good news is I can confirm he is okay. He's out of the car. They haven't spoken to him, so they're not entirely sure what happened. But, yeah, pretty disappointing down here in the Grove Racing garage.
Now, remember, that car's been packed up to go across to Spa soon as well for the race. They might need to survey that before they make the decision with car number 4. As Grove Racing console each other down there. They were just inside the top 10 when that happened. Lucas Stoles continues to lead with 203 laps in and heading towards the 9-hour mark of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour here, with the rain lurking around Mount Panorama.
That was Ben Barker in the middle of shot, British driver who raced here in Australia in his junior career. He won the Australian Drivers' Championship, driving for BRM, ironically, so I saw him down there catching up with his old mates earlier in the weekend, and then raced Porsche Carrera Cup Australia. Actually held the lap record here at Mount Panorama for a couple of years. And there is Stephen, who will walk away. Yeah, the point about Spa is a good one because, yeah, that car may not be all right to go in. A few pit stops happening, Nolts.
Certainly have been the hype cars, haven't they? The AMG GT3. So let's learn more about them now.
Right at the top of the AMG family tree sits the incredibly beautiful AMG GT3. Daniel Junkidella is at Bathurst for the first time with the Craft Bamboo team. Let's go for a walk around this incredible car. Get me to explain a few things here because, I mean, it's eye-catching and it's wonderful. What's it like to drive?
It's a really good car. I think for not only pro drivers but also for amateurs, it's a very popular car everywhere around the world. I mean, basic stuff, it's a V8 engine, 6.3 liter. Naturally aspirated, and it's one of the strongest points is the downforce in this car. It's very strong in the corners. That's where we have most of our lap time. We're not so quick on the straight. We're always very limited by BOP on top speed, but around the corners it's a proper weapon.
You got to see the back of this car to believe it. Come around the back and we'll have a look at the rear aerodynamics on this car. The first thing you notice is the rear wing, but talk us through the diffuser setup as well, because this car must generate so much downforce.
Yeah, especially the new Evo configuration at the rear with a big diffuser. You can already see it's naturally very well built for aerodynamics. Rear wing is really strong. There's not many settings you can do with the rear wing. We can only change from like 12 degrees back to 0, so it's just on degrees. On the diffuser you cannot do much, but it's just, you look at it, it looks naturally strong, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's got a tough stance about it. Can you show me inside? I'm keen to have a look in there and learn a bit about the controls and certainly some of the things that you might be able to change on the fly.
Yeah, I think most of the stuff, most of the things we can change are, like you say, inside the car. Let me show you.
Okay, turn it on.
Yeah. First thing, as a driver, what is really important, since we're sharing the seat, since we're sharing the position, you might want to have a car that you can change the steering wheel position, so you can go up, down, back and forth. Also the pedals, there's a little toggle here which you can go back and forth. So you basically build the seat together with your teammates that you're pretty much fitting in. You don't look too much at the wheel and the pedals, and once you're settled in, you can move up and down. Then as a driver, things you can change on the steering. There's not a lot of things you can actually change. Mostly here is just starter to put the car neutral, pit speed, very important during the race. Flash, the car in front is too slow, you're gonna be using that one, the radio. And then most of the stuff is on this central monitor, which has ABS, TC, those are the two fundamental ones.
TC traction control?
Yeah. And then lastly, you have the brake bias, which you can also change during the race. Mostly, you set it up before the race, which is you have basically a window where the car balance is at its best. So yeah, fairly simple. I think it's very straightforward for any driver, and I think that's also one of the reasons why the amateurs like this car so much.
It's also not just the fastest of the AMG GT3 range that you've got here, but probably the safest as well. Roll cage, the seat, safety devices to try and get the driver out as well.
Yeah, I think overall, I mean, all cars safety-wise are very well prepared. But when you talk about safety, you also talk about safety while driving, and I think many drivers feel really safe in this car. Also, being a front engine car, so it gives you a bit better feeling with how the car behaves. It's not as tricky, it's not moving as much on entry of the corners, it's mostly front limited, and that also gives you more confidence as a driver. So when you're an amateur and you're maybe not pushing the limits as much as a pro driver, you want to have that confidence behind you.
There you go, a little walk around the AMG GT3 with Daniel Juncadella, and maybe this is the car to take Mercedes back to the top step here at the 12 Hour.
And they're running 1-2 here as the safety car continues to lead the field around with the wet conditions here. Big thanks to Daniel Juncadella, his first appearance not only at Bathurst but for the Craft Bamboo team, Kralsey, and some news coming up from Race Control.
Yeah, so this is very consistent with this morning's ruling about the wave bar, in that they did not want to allow it to happen in these greasy track conditions, especially with the fact that the majority of the field, if not all of them, I think, is still on slick tyres. So they didn't do that this morning, and they won't do it at this point in time. So what it means is that car 74, which is the first car a lap off the lead, after all of the nightmare that they've been through in the last half an hour, admittedly self-imposed in many respects, they're not going to get their lap back straight away. But what I will say is there's still 3 hours and 14 minutes to go in this motor race. So there is plenty of time for them to get another safety car and get the lap back. I'm no mechanic, Nolts, but I don't know if that Grove Porsche is going to Spa.
Doesn't look like it from there.
They may need to source an alternative arrangement from Porsche.
And that was the new car debuted in the GT World Challenge here 12 months ago. And the second time today, the Ram Motorsport team have front end damage. They spent a lengthy amount of time repairing that car. Mike Sheargold behind the wheel with 170 laps next to his name, and was just trying to get to the end, as we're 3 hours and 13 minutes and change from the end of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour.
This race now very finely poised, Nolts, with Lucas Stolz leading Daniel Juncadella and Brock Feeney, all of them good to go to the end. So it's Mercedes AMG 1, 2 and 3, and I'm not entirely certain you or I would have scripted that.
What, 24 hours ago?
No, not after the Audi domination of the weekend. And Audi have still been the fastest car of Grove Racing. Debrief what's going on. Porsche, one of 3 brands this weekend to have sent people out from Europe to assist with their campaign. They were the only outright Porsche in the race this year. The brand won the Bathurst 12 Hour in 2019, thanks in part to the efforts of Matt Campbell, probably in part to the efforts of Tim Macro, who was driving a GT4 KTM Crossbow at the time, and it broke and brought a safety car out that allowed them to catch up to the back of the queue, and then allowed Matt Campbell to go berserk and pass Jake Dennis in the Aston Martin with a couple of laps to go at the elbow. But that was their first Bathurst win, remarkably, of a major enduro, a brand that has won every major endurance race in the world. And that is a very second-hand looking Grove Racing Porsche, and Brenton just assessing that. The team will be in action next week at Winton, the next round of the Supercars Championship.
Took over the Kelly Racing team in the Supercars Championship at the end of last year. It was a joint operation in 2021. And now their weekend comes to an end. It's starting to build to that moment, isn't it? We had the frenetic pace and the wild moments in the dark and the fog, and then the rain came through early this morning. We went through what you call the middle overs. And then the second half today, the clouds just hanging around, and the mountain's going to choose somebody in about 3 hours' time in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour.
No, we're to keep the test match thing going, Nolts. We're into day 5.
Day 5 now?
It's the start of day 5. we're looking to get a big result at the end of this one. All results are on the table. I don't know how we get a draw, but I feel like it's definitely still on the table as the field continues to run around behind the Mercedes-AMG safety car.
It was the closest pole margin yesterday in history. You might get your closest race victory. You never know.
Be happy with that.
Yeah.
You and I will be punching on to see who gets to call it. Get another Bathurst Classic finish. And quite seriously, it's well poised to do that because Jules Gunon will jump behind the wheel of car 75. Mauro Engel will jump behind the wheel of car 91. And Shane Van
safety car maintain speed at 80 kph. Lights out at 19.5 this lap and return to pit lane, please.
James Taylor in the centre of screen there, been very busy today communicating to the Mercedes-AMG safety car. And good news is it'll be going in at the end of this lap with Lucas Stoles in the Sun Energy #1. Craig Baird gives a wave for Motorsport Race Control, Motorsport Australia Race Control. We should say the tower in the skies here on Pitt Straight. It's an amazing complex, home to 36 garages that was built back in the mid-2000s to replace the old garages that were built for the World Touring Car Championship round back in 1987. So a few cars to pick off. And again, we look at the radar down there and it's just been patchy all day. The worst went underneath us towards Canberra, which is south of that shot for the benefit of the international viewers. A long way to play out in this one. Bathurst here in New South Wales, our first inland European settlement back in 1815. It's a really beautiful spot to come, not just to watch car racing, but to have a holiday and check out all the little mystery sites that we've been discovering over the 20 years we've been coming up here, and home to the Mount Panorama Motor Racing Circuit that opened back in the 1930s as a tourist drive, and today hosting the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. This is the part one of the reason why the safety car is out. Mike Sheargold in the Ram Motorsports Mercedes-Benz at the top of John Hinksman Vista. And later in the lap, it was the Grove Porsche car #4 that promoted this safety car. And the news is that will be going back in. The team down at Garth Walden Racing are hoping to get this car back out on the track with 3 hours of racing still to go, just to get it out there and get a finish.
Yeah, I wonder if they put that car back into the race again. It's been crashed a couple of times, but they just continue to keep fighting on. And that's the true endurance racing spirit here at Mount Panorama. And they do have an AM class podium up for grabs, so they could get themselves on the trophy, on the famous Bathurst podium, and get themselves a trophy at the end of this one. They'd get on the trophy as well, obviously, if they manage to get one. So the lights will be out on the Mercedes-AMG safety car when they get down towards the chase, and then Lucas Stoles, very fast factory Mercedes-AMG driver from Germany, will lead the field back to green. He has a couple of lap cars between himself and Daniel Juncadella in second position, and then Brock Feeney in third in car 888 right at the end of that queue. So second and third line astern, Juncadella and Feeney. In the midst of all of those is Nathaniel Berton. Now, he is one lap behind the leaders. He's fourth on the road, but he will be flying in that Audi, and watch for him to get to the back of Lucas Stoles quickly and try and unlap himself. Because then when the next safety car rolls, if indeed we get one, they will get themselves back on the lead lap. GWR going to work on the Sheargold car. Hopefully they can get back in. And this is the Hallmark Property Group racing team looking like they're ready for a pit stop from fifth position, which if they stop now, they'll lose that spot to David Wall in the Wall Racing Lambo. It's had a very good day with Adrian Dietz, Grant Denyer and Tony D'Alberto.
Sixth position. Pretty handy day there they are. The BASF livery. Throwback without being a throwback on the Lamborghini. Safety car pulls in, and Lucas Stoles will lead us around to the restart with just under 3 hours and 7 minutes remaining. The Hallmark Audi decides to exit stage left and into the BP Ultimate pit lane. Mercedes 1, 2 and 3 as we go back to green flag racing, the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour.
And already Berton in the 74 car, getting himself past a couple of these lap cars. He will have eyes only for the race leader to get his lap back. Gee, it's busy a little bit further back. This is the battle between Daniel Juncadella and Brock Feeney in those two Mercedes AMG GT3s. That is for track position. It's for second and third on the road. They're about 8 seconds behind the race leader. We're about to roll into the final quarter of this race.
Final quarter, day 5.
Yeah, exactly.
The Valmont Mercedes back out there. That had an expensive and lengthy pit stop earlier today, repairing the damage for Sergio Perez, Marcel Sola, and of course Devashan Padiachi, who started the race earlier today, just moving aside to let the faster guys go by. Brock Feeney in car with the man filter. 888 Race Engineering Mercedes AMG runs in 3rd position.
And I'm just scratching my head as to why they pitted, and I've answered my own question because it's driver time. Of course it's driver time. So Mark Sini had to tick the box to get his 3 hours minimum done as the AM driver in that car. And it just worked out that that's how it played out. They had to stop then. So they figured they were right at the front of the safety car queue, get in, get the pit stop done. They'll be out in clear air, but they had to get that driver time done for Mark Sini. So they really had to stop then. May as well have done it then a little bit later on. Get contact, front to rear between the two Mercs, and everyone checked up as they tried to sort themselves out on the run down into
Control to all teams. Stop. Time penalty of 30 seconds for car 777 for exceeding the mandatory drive time. Penalty to be served prior to the pit stop commencing.
So another driver time penalty for the Audi Sport team. This time it's the sister car. And because it's only 30 seconds because they exceeded the minimum time by less than 5 minutes as Feeney almost drops the car off the road. So that's 2 cars from the same team copping a very similar penalty. One of them copped it harder than the other because they went much longer with Brad Schumacher. They went 88 minutes into the stint. That's a failure of strategy, Knowles. The numbers crunch there have not aligned with what they needed to do, and that is 30 seconds of race time they're throwing away. And that car probably not in contention for a win because they're now 4 laps behind. They spent some time in the lane, but they're on the same lap as Paul Stokel and Dean Fiore further up, and only 1 lap behind David Wall. So top 5 certainly still a potential for car 777. This race is slipping away from Audi at the moment. Their contenders are tumbling, and Mercedes AMG looking stronger and stronger as the race goes on, with a fistful of Oppie Lock for Brock Feeney coming out of Visit New South Wales corner.
What amount he's achieved in such a short amount of time, hasn't he? When he debuted in Toyota 86, which our one-mate category was back in 2018, before winning the Super 3 Championship, which is the 2nd or 3rd tier of supercars. Then into winning Super 2 last year and steps into 888 Race Engineering in the Red Bull 88 that Jamie Whincup drove for so long and picked up 7 championships along the way. This kid is a mega talent and did a stellar job earlier today during the opening stint of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Runs in 3rd position, a couple of seconds behind Daniel Juncadella, just ahead in the Craft Bamboo entry. Just up to 19 pit stops for the day now.
It'll be more than that by the time they get to the finish. There's at least 1 more stop to go, but 2. Actually, there's at least 2 more stops to go because they've got to put Maro Engel in that car, and then he'll have to stop the fuel before the end of the race. Win Bathurst with 21 pit stops in a 12-hour race. That's 2 pit stops an hour. It sort of sums up the crazy nature of the day, doesn't it? That is something that is 100% on the table today.
First 12 were done the first 3 hours of the race, as the Craft Bamboo car makes its way down into the KW suspension chase. Well, we're just over 3 hours away. Garth Tander, Chad Nalon down in the pits. We're getting closer to finding out who's going to be in that last dance in the final hour.
Indeed we are, Matty. We've got about 3 hours bang on left on the clock, so I've decided to give Garth a break from the commentary box. He's starting to sound like he's had a big night at the Ox at the moment. So
hey, no Matt Knowles will give me a break.
Let's chat first about this amazing venue. For the international viewers, for the people who've just flicked on the TV on a beautiful Sunday afternoon, this is an amazing circuit. You've driven it in both GT3 cars and obviously supercars for so many years. Can you highlight some of the spots, Garth, where the cars are different?
The first place that really gets my attention every time I come back in the GT3 cars, because I'm so used to driving around here in the supercar, is right here, turn 8. Well,
you start through turn 8, head to turn 9.
Turn 9, the run down to turn 9. So Reed Park, the run down to the metal grate. In the supercars, traditionally 4th gear, and with a little brush of the brake pedal. The GT car, grab 5th gear, stay hard on the throttle, and feather it back to half throttle through Reed Park. You carry that speed then to turn 10, stay 5th gear, don't brake in the GT3 car, feather the throttle and hard back on the throttle again. Look at the speed difference across the apex there, 25k an hour. It is so fast across the top of the mountain. That's the first place you really have to readjust your brain to get your head around getting used to driving a GT3 car around Mount Panorama.
What amazes me, I'll just quickly touch on this, the speed down Conrod is actually quite different. So supercar, 300 clicks roughly, only 280 k's an hour for a GT3. And what amazes me about that is when you click on the lap records, check it out, 204.7, the lap record in a race for supercars, the 12-hour record, Shane van Gisbergen into the 1. So 3 seconds lap difference is huge.
Yeah, so a lot of that lap time is across the top of the mountain. And then you'll say, well, how come a GT3 car's faster? It doesn't go as fast, top speed at the end of Conrod Straight. But a supercar does just short of 300 kilometres an hour, but you're braking at the 160 metre mark. GT3 car, yes, you're doing 280k an hour, but you're braking at the 100 metre mark. So you're doing 280k an hour, a little bit slower, but you're going 50 to 60 metres deeper on the brakes at the end of Conrod Straight. So that's where you make so much lap time at the end of Conrod Straight, the end of Mountain Straight, across the top of the mountain. Full commitment in a GT3 car.
All right, how's this race tracking at the moment? Remember the race lap record, the Bentley here, 2020, 314 laps. I'm happy to say that we're now moving up to 23.4 laps per hour, which is going to give us a pretty decent number here, Garth. 280 laps for the race.
280, where does that put us? It puts us in here 6th or 7th.
Yeah, so 2017 to 2018. So if we work backwards, I know we should be working on time, but I'm going to do this on laps because it's been a long day for my tiny little brain. So we're getting the longest stints that I've seen so far out of a full tank of fuel under green flag conditions has been about 30 to 33 laps. So if we call it the critical lap, when can you get home on fuel? If you're pitting it around lap 250, you're probably going to get home.
That's based on getting 280 laps in. That's based on dry weather conditions. Yep. So lap speed's not going to be as fast in these greasy conditions we have on circuit right now. So you need to be a bit mindful of what conditions you have right now on the racetrack and what conditions you might have at the next 3 hours that we'll have on the racetrack when we close in at the end of this 12 hours. So much strategy getting to played out here. There's been so much caught up already. Look at the Audi team. 2 penalties for getting their maximum. They actually kept their drivers in the cars too long. Exactly. We've been talking about minimum driver time for the bronze drivers. They actually kept their bronze drivers in the cars too long. So much to be on top of strategy-wise.
At the start of the day, that was the ideal strategy. That went out the window about 2 minutes into the race.
I was going to say about the half an hour point, the Craft Bamboo car had already done this many pit stops.
Exactly. So what does matter is the contenders. Who's left in it and who's going to finish this race? Let's have a little bit of a scroll through and see how they sit at the moment. It's been a tough run in that last hour for car 74 because, as you mentioned, Brad Schumacher did too long in that car. But they've still got Kelvin van der Linde. Garth, if they get their lap back, he's going to be one to watch.
Yeah, so van der Linde will double stint to the end. So currently Nathaniel Berton's in that car. He'll run to basically 2 hours to go in the race. Van der Linde will get back in. We've already spoken to him. He's angry. He's angry about the penalty. He's angry he didn't know about the penalty. He wants redemption. He is so fast. He will get that car back in the game if he can get on the lead lap.
These guys have been flying under the radar. We've got Lucas Stoles in that car right now, and he's expected to hand it over to Jules Gounon, winner of the 2020 race. What can we expect out of these guys? For me, this is the key factor here. 888 Engineering, they're going to be quick.
This guy here, Jules Gounon, was metronomically consistent, fast in his stint earlier in the day. We were raving about just what a good job he done. He is one of the best GT3 drivers in the world. If he's in the lead in the last hour, you're going to have to work pretty hard to get by him.
They've been down pit road about 5 million times in this race so far. The Craft Bamboo guys, an unusual strategy. Daniel Juncadella, his first time here at Mount Panorama. Surely it's Mauro Engel at the finish.
Yeah, Mauro Engel, so much experience in the GT3 AMG Mercedes, and he knows his way around Mount Panorama. This team, there is no way we would have picked the strategy that this was the strategy to get yourself to the front after not qualifying yesterday. So they have done an amazing job, as you said, Chad. 21 pit stops so far. I didn't do 21 pit stops in the 24-hour race here, so they've done an amazing job.
Never, ever, ever, ever discount 888 at the mountain. I have saved a spot for this car, particularly with the wet conditions, and particularly with Shane Van Gisbergen yet to come. You cannot discount these guys from the contenders list.
Yeah, certainly Van Gisbergen will jump in the car for the last double stint to bring a 888 car home, but he hasn't had the speed of Maro Engel or Jules Gounon. So whether they can find a bit of way, 888 have always been so clever at getting track position through strategy, whether they can find a way to get themselves back in this game through track position to give Van Gisbergen a leg up over those other AMGs. I tell you, the AMG cars are looking very, very strong right now. The only thing that may rock that boat is if Van der Linde can get that 74 Audi back on the lead lap, then it's game on.
All right, there's the state of play with 3 hours to go.
Well explained by Chad Nalon and Garth Tander down there in the Pirelli pit bunker. We appreciate that. Helps just lay things out for the record. It really matters. I agree completely with that. And I'm certainly hoping that the 74 car can get themselves back on the lead lap of the race. And that's why you see Nathaniel Berton trying to pass Brock Feeney, who will then go out after Daniel Juncadella and Lucas Stoll. What's going on at the front of the field at the moment is a really good stint in these challenging conditions from Lucas Stolz. And it's 16.5 seconds the leading margin. So he's pulled that out from 8 seconds when we went back to green flag running. So it's been a very impressive job from Sun Energy One Racing. Could they be the team in the box seat in the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour?
So car 74 was trying to get past Brock Feeney on this lap, but still has to make up a full lap. Get himself back into contention right now with Stolz. There's that 16, nearly 17-second advantage. The Valmont Mercedes back into pit lane. They're running down in 17th with Sergio Perez behind the wheel of that car right now. This is the Superbarn Supermarkets entry, car 47. It's got Paul Stokell behind the wheel. Years and years of experience in open wheel competition and in particular a bit of GT racing as well. Originally from Tasmania, these days spends a fair bit of time on the Gold Coast. Team up with the Honduras brothers for this weekend's event. Behind them in car 17 is the Catan Audi, prepared by Team BRM with Joey Mawson back behind the wheel after that mega stint opening up the innings today. They run in 9th position, running with Nick Percat and Mark Rosser, who owns this car. He's been running in the Fanatec GT World Challenge for the back half of 2021.
Going to get the Powered by AWS in there as well, Knowles.
Yes.
Full title. The global element of GT racing here in Australia from a championship point of view. Oh, that just brushed the fence on the exit there, Paul Stokell. Just going to say he's been running around a lot in both the GT World Challenge Championship and state level motor racing with Gary Higgin in his KFC-sponsored Audi R8. So he jumped across the Superbarn car this weekend. The story's been well documented about their trials and tribulations this weekend. This is basically version 2.0 of their campaign, and yeah, just hit the wall. He scraped it for a long while up the cutting. Shows you how difficult these conditions they are.
So they fight on down through the Toyota Gazoo dipper with the 74 Valvoline Audi just behind. Nathaniel Berton behind the wheel is our second place car. Heads on down Conrod Straight. Craft Bamboo Racing's Daniel Juncadella. They're just searching there for a bit more wet track as he makes his way into the KW Suspensions chase.
That is car 91, still just hunting for a little bit of water on the run down towards Murray's. So Lucas Stoles has crossed the line. We'll do a lap time check, 2:20.2 for him, 19.7 for Daniel Juncadella. So this is the first time in a couple of laps that the Spaniard has been quicker than the German that leads the race. And the gap between himself and Brock Feeney now 7.4 seconds. And they're the three leading cars in the motor race. Nathaniel Berton is 4th. David Wall up to 5th. The Lamborghini having a really good day for Wall Racing.
It's Australia's biggest city, isn't it? The Sydney Harbour Bridge is the backdrop to Sydney CBD. There's so much to check out, including the Opera House and Darling Harbour, and there it is, the big Sydney Harbour Bridge, been around for many years and used by vehicles every day, and almost the backdrop to the Sydney Hobart Yacht Race. On Boxing Days, we check out a Pirelli replay here in the 9th hour of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour, with the Craft Bamboo car just making contact down here at the Maguire's elbow with the Catan Audi.
Don't need to be doing that. Joey Mawson a couple of laps back from the race lead. And Jill Cadella just really aggressive, trying to carve his way through lap traffic. And this Pirelli replay looking back at the chase. So that's the number 11 Porsche with Aaron Zerefos by the wheel. What is that? Oh, wow. Hairy moment. And just that... Yeah, that's got me beating that one. Zerefos, by the looks of it, was trying to come into pit lane in car number 11. And the race leader, I think, expected him to... I'm not actually quite sure what he expected him to do there, to be brutally honest with you, Nolts. That was a strange one. Let's just try and unpick this. So car 11, it's pointing away from pit exit. So Lucas Doles goes across, and I don't know if he was... No, he was going to pit lane. So a really late decision to go into pit lane from Aaron Zerefos there.
He hasn't made it before the dotted lines finish either, so Motorsport Australia Race Control will watch that too, but a scary moment for our race leader at the final turn.
That was pretty hairy. And if I was Craft Bamboo Racing and if there was any question marks over them using the pit lane to get by, I'd be pretty angry if there were any questions raised.
Yeah.
That was a wild moment. Bryony?
Well, my producer told me to come and find Mark Beretta, so of course the first place I looked was the Piper Hide-Seek corporate suite. He's not here, and oh, I didn't order this. This is one of the corporate facilities that are available not only here at the Bathurst 12 hour, but also at our supercars events across the country. The next one is the NTI Townsville 500. It's amazing views. There's great food inside, so I've heard. And the best thing is you get to sample the product for free. So obviously it's back to work.
We thank Brian Ingerson for her contributions at the 12 hour. It's the last we saw of her at this year's event.
How's the... Oh, I didn't order that.
Yeah.
Deadpan. Yeah, right. Well, nice gig if you can get it. It is a great view on the top of pit lane here at Mount Panorama as Kenny Hubble watches his driver on there, leading the race by 16 seconds. 16 seconds is a long way, but at the same time, at this place, it really isn't. Oh, you are kidding.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thanks, Bryony. I knew I'd find you here. Oh, your caviar's here.
Wow.
The heavy blokes are doing the heavy lifting, Krause. Have a look at this.
It's not easy in pit lane, that's for sure.
You're kidding me.
Cheers, buddy. You guys must come down later.
Oh, we'd love to.
Sure, Brett. No worries.
See you in 2 hours and 48 minutes.
We'll just finish Australia's International Enduro first and champagne later.
Unbelievable.
Chad gets the cool gig doing slaloms on the pit straight and checking out Mercedes AMGs. Those two spawning up in the corporate suite.
And they think we have it easy. We've got a car spun in the background of the exit of the chase. It's car 777 with Marcus Finkelhoff behind the wheel of the Ben Motorsport Park entry, currently in 8th position.
Just need a better contract lawyer, I think, what it is. Seriously. Our deal. Nice to see Tracy up there as well, who runs all of Supercars corporate activities. She is an absolute legend of the sport and the paddock, a friendly face that welcomes all the guests around. That is the view. Now, cameraman's up there as well, by the way, just checking out the sights and sounds. I notice he hasn't left either.
So we're two presenter, a pit reporter, now cameraman down for the key part of this race. If you haven't been to this event, that's one way to do it, though. Here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour now. Supercars Championship events as well. This is a replay, the Pirelli replay of car 777. And did he get the wall? No. That's a lucky moment for car 777. In fact, our race leader was coming through. Just saw a quick glimpse. Curbs?
Yeah, I think we've got that curb on driver's right. Marcus Winkelhock having a big dip at the moment, trying to recover for lost time from that penalty they had just before. has the eyes wide
Steely
open.
eyes, yep.
Selects first gear, drives away. Currently running in 8th position, that car, and they're a lap behind Paul Stokely. So they're fighting for pride at the moment, just trying to keep themselves in front of the number 17 Audi with Joey Mawson behind the wheel. Be a good little target for Joey, actually, to go out after Marcus Winkelhock. He's one of the best in the business.
Of course, had that 30-second penalty added for the drive time infringement. They took down their last pit stop as well. They're ahead of Joey Mawson, just behind in car 17 on the same lap, but 5 laps behind our leader, Lucas Stoles, who ride in car with, going past the Hallmark Audi with Dean Fiore behind the wheel, who started proceedings today, then promptly had a nap, and is all fired up to take the number 9 car a bit further up the field. He's in 6th position, ahead of Stokel, Winkelhock, Mawson, and Craig Lowndes is now inside the top 10.
Luca made his debut at Bathurst in 2018, driving a Porsche for Black Swan Racing, the American team. Finished on the podium on debut in a crazy race that ended under a red flag after a very big crash at the top of Mount Panorama. That was his one drive with Porsche. Came back with Craft Bamboo Racing in 2020, driving with Mauro Engel, was one of the drivers, and finished 5th that year, and now racing full-time in the DTM, which is the German Touring Car Championship, poorly translated way, which has shifted to GT3 regulations in the last couple of years. So the old Class 1 formula that they were running over there, their own domestic touring car regs, they decided to go to the GT3 route. It's been very successful. The racing has been unbelievably competitive, lots of brands involved. And Luca, a front runner in that, he is a race winner in the DTM competition, but good to have him back, 26-year-old from Kirchen in Germany. And his 3rd visit to Mount Panorama, and he's been part of Kenny Habul's Sun Energy One racing stable for a long time. Approaching 60 grand raised now for the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. In fact, it could be higher than that. We checked about an hour ago. The signatures on the car for $50 a pop. Lots of fans here at Mount Panorama took advantage of that. The online donations still open all the way through to the end of the race. You can access that via the links on the supercars.com and Bathurst12hour.com.au websites and the social media channels. Craig Lowndes channels as well. CL's behind the wheel. I reckon we should just have a listen to the sound of a Porsche GT3 Cup car down Conroad Straight, Nolts. At work in really slippery conditions at the top of Mount Panorama in that Cup car. Raced full-time in Porsche Carrera Cup last year for Wall Racing. A couple of really strong results. Right now, this guy is doing a superb job. 2 seconds a lap quicker at the moment than the car in second place last time by. Punched out an 18.5 compared to a 20.5 for Daniel Juncadella. So just working backwards from the end of the race. There's 2 hours and 41 minutes to go. Lucas Stolz has been out there for about 44 minutes in this stint, which means there's 30 to 40 minutes to go in the stint. So somewhere around the 2 hour mark will be what should be close to being the penultimate pit stop of the motor race. And they'll pop the final drivers in these cars and set them loose for the end. And then from there, they should be able to get to the end on one pit stop. These cars will go 80 minutes on a tank of fuel, especially in these conditions where they're not pounding out 203s and 204s every lap. So that's the scenario. We're just in a little holding pattern at the moment. We're basically just batting out through these overs to get to the end when we start need to score in quickly. Chad?
One thing we haven't talked about when it comes to discussing those final pit stops, guys, and that is the old debate which has raged at the 12 hour for the last few years. Do you do fuel and tyres or fuel only? Now, depending on how big that last stint is going to be, remember, you have to do fuel and tyres separately, which means you can save considerable amount of time by not changing tyres at that final pit stop. We've seen teams roll the dice on that before and go for fuel only. If you're, say, car 91 and you've got a decent chunk of time, say 17.7 seconds to make up to Lucas Stolz, that could be saved by not changing tyres.
And then the question mark, Chad, is how does that play out with what the weather's doing as well?
Absolutely, that'll be a huge question mark, because as long as this track has a little bit of water on it, you're also going to get greater fuel mileage. So we were talking about 30 to 33 lap stints. That's if it's a fast, flat-out, dry racetrack with no safety cars. If we do have that little bit of water like it's got on it at the moment, you could easily stretch that out to 40 laps. So it could be a bit of a fuel race. I love that everyone's got their compulsory pit stop times out of the way, so it really does open up many options of strategy as the 888 car takes the high line through the cutting.
Yeah, so good to know, A, that you're not up in the corporate suite with Bryony and Barrett. That's
how do you know?
Good to know. I'm fairly confident. I think he's in the Pirelli pit bunker. But B, so let's talk a little bit about fuel race then, because these guys are 40 to 50 minutes into their current stint, so you'd expect them to run for another at least 30 minutes before the next round of pit stops. So we're talking stops with 2 hours 10 to go, and then they start working from the back of the race, don't they, to work out when they need to time that final pit stop.
And if you suggest that maybe you might get, as the Super Barn Audi has a close call down at the chase, looking at maybe 80 minutes in a stint from that point onwards. So you could be anywhere in between sort of 40 minutes to the flag at the end for that final pit stop. We'll have to wait and see, because it's sort of too far out to be having a guess from this far back. But the closer you get to the checkered flag for that last stop, the more likely it'd be to go fuel only and no tyres.
Correct. So that's one of the strategic things that needs to play out, and it has played a role in this race before. And one of the races we've been talking about over the course of the day was 2017. That was the difference. Scott Taylor Motorsport, with Shane Van Gisbergen and Craig Baird and Maro Engel driving, elected to get track position but forego putting new tyres on that car. Maranello Motorsport had track position, put new tyres on the car, gave up a little bit of ground in the stop, dropped behind the STM Merc, but because they had new tyres, they had something to fight with.
Yeah.
And they charged up behind them. We saw the little paint exchange earlier in the race down Conrod Straight, and then the famous moment when the car was crashed at the top of the hill. So 2 hours and 37 minutes to go in Australia's International Enduro. So to answer our own question, what do you do at this point? No idea.
Wait and see.
Correct.
Watch the clock count down first and get to that point.
But there's a real likelihood that the final stop is going to come somewhere in the final 60 minutes. You want to extend that penultimate stint as long as you possibly can for flexibility point of view, to counter off any rain that might happen or a late safety car. So you run as long as you can. If you get a safety car, you pit. You dive into pit lane. As long as you're within an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes of the flag, you're going to stop. 100%, and you'll put tyres on as well, because it will be a free kick. But otherwise you'll be waiting. You'll be playing that game. Just keep circulating. Keep running rounds. The sprint race starts at hour 11. That's when the racing will really launch in and they'll go as hard as they possibly can. And that's when those strategic calls come into play as to whether you throw tyres at a car or not.
This is car number 11 doing a drive-through for impeding the 75 at pit entry. You would have seen a while ago. So Aaron Zerafos behind the wheel will transit the lane, 32 seconds from one end to the other, and rejoin the race in the Porsche. They're down in 16th position.
I think that was a fairly straightforward decision for race control to make after what, in a race of many awkward moments, is probably the awkwardest.
Awkwardest?
Yes.
Creating new words.
Yeah. Aaron Zerafos trying to dive into pit lane and with a very late call and the race leader going through. It's one thing to impede a GT3 car in a lower class car. It's another to do it to the race leader who's out in front by 18 seconds. Danny Juncadella's hanging on here grimly and only giving up a few tenths here or there. The margin pretty consistent now at 18.5 seconds. It was 16 for a bit. He crosses the line, so an 18.5 that time by to a 17.9. The Craft Bamboo car at the moment, not the fastest car on the racetrack, but he's doing a very good job just to stay somewhere in the mix and stay within striking distance of our race leader. And Feeney across the line does a 19.7. Certainly the slowest of those three leaders. He's 33 seconds from the lead. And just behind Brock Feeney, a couple of seconds down the road, is Nathaniel Berton, the Frenchman, who's the first car one lap down. He's doing 19s at the moment as well in these really dicey conditions. And it looks like we're going to get to another point, Nolts, where the old argument is what tyre do you put on these race cars?
218.5 for Juncadella last time around, 219.7 for Brock Feeney. They've been hovering between 217 and 220 for at least the last 40 minutes or so. Here is our race leader down at Toyota Gazoo Dipper. Lucas Stoll's consistency next to the Sun Energy One team today. 18 seconds is the margin as we're coming up to 9.5 hours into the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Just the three cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, don't worry about that, Nolts. I think there's still lots more to play out, and there's always the prospect of another car getting itself into the mix as well.
Watching second place, Daniel Juncadella, searching for moisture down Conrod Straight aboard his Craft Bamboo entry. Car number 91, it runs in second place behind Lucas Stolz. So we come up to 9.5 hours, but this is what it looked like at 5:15 local time this morning when the field took off in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour foggy conditions. That was the first big incident down at Maguire's Elbow and the first major shot for the Coin Spot Audi team.
You look back on reflection and wonder if that contact had anything to do with the problems the Coin Spot car would have later in the race. Knocked something loose, who knows, but such a shame. That was the first accident for the Sheargold car. That was Tony Bates finding the fence, and then this after contact at the top of the hill at Brock Skyline for Fraser Ross. Unfortunately, the AMGs have been battling. They've been squabbling internally while they lock out the podium positions in this race at the moment. Car 74, gee, they were in good shape for a while there. Kelvin van der Linde punched out certainly the most exciting stint of the motor race, but then they were penalised heavily for a driver time infringement. There was confusion, there was chaos at the stop, and they ultimately had to sit there for more than 4 minutes with a pit stop and a penalty all rolled into one.
This is Mike Sheargold in the Ram Motorsport Mercedes-Benz at the top of the mountain, and also the Grove car was in the wall. Their days were done. This was second place, Daniel Juncadella in the side of the Team BRM Audi, and a wild moment down here for Aaron Zerafos, who just served a drive-through penalty for impeding the 75. This was Marcus Finkelhock with a pair of 360s in the Ben Motorsport 777 car, and he finds someone to run in 9th position. In fact, has come into the pits aboard his 777 car. Here's your race leader, Lucas Stolz, with 17.5 seconds. Back to Daniel Juncadella, and then further 20 to Brock Feeney, the top three in the 2022 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour.
They've all been out for a similar amount of time, these three cars. So Lucas Stoll stopped first A lap later, Juncadella was in, and then a lap later, Brock Feeney was in. So each of these three cars are individually a lap apart in their battle for the lead, but basically on the same strategy, racing to the finish.
I've dragged myself out of the corporate suite, unfortunately, and back into pit lane. Oh, no offence, Grant. All tracking well down here at Wall Racing. David's in the car at the moment. Your last stint, though, how'd that go?
Yeah, pretty good. Did you enjoy the champagne up there? I think I can smell it from here. Is there a breatho around here?
Well, lucky I'm staying at your place tonight, so I don't have to drive too far. No, I'm just joking. How's your race progressing so far?
It's going really well. Our car, what are we, 5th now at the moment? So we said at the start of the weekend we were the sleepers, and we're sort of exactly where we sort of thought we'd tactically be. I'm so rusty, it's not funny. So fanging these things over the top of a mountain, you know, in a $600,000 Lamborghini that's not mine. It's the wonderful Adrian Dietz who owns it. It's like giving a kid a toy, but saying, you know, don't break it, because when you do, it's catastrophic. But when it rains, oh my God, I'm like, this is the worst case scenario. But I had so much fun out there, and the times came down, and we're in a good position.
So what's the strategy? What are you guys planning for the last 2.5 hours of this race?
Well, I'm just a rent-a-ring-in, so my duties are done, and now we've got the 2 guns. So Wally's out there now, and then Tony D'Alberto who'll finish, and he's fast in these things. So I think we don't have a lot of chance of catching too many cars in front unless something goes wrong, but you know, who knows? This is Mount Panorama. We could end up on the podium, and that would be sick.
Exactly what I was about to say. You can probably head home and come back for the podium.
That's right, yeah. I'll come back with another bottle of champagne for you now that I know you love it that much.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much, TD.
Well, I mean, we know Brian, he went to the corporate lounge. Well, a little bit of a stitch up there. Always a good chat. Good to hear from Grant Denyer, who's driven really well today in that car.
So relaxed, isn't he, too?
Not wrong. Extremely.
So that's what happens when you go off work for a few minutes.
Yeah.
It's like sleeping in before a practice session. Oh, Garth Tander's back. I didn't see him walk in.
Thank you, Matt Nolte. Grant Denyer, though, massively underrated as a race car driver. You often think of Grant as a TV guy that races every now and then, but massively underrated what he does in a race car. The very limited miles he does these days. It's no easy feat. So he was a relief man because he, like he said in his interview, I'm done. I don't have to drive the car in these conditions anymore. Job done. Well done, Grant Denyer.
Well, he was the race car driver first and went to TV to pay for the motor racing when the career thing didn't happen. So he started the Bathurst 1000. He's won Super 2 races, raced at the front end GT racing, and a class winner at the Bathurst 6 Hour as well. So very accomplished. Fair old dry line emerging down there on the run into turn 1. And lap times now into the 16s.
Yeah, and that was about the crossover point previously in the race where we started looking at what was the time to move from the wet tyre back to the dry slick tyre, and it was around the 16, so very, very high 16s for Lucas Stoltz and Danny Juncadella on that previous lap. Both did a 16.9. So now the strategy comes into it. You guys were talking earlier about when these next pit stops will play out. Do you extend running a wet tyre on a dry track a little bit longer to get yourself into a better pit stop window for the strategy as the rest of this race plays out?
We also just ticked over a very important marker in the race. So we're now inside 2.5 hours to go to the checkered flag. Why is that important? 2.5 hours is the exact maximum continuous driving time for a pro-ranked driver. So from this point to the checkered flag, you can plug your best driver into the car and they can get it to the checkered flag from there. The only thing then is making sure it fits within the fuel window, or as Garth just brought up, also the tyre window, because that track is starting to dry up. They would like to get a bit more towards that end of the fuel tank on this run, but they can only go as far as these wet tyres are going to hold.
Yeah, you're right. So this is the million-dollar question now for these teams, is how long can you survive on the tyre you are on at the moment? Because that will dictate the rest of your race strategy as it plays out. But from a continuous driver time point of view, Chad, you're absolutely spot on. And that is good to go for all the pros to jump in the closing stages of this race and go absolutely flat out with a double stint. Yeah, as Chad said, though, the question mark, fuel and tyres.
Lee Holdsworth just sort of kicking back, was just sort of feeling like the calm before the storm this afternoon.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm just having a relax because if I get in, I'll be in till the end. So that's 2.5 hours at the moment. pretty big stint. And in conditions like this, it can be pretty mentally draining. So just trying to switch off, not thinking too much.
So, Lee, how does this play out best for you? What needs to happen this afternoon for you to get on that podium?
I wouldn't mind a wave by under safety car, but I think we've only got 26 minutes of that opportunity left before they lock that out. But I don't think with the conditions they'll let us wave through. So we're 4 laps down. We need to get some laps back, and then the plan was to finish on the lead lap, but that's gone out the door. So I think we're on the. If we can get up to P5, a top 5 result would be great for us.
You know how to win at this place, and it's been a big, busy day today. How tough is it today on a driver?
Yeah, it's just the changing conditions has been really mentally taxing. It's changing every second when you're out there. At the moment it's gripping up every lap, and then we've had little spurts of rain up over the top or down the bottom. So people have been getting caught out by it. You're sort of, given it's a 12-hour race, you've probably got to underdrive it sometimes because you get caught out so easily. And now it looks like it's probably conditions to put a slick tyre on. So, but you can get caught out very easily. If you're a foot off line, you're in the fence. So we could see a couple of safety cars, I reckon, before the end of this race.
Lee, any idea when you will get in?
As soon as there's a safety car, I'll be in. So otherwise, I think probably in the next 25 minutes.
Mate, all the best. Big finish, eh?
Thanks, Brett. Cheers.
Thanks, Brett. Just chilling out with Lee Holdsworth. I'd like to sit back and have a chat with. So those numbers Lee's talking about actually aligns with the strategies we've been talking about here. It's getting to that 2-hour mark, but I don't think you're going 25 minutes on these tyres if the conditions remain the same. And even just a brief glimpse of sunlight out our commentary box window before, and that'll be the last thing anyone wants to drive this track any further. So right now, they just want to run as long as they can on this set of wet tyres.
I think that's doable in this instance, Rich, because there's certainly less sun on the circuit, drying the track out that we had previously in the changeover period. And it's much, much cooler now as we sit local time 10 to 3 here at Bathurst. So the track's not drying out as quickly as we saw earlier today. So whilst the lap times are starting to reach the same crossover point from the wet tyre to the dry tyre, the narrowness of the dry line across the top of the mountain is still probably too narrow. So that falls into the window of maybe not 24 minutes, but probably extended another 10, 15 minutes on this wet tyre if we don't get any more rain. And then it starts becoming decision time, I think, for these teams up and down pit lane.
We're looking at the cars that are first and second. Lucas Stoles versus Daniel Juncadella. Left of screen versus Rice.
I think Luca looks more relaxed than Daniel does right now, as he tries to reel in that now 19-second gap between the two Mercs at the front. Brock Feeney's fallen away now to nearly 40 seconds from our race lead.
Shows you the relative position on the racetrack as well, with the race leader going up the top now to McPhillamy Park, and the McPhillamy Park's gates on the right. Amazing new pedestrian walkway that was built for people walking the track on the left, and an incredible vantage point up there. Very much worth a look when you come to Mount Panorama. Here is Lee Holdsworth's car with Dean Fiore behind the wheel. This moody slow-mo. Surprising, GT, how much the rear wings on these things move around, especially under load, and the braking as well. This new rear wing introduced for the Evo 2 package on these cars, the Audis this year.
Yeah, that grabbed my attention earlier today. The Audis, as they came through the chase and hard on the brakes, just how much the rear wing was moving around.
There's your good on.
He's out checking the weather. He's got no interest at all listening to Chad Nailon's weather report. He wants to go check the weather himself, know exactly what he's in for before he jumps aboard the 75 Sun Energy racing car.
And it's not especially cold, 17.3 degrees at the moment, and even the feels like says it's 17.3, so it must be 17.3 degrees. That's the view in race control. Just on the back of the chairs there of our race director and driver standards observer who's been friendly is hashtag for Tilly's sake, which is a really important awareness cause that's being backed by Race Fuels, who are the official fuel distributor of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour and indeed the Supercars Championship and everyone. And it commemorates Tilly Rosewarne, who was a local who unfortunately took her own life after some online bullying and real-world bullying, and a really tragic story. And Race Fuels and the team just raising awareness for that, and a really important cause being embraced by that team this weekend. So hashtag Forward to Lee's sake, jump on there. A lot of really interesting stuff worth reading about, and a really topical thing in our society in this day and age. So well done to the team at Motorsport Australia Race Control for backing that cause. It's been a good performance from this team today. Like what All Racing has produced. You heard from Grant Denyer, they would have liked to have been on the lead lap. The car hasn't had the raw speed to go with it, so a win was an outside shot regardless, but really consistent performance from this group of drivers. And one of those teams that went the 4-driver option to give them a little bit more flexibility, paid off for 75, splitting that 180-minute minimum driver time between 2 instead of 1 drivers. And it's worked for both combinations. P5 for that team. That would represent, should they get there, the best finish for a Lambo in 12-hour history. Hope I don't regret saying that either for their sake. Sorry, Wally.
You're tempting fate a bit here.
Oh, look, it's about as promising as Chad Nalon's weather predictions this weekend, seriously. Here's Brock Feeney.
Nice and cautious across the top of the mountain for Brock Feeney in the 888 man filter Mercedes AMG. Currently near on 40 seconds off the lead, 19 seconds behind Danny Juncadella.
How do you assess his first, 5 events now in Repco Supercars Championship?
Oh, I think he's done everything he needed to do in the Supercars Championship. He's out-qualified his teammate Shane Van Gisbergen a couple of times, put himself on the front row down in Tasmania. And probably only it's the wheel-to-wheel combat that Brock's probably finding just how intense it is in the Repco Supercars Championship. They just really take it up another level, and especially in those opening laps. So Brock's finding his way with that, but his speed has been very impressive, and his calmness. I mean, think about the pressure on the kid. You're driving a Red Bull Commodore, Jamie Wincup's old car. A fair bit of pressure coming into this year's championship for Brock Feeney, and to get those first 5 rounds under his belt with no real misdemeanors, no real issues, would start to build a fair bit of confidence going into the second half of this year.
I think he's handled the pressure really well, and he spent some time at Norwell Motorplex, so I know the dude who's listening in and watching in today. They don't tend to let you get away lightly up there. If you can make it Norwell, you can pretty much make it anywhere, correct?
Hey, we love the dude. Speaking of good dudes, Dave Reynolds with me, Dave. What happens from here on in for you guys?
Not much, Beretta. We're just like 30 laps down at the minute, probably in 11th, but we'll probably end up 12th because my team boss car's out. So yeah, mate, we're just cruising around, just trying to finish. You know, we're not really threatening anyone, or we're just trying to keep safe and bring it home.
How's it been today? Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it was pretty wild at the start of the day. Like, I kind of enjoyed bits of it, but when it got really foggy, I didn't enjoy that at all. I don't like seeing 50 metres in front of me. That's not fun at 200 Ks. But yeah, it's been a really good, enjoyable race until, you know, Tony had that drama. He delaminated tyre, hit the fence, and that's kind of what, you know, put us 30 laps down. But otherwise, man, we were looking for top 5 easy.
All right, we'll bring it home strong. All the best.
Thanks, man. Cheers.
Enjoy it.
They're going to come home maybe in 11th position when they go past the Grove car that's 3 laps ahead of them. That car obviously out of the race today as we jump in car with Cameron Waters.
We need to check in with the Triple T team because they're in the top 10, which is just an awesome performance. CL's out there doing a double at the moment, just pounding around on his own in that Cup car in really difficult conditions. Paul Stokell comes into pit lane in car 47 from 7th position. They are in a bit of a fight actually with Dean Fiore in car 9. We heard from Lee Holdsworth before. And here we go. This is the first sign that we're not far away from what will be the penultimate round of pit stops here at Mount Panorama. We're in the window because SVG is kitting up. Well, and this is an even better sign because the car in 2nd position is in the pit lane. Daniel Juncadella, the Spaniard, brings car number 91 in. So they've gone first. Out of the 2 leading Mercedes AMGs, the 3 leading Mercedes AMGs, Craft Bamboo Racing doing their own thing, which is the story of the day. It'll be the headline if they get across the line first to win this race with one of the wildest pit stop strategies we've seen at this place, certainly in this race. But it has paid off and they are right in the mix. So pit stop time for them. Driver change and Maro Engel will jump in and begin his quest with a double stint to try and claim his first LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour, a race he really wants to win.
And slick tyres laid out for the 91 Craft Bamboo Mercedes, so be the first of our leaders to make that switch from wet tyres to dry tyres. Brand new Pirelli slick tyre about to go on the 91 AMG.
So clearly they thought that the crossover point had been reached and it was the perfect time from a track condition point of view to throw new slicks at it. And every other team in pit lane will be watching the sector times as they get out there and get up to the top of the mountain, especially that sector 2 across the top. They're almost slicks anyway at the back. The right rear, the centre grooves are completely worn down.
So a really interesting part of the race about to start to unfold when we transition from the wet tyre to the dry tyre. Still a very narrow dry line on the race circuit as the racetrack continues to dry out. And the challenge ahead of Mauro Engel is to get that tyre up to temperature as quick as possible and don't deviate out of that dry line, because if you leave the safety of the dry line, you're in a whole lot of trouble if you get onto the wet stuff.
In comes the leader, so Lucas Stoles now responds to the Craft Bamboo team and brings Kenny Habul's Sun Energy 1 car into the pits.
Yeah, I think they had to, basically covering off the move made by the other car. And we're not talking overcuts and undercuts at this point of the race, but if the slick tyre turned out to be 5 seconds a lap faster, then all that hard work and margin that 75 had built up would disappear. So they really did have to come in, but they were only a lap apart on strategy anyway coming into this round of pit stops. So not completely unexpected. This has been a huge drive from Lucas Stoles. He's been in the car since lap 175. Where are we now? 2:27. This has been a mighty double in really challenging conditions. And if they get this thing across the line and get onto the podium, he'll be an enormous component of why they do. And now Jules Gounon will jump into this car. Brock Feeney's in the lane as well. So 888 going with their Mercedes AMG compatriots. And you can see Brock going to work, unplugging himself. Helmet connections undone. Loosen the belts, get the car into the lane and hand this thing over to Shane van Gisbergen. So this is the first roll of the dice. From here, it starts becoming more of a sprint race to the final pit stop. And then the decision you make in that final stop is whether you take tyres or not.
Feeney out. SVG about to climb into the 888 car. Out goes.
Just so close. They had to pull it in front of their teammate. It won't be a problem getting out because they've got a clear shot at pit exit there, right at the very end of pit lane. So now they go to tyres, so of course they're going to slicks like everybody else. There's Mauro Engel, left of screen, just going into turn 1. So, as expected, Mauro had quite a decent amount of track position over. Oh, no, he didn't. He's dropped it off the road, all on his own, and gets really lucky.
Look at the gravel in the front grille of that 91 Craft Bamboo Mercedes. When he jumps on the brakes at the end of Mountain Straight, it will empty a huge amount of gravel. So the 888 team will be warning Shane van Gisbergen about that. But we talked about the challenge ahead of Mauro Engel, and he got caught out at turn 1. First time there, don't forget, it left pit lane the lap before, so that was the completion of that exploratory lap for Mauro on the slick tyre.
And tyre warm-up's been a topic of discussion all weekend. It saw us change the qualifying format. It was so important, struggling to get heat into the tyres, and this is the first year in this race that tyre warming cabinets, literally an oven out the back of the paddock where you put your tyre in, get it up to some form of operating temperature. It's very wide up there as well to hold your breath place. Here it is on board.
I think it was too wide on the way painted line. Exactly right, Rich.
He was so lucky to get out of here.
Racing driver 101. When it's greasy like that, you don't drive on the painted lines. And as you mentioned, Matt Nolte, not many four-wheel drive AMG GTs, but Mauro Engel very lucky to get out of there alive.
And the Grove car did it earlier today and didn't get out in the conditions. He carried more momentum in there for the 91 car to help him get back onto the track, but a costly mistake as the pit stop cycle continues. We are approaching the 10-hour mark of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Jules Gounon is in the 75. He leads here at Mount Panorama.
So Audi Sport Racing go to work again for car number 74. They're still frustratingly one lap off the lead.
Yeah, that cycle right there was an opportunity for the 74 car to get one of those laps back. If the safety car happened to fall right as those 3 Mercedes ahead of them were in the lane, that could have opened up the pit window for these guys to get a lap back. It didn't fall their way.
Just getting Kelvin van der Linde plugged in. We've seen what he's capable of earlier in the day. So we're getting all the gun pros that are left in the cars for the remaining stages of this race. But just wish that that car was on the lead lap. And I bet Audi Sport do as well. The debrief GT at Audi Sport tonight is going to be pretty brutal. I don't know if they bother having it tonight. If fourth place is all they come away from this race, and yes, there's still 2 hours and 11 minutes to go, with all the raw speed that they've shown, with the entry list that they bought, today has not delivered for that team.
Certainly opportunity gone begging, though the debrief will be extensive, that's for sure. Let's hear from Bryony.
Well, Richard Craill suggested we come and check in with the 222 entry, so checking in we are. Jeff Emery, we've just had a pit stop. Alex Davison in, Craig Lowndes out. How are you guys tracking? You're in the top 10, 2 hours to go, not too bad.
Yeah, look, we've had a great day. I mean, obviously the boys have done a really good job. The team's been faultless all day, and you know we sort of snuck into the top 10. We've sort of brought a knife to a gunfight here today, and we've sort of just hung in there and done the right thing, and it's paid off all day. We've had a great day.
One of the main reasons, though, for this entry is to raise not only awareness but also money for the Prostate Cancer Foundation. How is that tracking? Can you give us an update on where you're at?
Look, I've been in the car. I just got out of the car, so I don't really know how it's tracking. But from what I understand, it's been going really good. So we've got a lot of support out there, which has been fantastic, which is the whole reason we came here this weekend.
Now, you said that Alex Davison, we just saw them put slick tyres on the car, that he's got the best of them, and Lownde's been dudded a little bit this race, hasn't he?
Well, poor old Lowndes, he got the run in the rain earlier, and then he got the run in the rain just then again, so he's only been on wets the whole day, so he certainly got the raw end of the stick, but he's done a great job and kept the car alive, and that's what it's all about for us.
Absolutely, racing for a great cause. We wish you all the best for the last couple of hours.
No worries, thanks guys. Top 10 finish would be perfect for us. Okay, thank you.
We agree, solid result so far inside the top 10 with Alex Davison on screen now in car 222. Cameron Waters has got to 11th position now, but another 18 laps behind this car, and with 2 hours, I'm sure he's going to make up that amount of time. So 11th position will be the result at this stage for the 24 Audi, with Gounon leading from Engel by 18 seconds. Another 21 seconds back to Shane van Gisbergen. So in car with Jules Gounon, climbing up through the cutting. And the Valmont Mercedes just stepping aside to let the faster cars go by, including Joey Mawson, who runs in position number 9. Driver change happening down there also in the Hallmark Audi pits. I think Fiore jumping out of the number 9. What a great place, and we love coming to Mount Panorama here in Bathurst, the big inland city. It's been around since 1815 and home to the 1000, the 6 hour, and of course the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour that takes up the mountain this weekend. And we've had sunny conditions most of the weekend. Today it's been overcast. We had fog and a bit of rain, but that's what it looks like on a magic day normally here on the mountain as we work our way towards the 10 hour mark of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour. More action happening in the pits here. These guys just getting themselves up into a handy position now as our leader just picks his way past David Wall in the Adrian Dietzone Lamborghini just behind, and Ricardo Feller now back behind the wheel of car 777. As through comes Gounon to lead the race in the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes. Let's go to pit lane, Chad Naylon.
Yeah, great drive today from Daniel Junkadella. His first time here driving for Craft Bamboo at Mount Panorama. Can you just talk us through your last stint and exactly where are you guys poised in the race right now?
Yeah, I've been enjoying a lot, especially this kind of mixed conditions with rain and wet, changing conditions, I'd say. But mostly, we overshot the tire pressures a little bit in that last stint because we were expecting more rain. So we took a bit of a gamble, but it was a bit of a struggle towards the end of the stint. So yeah, we'll see. Now it's 2 hours all out. Maro against Jules. Let's see. I don't want to finish second.
I just saw all the mechanics spring to life putting gloves and helmets on. We're nowhere near the pit stop window for you guys yet.
No, we shouldn't be. I don't know if it's Maro went off, so maybe something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a bit confusing myself. I just swing around for a second. All of a sudden, all the mechanics just got up and put the helmets on, put the gloves on. So they're just on standby for a pit stop down here, but we're nowhere near the pit stop window for this car. So that got my attention sort of mid-interview then. But fingers crossed, Daniel. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think they're just on standby. Maybe there's some drops of rain. Let's see, 2 hours of sprint racing between two good friends as well, two rivals here. And I hope it goes our way, to be honest. It's my first time here, but I hate finishing second, so let's see.
All right, they've just rolled one single tyre out at the moment, so I'm just wondering exactly what the go is down here with the Craft Bamboo car. We have seen Maro pick up a late race puncture here before, fingers crossed. That's not the case right now.
Chaz, Lucas Stoltz has just got out of the Sun Energy number 75 car. Luke, your work is done now for today?
Yeah, Jules to the end now. But yeah, it was not an easy day for me. Mixed conditions. Made it really special today at the mountain. And as you can see on the tires, we are pushing flat out. So it was a lot of fun to drive.
Pretty confident about getting onto that podium tonight, do you think?
Well, we hope so. But you see still big clouds in the air, so you never know. Let's see. Cross fingers for us. Yeah, really hope for a podium.
A couple of years since you've been back at this place. Is it different this time around?
It's every time special you come here. It's like the first step you do is like, okay, you should do this corner with 220. Now you're at 180, so there's still a little bit of space. Yeah, it's so special. It's so nice to drive here. Actually, we're always used to really high temperatures here, so I never drove here in the wet, but it's also a lot of fun.
You get all the weather conditions here, Luca. Great to have you here. Good luck. Hope we see you on the podium.
Thanks.
All the best. Thanks.
Yeah, it looks like Craft Bamboo are setting up to change the left front tyre at this stage on Maro Engel's car, and he's reporting potentially a vibration from the car, so maybe related to running off. I'll see if I can get to the bottom of what's going on. They're standing by to potentially change just the one tyre for Maro. Obviously unscheduled. They're hoping to get much closer to about 60 minutes remaining in this race, so this would make it very difficult for them from here on in.
It really will, Chad. It's going to make it very, very tough without any safety car interruption, because it's not outside the window to make it, it's not in the window to make it home with one more stop. They'd have to stop again. You could bring the fuel tank as much as you can if they pit stop now, but you're not going to get 2 hours out of a tank of fuel. So there'd be a splash with about 30 minutes to go in the motor race, which is really going to hurt the progress of Craft Bamboo Racing.
You can flat spot a tyre in a GT car, even though they do have ABS when the tyres are cold. And Chad mentioned the left front tyre, so that's the opposite tyre to the one where Maro Engel going down into turn one. The outside tyre, the right front tyre, was on the painted white line, so that means that the left front tyre was the one trying to do all the braking, trying to do all the stopping. It potentially could have grabbed, and the ABS can lock out, and you can flat spot them. So if Engel has picked up a flat spot and a vibration is too much to deal with, he will have to change it.
You can actually see the vibration in the headlights.
Yeah. I was just about to say it, Chad.
Like porpoising down the front straight right now. So the team have actually requested some pictures so they can look at the front of this car on the TV. They're potentially wondering if maybe it's a splitter issue from when it went off as well.
Potentially the splitter looks okay, but it certainly did a fair bit of digging in the gravel as he made his way out of the turn one gravel trap. Doesn't look to me like the front splitter has come apart, not externally anyway.
It's unlike a Mercedes AMG product to be porpoising at all, isn't it? 2020, this is the moment from on board, and it was that white line on the outside into Hell Corner. And that wouldn't have helped the cause. Just fill the intake up with dirt and debris.
It was actually reasonably subtle, the jump into the gravel trap. It wasn't. I wouldn't have thought that would do too much to the front splitter. You can see how much these cars have been bottoming. We've been speaking about this car in particular, how much it's been bottoming out. The front splitter across the top of the mountain. Low ride heights, particularly in the front of this car.
Yeah, and this car's been scraping more than the other Mercedes AMGs from practice one basically throughout the start of the weekend. I wonder if the fact that they missed a lot of Saturdays running with that engine change didn't help that cause from a setup point of view. Lost a bit more time to develop this car. Remember, an engine change unscheduled after Friday. They noticed in the data, Mercedes-AMG's engineers, some irregularities was the quote. That's all that they've basically expanded on. They haven't gone into much detail about what it is or was, but they decided, discretion the better part of valor, to put another engine in that car. We're watching a picture inside the team. That's Darryl Young, was middle of shot. He's the team boss at Craft Burnby Racing. Lambo's not doing them any favours at the moment. Tony D'Alberto feels a race coming on here as Maro goes down the inside. So they're clearly making this decision. It was a strategic decision in a way to put another engine in the car. Darryl told me this morning, sorted down there before the start of the race. He said, look, it was a decision. We could have run it with the other engine. Mercedes probably would have okayed it, but we just did not want to take the risk with 12 hours ahead of us. So sensible stuff. They took the car out. They missed an entire day's worth of running.
Yeah, but it's a long way to come to have an engine issue early in a 12-hour race here at Mount Panorama. Tony D'Alberto just previously, he was on an outlap on a cold, slick tyre, so there was no chance he was jumping off the racing line to let Maro Engel through. Sorry, buddy, make your own arrangements. Would have been Tony D'Alberto's view of the world right there.
Lap time check 2:09.4. Traffic impeded at the top for Maro Engel, so probably not relative. Jules Gounon getting some temperature into his slicks. 2:06.6, the race leader. And we're waiting for Van Gisbergen to cross the line in car 888. It's building up. 2 hours remain in Aussie's International Enduro.
Van Gisbergen just crossed the line. It was a 2:06.5, so matching the lap time of Jules Gounon, who we're currently on board with as we make our way through Reed Park. But Van Gisbergen 40-odd seconds behind the Sun Energy AMG Mercedes.
Needs some assistance to get some of that gap back. With the level of ability with these drivers, they're so evenly matched. It's going to take more than just blinding laps from any one of them to pull that kind of margin back in. But there's still plenty of motor racing to go. Most races in the Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia are not 2 hours long. We've still got 2 of them left in this one. It could be little moments like that. A lapped car here, a dropped wheel there, all the difference at Mount Panorama. Under 2 hours to go in this race. 3 cars on the lead lap, all 3 of them, we feel, with a realistic shot at winning this motor race, but question marks perhaps over car number 91, and that car, as the Audi goes round the outside, there's contact there. Ricardo Feller, and has to take to the dirt on Constantinides in the Porsche. It's amazing, isn't it? It's not the biggest field we've ever had here, Garth, but the lap traffic still plays such a role in these races. Just the nature of the venue. Any damage, 777?
Bit of damage to the front grille. I don't think it was from that contact, but the front grille area in the middle of the 777 Audi. It's not meant to look like that, so many a scrape over the course of the day. Here's Fella trying to go around the outside, and just the Porsche not quite making the apex at the chase. And Ricardo Fella does the right thing and opens the steering wheel, runs it across the grass.
And you can do that there on the exit. It's obviously not the preferred option.
Just slight contact in the left rear of the 777 Audi.
I've just heard from pit lane that all 3 contenders have a new set of Pirellis if they want it.
Yeah, well, based on all the wet tyre running we've been doing so far today, there would be no shortage of good tyres available.
The question is, do you take it though? And with the issues we've had with tyre warm-up so far, I wonder if it's better to have a warm, older tyre. But then again, that tyre would have to do 2 hours of solid running to get to the end.
Yeah, I think one of the real strategy plays that we'll see in this final stop is potentially Van Gisbergen not taking tyres to get some of that track position back. There's a fair chance that you could do that. So potentially, if Van Gisbergen knows about that early enough, you can drive to save the tyre now to extend the tyre life into the second hour. And we've already seen from the Supercars Championship what a tyre whisperer Shane Van Gisbergen is about making tyres last way longer than they should. So still plenty of strategy to play out. Do you put a brand new tyre on? Do you put a roaded tyre on? Do you put no tyres on at the final pit stop? Jules Gounon continues on his merry way, and hasn't he done an impressive job? Hasn't the entire car crew in this car done an impressive job here today? Still just under 2 hours to go. Plenty to play out.
Shannon's is Australia's leading insurance provider for motoring enthusiasts, covering everything from your daily drives through to some pretty special pieces of machinery. Shannon's Auctions is also Australia's leading auction house for veteran, vintage, classic, sporting and modified vehicles, as well as classic motorcycles, motoring memorabilia and numerical number plate. Shannon's are also offering motoring enthusiasts the chance to win the All-American sports car, a 1974 Chevrolet Corvette convertible and a heritage-inspired 2022 Scout Indian motorcycle. Here's more details on how you can win up to $100,000 in prizes.
So what you need to do is scan that QR code right now and you can win thanks to our friends at Shannon's. Gartander's a Chevy fan. He'd love a Corvette, so join the Camaro. I'd love a Corvette as well. Get involved. Thanks to our friends at Shannon's, great supporters of Australian motorsport. They make the Shannon's Motorsport Australia Nationals, the Touring Car Masters Championship. And great to have them involved in the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 out. See myself cruising around in a Vet GT.
I'll tell you what, Rich, if I win that prize, I'll keep the Vet and you can have the motorbike. Reckon you'd look good on,
I don't know,
motorbike? On screen, Kelvin van der Linde, and isn't this turning into a story of what could have been? Van der Linde on that previous lap, although he's 1.5 laps behind Shane van Gisbergen, his lap time was 2 seconds faster. So in these still breezy conditions, the peak lap time for that car was a 2:03.3. Van der Linde just punched out a 2:03.8. If they could have been on the lead lap coming into these last 2 hours, that would have been a big player.
And honestly, only got themselves to answer to that, GT. From what went on there with the driver time infringement was what has killed their motor race. Ultimately, 8 minutes of driver time for Brad Schumacher is going to cost them a potential shot at this victory. I say that with 1 hour and 54 to go. There's still opportunity. This race is never over till it's over. We've seen so many crazy things happen in the final hour of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour, whether it was the two Red Bull teammates boxing on in different cars in 2017, a red flag in 2018, Matt Campbell in the Porsche passing his way to the lead in 2019, and even in 2020, the Bentley with the puncture with 1 hour to go in the motor race when they looked like it, they had it shot to pieces. There was a real chance that could have cost them a Bathurst victory. The Bathurst gods that have been referred to quite a bit today were smiling. So they're not out of the equation, and right now all Kelvin can do is just drive the wheels off that car and hope that the gods smile on them and they can drag themselves back into contention somehow. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Stranger things have happened at this place than a car a lap down with 2 hours to go winning the motor race.
Yeah, that's true. So Van der Linde again on that previous lap of 2:03.9 versus Van Gisbergen's 2:05.3. So
motor race, isn't it, in lap speed?
Van Gisbergen knows had a bit of traffic to deal with over these last couple of laps. And I just wonder also, given the gap from Van Gisbergen up to Maro Engel is around the 22nd mark, there's nothing to be gained right now by leaning on this 888 car. Save a bit of tyre, leave a bit of margin. And if the race comes your way, a safety car comes out, strategy comes your way, then you're back in the game and then it's time to push. So with just under 2 hours to go, still keep your powder dry and keep a few things up your sleeve.
Everyone will still be a bit nervous right now because we're not in the window to get to the end on one stop. And they need another 20 minutes at least of racing before they get comfortable enough to know that if there is a safety car, they can fire the thing into the lane and get to the end on a tank of juice. Because right now they're not there. So that's another question mark. If a safety car drops now, it's really, really awkward. And it's almost out of the range of gambling as to whether you make it on the end, depending on how long the safety car is. You need a pretty lengthy safety car to make it to the end.
Too far out of the window right now. That would be a fool's game to pit and expect to make it to the end with 1 hour and 52 minutes to go. There's some speed in the racetrack right now. I was just checking towards the lower end of the top 10. Joey Mawson in the BRM Audi was on for a personal best to the end of the second sector. So it's not only Van der Linde that's going quickly out there, a lot of personal bests. So with the track drying out, there's plenty of speed to be had if you want it. And I think that's the critical thing. Still an hour and 52 minutes to go in this one.
This is another good lap from Van der Linde. He got some traffic across the top, but still could be the fastest car on the racetrack this time around. Actually gave up 2/10. Maro Engel had a good lap, 4.6. So despite the question mark over the left front tyre on the Craft Bamboo car, clearly they are feeling okay about that and have elected to leave it out. Further to your point, Lee Holdsworth now with a PB first sector. So there is some speed in this racetrack. We saw this after the track dried the first time around today, that sort of a cleansing moment, and the racetrack had a heap of energy. Everyone got near slick tyres on their cars, and everyone went really speedy. Kelvin Van der Linde set the fastest lap of the race in 2020 as well. They were a long way down the leaderboard at that point. And they threw a new set of tyres at that car, and in fact was one of the McLaren 720Ss, and he were having a bit of a fastest lap off at the end to see who could get the bragging rights.
They're trying to go for the extra point.
Yeah, yes.
Fastest lap of the race.
Exactly. Just a bit of spot the Bathurst record books. It was quite entertaining while we were trying to pick all the drama out in front. Ceases to amaze a GT3 car across the top of the mountain at McPhillamy Park. 220k at the apex, even in these really dicey conditions where it's still quite moist offline. Engel's on a PB lap at the moment in car 91. A gap down, it's come down actually a little bit in the last couple of laps, down to 16.7 seconds. Van der Linde, the fastest lap of anybody in the motor race so far. So there's real pace in the LIQUI MOLY 12 out with an hour and 50 to go.
Van der Linde on this lap, currently the fastest cumulative time to the end of the second sector, so he continues to show impressive pace. And just this onboard that we took across the top of the mountain, he was barely off the throttle at McPhillamy.
This could be a 2, Garth. On lap 1, 236 of a 12-hour motor race. What it does, it's amazing, these cars these days that are built, of course, for 24-hour races at Spa. You know, he lost some time in the final sector. But the fact these cars are durable enough to continue to produce this kind of performance, what we're approaching, we're 1,500 k's into a motor race, aren't we now? Well past the 1,000k mark. And they continue to punch out these incredible lap times. That is, by the looks of it, Camp Shakedown, the most hardcore group of LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour fans you will ever meet. They have supported this race since day dot. It's Robbo's place. It's pretty famous in these parts. He's got an incredible sports bar out the back.
That's Scotty Taylor.
That is it?
It is.
Is it?
Is it? It looks
no,
like Scotty
no.
Taylor.
I reckon that's Robbo, isn't it?
That is
That
Robbo.
is actually Robbo.
Oh,
yeah.
You could get a job as a Scotty Taylor
He
impersonator.
could, yes.
High demand market, that. So he puts on a great party, and they had more than 100 members from Shakedown there, an online forum supporting GT and sports car racing around the world. Check them out on Facebook. They're a great value bunch of guys. Very passionate about this race and really active in promoting it to the worldwide legion of GT fans. I think Robbo's had a good day. I reckon it was a day that started at about 4 a.m.
Last Sunday.
Yeah. Well, I think at the very least Thursday afternoon when everyone rolled into town.
His city gets bigger and bigger each time we come back.
Seriously, I watch racing cars down there, though. It is a cool place to watch. You don't get much of the race itself, but even after a 12-hour race, watching cars tip into the kink at 280 k's an hour does not get old. Eye-opening hairs on the back of the neck stuff at the fastest corner in Australian motorsport.
So 16 seconds. The margin between the two Mercs. In-car right-hand side with Jules Gounon on the way up into the cutting. Van der Linde was dangerously close to a 2:02 a couple of laps back.
He's not holding back.
No.
He's still going.
0.41 on the last lap.
The 3 leaders set almost identical lap times as well. 5-1 for Gounon, 5-1 for Engel, 5-1 for Shane van Gisbergen. So they're very evenly matched, and now just 40 seconds covering the top 3 cars. so that it is condensing ever so slightly at the top. And right now they're racing to that final pit stop. They're still out of the window yet, not there. 80 minutes generally accepted as the fuel window for one of these cars under fully green conditions.
I feel like Gounon's got a little bit up his sleeve though at the moment. I just feel like we're seeing all the performance that the 75 AMG has right now. So the gap, as Matt Nolte mentioned, hovering around the 16.5 seconds between Jules Gounon and Maro Engel. Further 23.5 seconds back to Shane van Gisbergen. So it's an AMG 1, 2, 3. They didn't have the speed in qualifying yesterday, but as far as consistency goes and race pace, they've been right on the money today.
We've just joined the coverage. This car earlier today had not one but 2 drive-through penalties and half a spin down at Murray's Corner. Now find themselves in a really good position.
It's a good point you make, Matt Nolte. That car was about 6 inches away of being buried up to the axles at the final corner in the gravel trap. So I often say that motorsport's a game of inches. And that was quite literal for the 75 car earlier today. Kenny Habel falling foul of the Australian safety car restart rules. He's used to the American style rules where he spends most of his time racing in the IMSA Championship. A couple of small mistakes for Habel, but the team have recovered beautifully and controlling this one exceptionally well.
So both the leaders in the 203s, 203.9 Murrow Engel, 203.6 earlier in the race. And the gap just sits at 16 seconds. So Engel is trying to go with him. But you're right, GT. Jules just has a little bit extra in the tank each time the threat has been thrown down from car 91.
I wonder whether there's a little bit of cat and mouse going on here too. You don't want to show your true speed because you don't want to show your opposition what you think you might be thinking for this last pit stop strategy-wise. So if you've got a fair bit up your sleeve, keep the tyre under the car and then potentially not do tyres at the final pit stop. Here we are. Murrow Engel coming up on some traffic. And have a look at that tear off on the left side of the windscreen flapping around. So whilst it's probably distracting for you and I bet you Murrow Engel has no idea it's even taking place. The focus required to punch out a lap time around here.
It's a good lap time too, GT. 22.9 to the second intermediate. It's the best the car's done all day. So, like I said before, any concerns over that tyre clearly put to the side at the moment. And if there is a vibration, just dealing with it. Drive around it, hope the thing holds together. Let's see what this lap time is from Murrow Engel. The gap 15.5 seconds. 2:05.5 for the leader, 4:4 for Murrow Engel last time by. So he took a quite big chunk out of time. A bit of traffic for the race leader perhaps, but
I think also traffic polluted for Engel. Yeah, when he made his run out of Forest Elbow. If you have a look down that blue box, Race Logic, see it counting up. That actually tells the driver their stint time in the car. So Murrow Engel currently 32 minutes and 37 odd seconds into his stint right now. So the drivers have a pretty good understanding of where they're at as far as how far into the stint they are real time. Don't have to worry about the engineer getting on the radio and telling them where they're at. And all the drivers have a good understanding of how far the range is in their fuel tank from a time perspective. Just not even getting out of the throttle at Solomon Park. That's what's grabbed my attention there.
Just incredible to watch. Noticeable with the Mercs, the way they scuff along. They've been doing that all weekend long here. He comes across the top into Skyline, down into Gazoo Dipper, back to 15 seconds down. With Gounon still leading this race. Van der Linde's backed off now into the 206s. He was putting out 204s for a regular basis once again, but the man on the move right now is the car you're watching. That's the fastest personal second sector for Murrow Engel as he continues to chase. Here's our third place man, Shane van Gisbergen. some 41 seconds away from the race lead at this particular time. As he comes up to the number 11 Porsche with Constantinides about to go another lap down here in car number 11. When you come to LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour, make sure you head to Sydney, where most of the city's beaches, count them 37, are situated within 30 minutes of the CBD by public transport. Famous ones like Bondi, Coogee and Manly. Sydney has plenty of beaches and options for you when you come across to the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hours. We take a look at the highlights as we work our way into the 10th hour of the great endurance race here at Mount Panorama. It started at 5:15 this morning in darkness with some fog, and then the first of the big incidents down there, the Lamborghini and the Audi. This was Jack Perkins on his outlap spinning the Griffith Corp Mercedes-Benz. This is the moment I talked about with Kenny Habul earlier in the race. Then the Ram Motorsport Mercedes-Benz, the first of 2 hits for the 45 car.
Tony Bates had a rear tyre go down on him and he spun at the chase, and then one of our front running cars, the Chaz Mostert, Liam Talbot, Fraser Ross car, contact with the wall at the top of the mountain, took them out of the game, and the AMG cars have been battling all day. So one of our Class B Porsches make contact with the wall at the exit of turn 1. Got himself going, and then this was a big story. The 74 Audi had breached driver time, had a 2-minute penalty, and there was some confusion over whether they could do the driver change before the penalty started taking place.
That was the second hit for the Ram Motorsport team, which ended their day. They copped a 30-second penalty too, but that car won't be back on the track today. That was the Craft Bamboo car into the Team BRM Audi at the exit of Maguire's Elbow, and then later bowling the wide, a significant moment in this race, and lucky to dig his way out at Hell Corner, picked up a whole lot of gravel. He sprayed that on the right-hand side of the track. We'll hand that over to Maro Engel. It was Daniel Juncadella at the wheel as we're working our way towards 10 hours and 30 minutes into the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour here today at Mount Panorama. Let's go to pit lane. Bryony Ingerson.
Yeah, the Super Barn entry is currently running in about P7, which is remarkable considering the way that the Bathurst 12 hour started for you guys. James Konduras, tell us about how your brother really caused all the headaches to start with.
He certainly did. Friday was obviously a bit of a disaster, but the boys from MPC did a really good job piecing the car back together, and you know, we got what we got and got it out, and going well so far. Still 2 hours to go, so still got to finish, and going what are we, 7th outright and winning the class, so yeah, good.
It was just Theo, your brother, off camera there trying to film you while you're doing this. Gosh, he's annoying, isn't he?
As best he can. Get out of the way there. Yeah.
But it's all good fun down here, and it's just amazing to see you guys rally back together and doing a really good job here.
Yeah, look, the disappointing part was he wasn't able to race today because of the head injuries, but he'll be right. There wasn't much there to start with.
I was going to say, I don't know if that injuries have made you worse or better.
Yeah.
Great to see you guys here at the Bathurst 12 hour once again. All the best for the end of the race.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Just a little strategy update. I went diving into the files to see what was the longest stint that anyone has been able to put together in this race so far, to get an idea just how far they might be able to stretch it towards the checkered flag. And I'll be honest, the number surprised me. Nick Percat, 7 a.m. this morning, went for 1 hour and 44 minutes. Now, there's 1 hour and 38 minutes left in the race. That is way above average. The average stint time's been about 1 hour 15 for those who have been able to extend out across a full green flag run. There's not been a lot of data to go to today because there's been rain, there's been fog, there's been everything. But I will highlight that stint of 1 hour and 44 minutes for Nick Percat was 34 laps, of which 11 were spent behind the AMG safety car in 2 separate safety car periods. So if you got the AMG safety car right now and pitted, there is an outside shot, and it's a really, really, really small outside shot that if you got a long enough safety car period, you could just about get there.
Yeah, good point, Chad, and well made. And yeah, about 20 minutes of safety car in the middle of that. So that helps the cause a little bit, but interesting, still right on the very edge of being capable of getting to the end. I certainly wouldn't be comfortable stopping now. I want to burn through as much of this stint as I possibly could and get to 1 hour and 20 at the very least. Lots of colour on our timing monitor, which means there's lots of energy in the racetrack. So Ricardo Fellas, fastest of anybody in the first sector. Van der Linde as is custom now, it seems, on for another fastest lap of the race. Oh, big slide through the middle of the corner. It's not, though. They're giving away a lot of time in the final sector, GT, at the moment. He's consistently fastest of anybody across Sector 1 and Sector 2, but whatever it is, the final sector of the circuit, not quite as speedy as it needs to be for some more fast.
Now, the wind direction's changed, Rich, so that's made it a little bit different as far as conditions, and that's where the wind does have a massive effect on the car, breaking into the chase, breaking into the final corner. This car on that lap, when we jumped on board with Kelvin van der Linde at the chase, just still looking a little bit taily, and we've seen them have a few moments through the apex of the chase and the final corner, so probably not as hooked up in that final sector as it certainly is in the first and second sector. As he continually sets fast sector times to the end of the second sector, but as you said, about a second off in the final sector, so some speed across the top of the mountain right now. As we say, Lamaro Engel now sets a personal best in the middle sector, so. And our race leader, Gilles Guénon, set his personal best at the end of the second sector. So Richard Crowe said there's some energy in the racetrack. Yeah. There's some energy in all of the cockpits of our front-running cars as well.
Engel 2:03.9 on the previous lap. It was a 2:03.5 for Kelvin van der Linde. You're watching on screen here. And the Kelso Electrical Valvoline, number 74, the car that Brad Schumacher drove earlier today. This will be a massive highlight for him, regardless of the outcome. That car's been so good during the entire weekend here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hours Car 24. David Reynolds behind the wheel of the C-Tech Laser Audi.
So they're a long way off the pace, 213 laps. 245 laps in the books now, so 1,522 kilometres of racing. It's a long way around Mount Panorama. Still a bit to go with an hour and 35. Let's have a look under the front corner of this car.
Saw the Audi Sport Australia crew just rocking, trying to rock the front tyres backwards and forwards to find see if there's any play in the front suspension. So these guys had pretty much put the cue in the rack and were just in survival mode to the end of the race. So maybe Dave Reynolds has just brought this one in just to have a good look over the car. I don't want to have any sort of failure across the top of the mountain.
He did break a steering arm, or bend a steering arm in this car earlier after that contact at the elbow, sort of flat wheeled the thing into the fence. Quite a heavy impact, and noise certainly sounded hefty.
They're actually the last of the running cars on the circuit, so nothing to lose by coming in and having a good look over that car, make sure it's A-OK before they continue on to try and complete this one. It's Lee Holdsworth firing his way over Skyline down to the dipper. This car currently 6th. I heard from Lee earlier saying that they're trying to make it a top 5 finish. In a battle with Tony D'Alberto in the wall racing Lamborghini.
And big props go to Mark Sini, who drove very, very well today, the AM driver in this car. He owns the car and is part of Hallmark Property Group. Michael Lochisano, one of the partners there, another racer in One Mate Porsche Racing. Best finish of 8th in this race in the past, Mark Sini, been a big supporter of the Pro-Am regulations in place for this year. And he and Dean Fiore and Lee Holdsworth have been driving together in these races for a long time. Both Lee and Dean drove with Mark in the Carrera Cup Pro-Am affairs, had at Phillip Island and at Sydney Motorsport Park a couple of years ago. So they're all good mates. They love their motor racing. This Melbourne-based businessman, he's the most experienced one-mate Porsche racing in the Southern Hemisphere. More than 300 races to his credit. Continuing to race in Carrera Cup. And he's been racing in that category since 2003. He's a great bloke to hang around, loves motorsport. I mentioned earlier, he and Stephen Grove went off to tackle the Porsche Super Cup for a year just because they wanted to, basically, and wanted to challenge themselves against some European circuits. Yeah, exactly.
And they could.
Yep. And they absolutely loved it. They'd spend weeks over there at the time. Mark's wife, Kerry, who often steers the ship, was having a good time over there as well. So he's a great character, big supporter of motorsport. He's one of those drivers who often supports some younger drivers, doesn't ask for anything out of it, puts some cash in. It could be a set of tyres or it could be an entry fee or more, quite often more. Doesn't ask for anything in return. So a really big supporter of Australian motorsport.
Big supporter of one of the drivers we had up here in the box earlier, Joey Mawson. Heavily involved in having Joey have his Porsche Super Cup campaign in Europe a couple of years ago.
Continue to talk about how good these guys have been as well. Tony D'Alberto back behind the wheel of the number 6 Lamborghini Huracan, running in 5th position on the way up to the cutting. Started the race. In fact, he was in the car Friday night during the evening practice session here at LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Kelvin van der Linde continues to light up the sectors in purple.
He's got some traffic, but the traffic's Shane van Gisbergen.
Yeah, I've been watching this one. He's been closing down on van Gisbergen. This is, whilst they're 3rd and 4th, it's not actually going to be for position because they're laps apart. But I think a little bit of pride on the line here for van der Linde. Wanting to get to the back of the 888 Mercedes.
I mean, he's been 2 seconds a lap faster regularly throughout this stint. And the Audi's been quite slippery down the chute, which traditionally hasn't been a strong suit for the R8 at Mount Panorama. I remember Lawrence Vanthor, before he became a Porsche factory driver, and yeah, Shane lifted right out of that, let him go through. He knows he's not the same race. Lawrence was particularly vocal about a particular BOP set of regulations one year, balance of performance, that dictates the way the cars go. And over a lap, the Audi was as fast as anything, but it was about 10 k's an hour slower down Conrod Straight than anything else. And the net result was an angry Belgian driver dragging one of these cars across the top and having it at all angles just to try and make up some lap time. But this year, very fast. And there was discussion earlier in the weekend that they put the enduro racing kit on these cars, which includes a set of front spotlights. But the argument for not doing that was that it adds drag and knocks a couple of k's an hour out of the straight line speed. So they've decided not to do that. They sacrificed a bit of headlight ability this morning for straight line performance.
Yeah, certainly 90 minutes of running in the dark versus the remainder of the race running in the daytime, and you have to carry that drag for the whole entire day. It's not a quick change to rip those endurance lights off the car, so it's a pretty easy decision to make when the engineers say, yeah, well, you can have more vision, but you're going to be a lot slower down the straight. Race car drivers will take speed over comfort any day of the week.
2 seconds a lap faster than Van Gisbergen last time round, van der Linde. And Audi has speed to burn, and it is very frustrating that they are not on the lead lap, because it would be a very, very different motor race. Not that we don't have a battle on our hands, but it's a Mercedes AMG fight at the moment. Here's Kelvin. I mean, he was going anyway, let's be honest. But Shane lifted out of that and let him go.
Shane just took any of the risk involved out of this little operation that Kelvin van der Linde had on his mind as he made his way into the chase. On board, we heard Shane just roll out of the throttle. So the gap at the lead, still at 13, it's near on 14 seconds, Gunon over Engel.
Well, it has come down, GT, a little bit over the last couple of laps. Sitting at 16 seconds for a while. 13.6, I don't know, anything sort of 10 seconds or less stops being comfortable. 13 seconds is a good lead, but with an hour and 29 to go, I don't know, it's not comfortable enough for mine.
Yeah, I think you want at least 10 seconds up your sleeve going into the final pit stop, just to count, just to cover any sort of issues that you might have. Remember, these remaining pit stops do not count for the 2-minute compulsory pit stop time. All the teams have fulfilled that obligation in the race, so it's heads up sprint pit stops in the final stop today.
Now, the other thing from a strategy point of view I'm thinking of is if I'm car 91, I'm going to wait for as long as he can to see what 75 does. If Jules Gunon pits and puts new tyres on, if I'm car 91 and Murray Engel and I stop, I'm not putting tyres on. I'm saving the 20-odd seconds. It might get me track position. It might give me a shot to lead the motor race. It could be the difference. Now, there's every likelihood that Gunon will blaze past, again, on fresher rubber, but I'd rather have track position
give
in the
me
closing
track position
stages.
as well, 100%. And I wonder also whether Van Gisbergen's out there saving a lot of fuel as well to minimise the stop time in the pit stop. And that will also then extend him to give him total visibility over the two Mercedes in front of him. So, although we've been admiring the lap speed over van der Linde, 2 seconds a lap faster than Van Gisbergen.
Burning fuel.
Yeah, that takes fuel.
But how much lap time saving fuel do you give up before you're too far behind?
For stop time, that's correct. So currently Van Gisbergen 36 seconds behind Engel, 49 seconds off the lead. So that's a big gap to make up with not a lot of time left.
So Engel responding with the fastest first two sectors, 13.4 seconds. First to second now. Van Linder again, king of the second sector with another purple sector. This one.
The thing I love, Noel, see you giggling, because he said purple for the aggregate lap time at the end of the second sector without having gone even personal best in sector 1 or 2.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's still the fastest overall lap of the race.
And it's still an 0.35.
Such raw speed. Second lap faster than the leaders.
We'll be looking forward to removing that tear off the plastic strip across the windscreen there. The vision's starting to be dotted with the stint he's had so far. Engel going quicker.
Maro, been fortunate enough to watch Maro race, not just at this race, but in Australian GT. He came out and raced with Erebus Motorsport quite a lot. He spent that season in supercars, but in an underdeveloped Mercedes AMG. Wasn't able to show what he was capable of there. The rookie season in supercars coming from overseas is always a pretty brutal ask. I've seen so many international drivers that are highly rated struggle with that, but he never, ever left wondering what's on the table when Maro Engel was behind the wheel. It's a bit like Kelvin van der Linde, and he rides with his heart on his sleeve too, Maro, and we've seen the famous moments at this place in the past. Not afraid to speak his mind, but he is a superb driver, and he has been a Mercedes factory driver for a very long time, better part of a decade now. We talked about winning the GT World Cup races at Macau in an SLS AMG GT3 car. You thread the eye of the needle around this place, or around that place, you know you can do it anywhere. On pole here in 2014, it was the first year we had the Alan Simonson Pole Award. He and Alan were mates, and there was really cool scenes at the end of that where he walked the trophy down to Maranello Motorsport, which was Alan's team, said, no, this is yours, we end it, but you guys can have it. And just sets that car's personal best lap of the motor race, 2:03.70, and pulls 5/10 out of the race leader that time around. Van Gisbergen on a personal best lap. Van der Linde again, but there's not much point saying that because it's every lap he is going quicker than anybody at the moment. Here goes the Audi, the 3.6. Relentless consistency from these guys. Van Gisbergen across the line, the 5.1. And final sector's no good at the moment. There must be something down at the chase that's really the only massive lap time gain or lost, aside from breaking into the final corner.
Wind swung around a little bit now, Rich, to actually be a bit of a tailwind breaking into the final corner. I wonder whether that's just upsetting the brake balance of the cars. Cars certainly can brake nice and late into a headwind, but a tailwind certainly can upset the balance of the car. It's striking me as strange as to why they can't go on with it in the final sector.
Jules Gounon punching out PBs as well, so the race leader is responding. Not far away from the final round of pit stops. Feelings in the air that are not far away from it. It's a bit darker around Mount Panorama at the moment too.
The clouds are circling as we work our way towards 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour for 2022. Jules Gounon continues to lead. The gap is back to 12.1 seconds to Maro Engel and a further 39 to Shane Van Gisbergen. That's your top three as we head to pit lane. Chad Nailon.
It just got noticeably colder down here in the pits, guys. The wind is up and there are definitely some sprinkles of rain, just light drops at the moment. But looking at the radar, there is more rain out there, particularly in the west. So that's the easterly direction at the moment. But out towards Orange, there's more rain at the moment as well. So a couple of tiny little raindrops just tapping down in the puddles out the back. We've been talking about potentially keeping that extra set of slick Pirelli tyres for the end of the race, but that could also be a real late race wildcard if we do just get that tiny little bit of rain, which makes you question what tyre, if any, to go to at the end. It really teased us in 2020. It rained on the checkered flag. I wonder what it's got for us in 2022.
Chad, there's a fit of the giggles going on up here, and I just want you to know it's not me.
Well, I'm just wondering, I think shares the sentiment, how many times someone said there's no rain on the radar, and it has absolutely poured at this place.
I've had an argument with an engineer over the radio while I'm driving the race car when he told me there's no rain on the radar. Well, there's rain on the racetrack, buddy. So
look out the garage door.
Yeah, that's right. So there is a bit of weather around the precinct,
And that would be contributing to the drop in temperature to the lap time as well. These cars are pumping out some horsepower.
We just remarked at how the timing screen had been lighting up. Van der Linde, again, another mid-3. Very fast in the first and second sector. Oh, nice. A little bit of art for you. With an hour and 22 to go. This year's edition of the Bathurst 12 Hour. David Russell on screen, currently 7th. First in place, first in class for the amateur class. This car's done a very nice job after being reshelled effectively after a practice crash on Friday. I can guarantee you that this team would not have thought they would be in this position right now on Friday evening.
It makes the effort and the expense that they went to get this car on the road all worthwhile. The performance they've punched in today. Cool to hear from James and Theo Konduras early on. They're great guys from Canberra.
Have the sibling rivalry between the two of them too.
And I've known those guys racing for the better part of 20 years, and it has not changed for any one of them. I've been racing GT cars for a long time. Stumbled across them running Aussie GT in its early years in a pair of 996 GT3 Cup cars. And you better believe they were fiercely competitive when they were going wheel to wheel. I think ultimately that's why they started doing endurance racing together rather than crashing into each other in a pair of race cars.
It's cheaper if you can't crash into your brother. We often say in motorsport, the first person you want to beat is your teammate. Unless you're racing a family member, then they're definitely the first person you want to beat.
And it can get really messy, can't it? If it goes wrong.
Yeah. Dinner time conversation can be pretty frosty sometimes. On board here, Jules Gounon, our current leader, 12.3 seconds over Mauro Engel. Gounon just sets his personal best to the end of the first sector. Team's just starting to poke their head out from underneath the garages just to see if Chad Malon's talking the truth or not about those raindrops.
Certainly from down here, from our commentary box point of view to the left, where the weather tends to come from. Turn 1 behind the mountain. It's really dark here now, and you can actually feel the air has changed even up here. Gounon brings it down into Maguire's elbow. Great stint earlier today by he and Lucas Stoles, who started the race. Kenny Habul jumped into the car and is sitting back as his car goes past his new house on the left-hand side that he finally got to see for the first time this week on his arrival back into Australia. Lovely 505 Conrod Straight. Not ours, Kenny Habul's.
I still think you should put a marina in there just for fun.
I think we should just move in there somewhere.
Well, yeah, we go back
to
squatters' rights, you think? We go back to racing in summer at this event next year, so it'll be hot again in February, first weekend of Feb. That's the view. That's looking east over the Blue Mountains. The view from the top of the mountain. Great crowd this weekend too. Great to see the campgrounds full. I drove through them last night on my way out of the circuit, and campfires going and kids running around and a couple of folks sitting back with a bottle of red, which I thought was incredibly civilised with the fire going.
Very GT, isn't it, having a bottle of red?
Yeah, not so many beer can statues made at this event compared to the one in October. But really cool atmosphere. More than 2,000 campsites sold for this event, and most of them went within a day or two of the sales opening. Such a destination event, this one. And it will only get bigger. We'll return to the traditional date next year, and the internationals can come back in. The compromise is in place this year with travel restrictions and the cost of freight at the moment. There's a nervous-looking Kenny Habul. With an hour and 18 minutes to go, I reckon you start feeling the butterflies. Chad?
Just another thought concerning the weather. We saw how important it was earlier in the race, getting every last lap in before the weather arrived. We saw ultimately it bit the Jack Perkins car at the chase. They should have been on a wet tyre, and unfortunately they were on a slick, which is what caused them to have that incident. They just missed pitting by that one important lap. I'm watching the lap times here for Shane van Gisbergen, and he's the better part of 2 seconds a lap slower than the cars ahead of him. He will get more laps in this stint. He will get more of a look at the racetrack, and if that rain does arrive, he would be in a position to go a few laps longer than the leaders and have that last little bit of a look at the track to know what tyre to go to.
An interesting point. There's Kevin C. He's the AM driver at Craft Bamboo Racing. Shake of the head. I don't think he thinks there's going to be weather coming, but then again, this is his first visit to Mount Panorama, so I'm not sure whether he's a reliable source of information.
What if he gets it right and Chad's wrong?
Oh, well. Yeah, he's our pit lane reporter for next year if he's not back driving.
He'll fit the race suit anyway.
bit of a flex going on here because Jules Gounon's just decided to go, yep, I want to build this margin back out, and punching out PB lap sector 1, PB sector 2. We know the final sector's slow. It doesn't matter. It's the fastest lap for the race leader. 2:03.6 for that car for the race.
I mean, guys, I'll gladly swap with Kevin C. If he wants to be the Pirelli Pit Bunker Guru next year, I'll happily be their AM driver at Craft Bamboo. I'm not quite sure I could pump out 2:08s and 2:10 times that Kevin's been pumping out. He's done an extremely good job here as an AM his first time at the mountain.
I saw you in that Motorcana early on, Chad. I'm not too sure about your 12-hour credibility.
Fair. I think that's probably fair.
2:08's the first sector.
First sector. We only say that because he gets all the good gigs.
Exactly.
The
BRM. That's Nick Percat getting prepared in the background. They've had a good run here. Joey Mawson set his fastest lap of the race earlier in this stint in car 17. They're inside the top 10.
Well, I'll tell you what, Knowles, what they've done is actually got themselves on the same lap as the 777 car and as David Russell up in 7th. So I think there's a little bit of a carrot on the stick here for Nick Percat, dangling, that he could drag himself up at top 6s out of reach because the Lambo's a lap ahead, but a couple more positions, everyone counts at the end of a 12-hour motor race. Still plenty to play for at Mount Panorama with 1 hour and 16 to go.
Back out to 13.5 seconds as Gounon going for back-to-back flying laps here. Here's Joey Mawson, we just talked about a few moments ago in the Catan Audi, just behind him. It's the Hallmark car just behind. It's hard to pick sometimes the liveries. They work their way down into Gazoo Dipper.
Yep, well spotted. Lee Hogsworth behind the wheel of that car. In fact, Lethal's been going quite quickly in this stint as well. 249 laps into the race, so 5 laps behind the leader. He just punches out casually another 2:03.7. So they're starting to press on even more now as they race towards this final pit stop. The margin pretty consistent, first to second in the lead at 13 seconds. These guys have done a great job today. We marvelled earlier at how every single roll of the dice worked perfectly for Team BRM in the first 3 hours of the race. It was almost like they timed the safety cars to suit them, but unfortunately a few little gremlins crept in, and then they had a connector fail for the rain light when it rained. They lost a fair bit of time with that. The strategy didn't quite work from there, but they have been really, really impressive. Mark Rosser, the AM driver, has done a really solid job, and it must have been a tough ask coming back into the race, having crashed the car in practice yesterday in his first visit at a long-distance race at Mount Panorama, to build up some confidence, to get back up to speed. And he's done that job, and Nick Percat and Joey Mawson, as you'd expect, have been thoroughly professional.
Had that stint, didn't he, late last year with Roberto Meri, the Spanish driver, came out and helped him with this car. Also to get Ross's confidence up the drive around Bathurst. Combination with Mawson and Percat with his team today. They'll be stoked with this result, considering how much damage was with that Team BRM prepared car yesterday, as Kelvin van der Linde climbs the top of Mount Panorama. Gounon and Engel swapping fastest laps once again, or fastest sectors. The gap sits at 13.5 seconds.
Previous lap by for our 2 leaders was split by 2/1000ths of a second. Both of them did 2:03.7s. So incredibly close at the top. That gap still hovering around 13.5 seconds first to second. On board here with Kelvin van der Linde as he continues his assault on the fastest lap of the race.
Just to finish off the point on that Team BRM car, the only driver to have done more laps and more time in the car than Joey Mawson today is Luca Stoles in the race leading car. So Luca, 4 hours and 41 minutes of this motor race he has ticked off. Joey Mawson, 4 hours and 40 minutes of driver time. Got plenty of opportunity to get a look at Mount Panorama today. And that drive from Luca Stoles, the backbone of car 75, just anchored it through some really treacherous conditions, and then as it dried out, got better and better. Jules Gounon's getting the hero drive and the hero stint at the end. And as amazing as his little cameo, 18-lap cameo earlier on was, Luca Stoles has done the heavy lifting today for car number 75.
When you come out to Mount Panorama, you drive across this beautiful part of New South Wales, the Blue Mountains, and gives you some of the most picturesque views of this World Heritage listed wilderness with its ancient rock formations and waterfalls. You can spend a weekend, but you probably want to spend a lot more time there. Come and check it out when you come to LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour next year. It really is a breathtaking sight, climbing out from Sydney, bringing you to this mountain, Mount Panorama, as we work our way towards the final hour of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Your leader, Jules Gounon, with 13.7 seconds. Back to Murrow Engel. These guys have been trading fastest sectors for the last few minutes. Shane van Gisbergen still running in third, and now Kelvin van der Linde decides it's time to turn up the heat in his Valvoline Audi, running back in fourth position.
This is a hell of a stint from Kelvin van der Linde. So he's already got the fastest lap of the race. This stint of his, he's been in the car for almost an hour now, 28 laps, and he's been run at a breakneck pace. Average lap 2:04.7 with the best lap at a 3.5, and 13 laps under the 2:04 second barrier in this stint alone. And there was one stint, lap 2:48, he did a 3.5, then he did a 3.6, then he did a 3.6, and then he did a 3.5. Bang, 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 4 laps in a row, 250 laps into a motor race. Relentlessly consistent, hugely fast. And pretty frustrating with the penalties early on, I'm sure. And making a point, still lap down. And aside from catching and passing Murrow Engel and Jules Gounon, good luck. Getting their lap back is now out of the question. It's got to be done on raw speed and raw speed alone, and maybe a gamble with a stop somewhere. And I honestly don't quite know how you do that. 3-1. Fastest lap of the motor race, Kelvin van der Linde on lap 256. So he's just going at it again. It's a pretty big exclamation point on what this car's capable of. This is
what he'll be doing. He'll be trying to do it too.
Yeah,
100%. He'll be trying to do it too. Wringing the neck of that 74 Valvoline Audi.
This will be the time to do it. The car will be getting a lot lighter now as he works towards the final round of pit stops.
Very good point to make, Matt Nolte. These cars get incredibly fast as the fuel load comes down.
Teams have worked so hard. In fact, many didn't go home last night. They worked through the night to be ready for the 5:15 start here this morning. Van der Linde across the top. This time as Jules Gounon, the fastest around the track with 2:03.1 on the 256th lap of this race. An hour and 9 minutes to go. We are seeing the Hollywood times from the Valvoline Audi.
It's funny, it's become a bit of a tradition for fast laps to come at the end of the race rather than the start. The last 2 years, so I'm talking about 2019 and 2020, which feels like a decade ago. In 2019, Josh Burton driving the Nissan GTR set the fastest lap on lap 300. And in 2020, Van der Linde set the fastest lap on lap 305. Into the motor race, and fastest lap today, lap 256, though you'd argue that that's probably going to be beaten and go further into the motor race. Before that, the 4 years prior, the fastest lap was set before lap 20 in the cool of the morning.
I'd hazard a guess that they were turbo cars that set that lap time as well.
Third in the Nissan was. Year before that, Mostert in the BMW on lap 7. Vilander in the Ferrari, the 488, turbocharged car on lap 18. Van Gisbergen in the McLaren, year before that, set the lap record on lap 19 of the motor race.
Turbocharged cars, they make plenty of power at the mountain in the morning. The naturally aspirated cars are loving now these cooler conditions.
So 2:03.19 plays the fastest lap of the race. He set the lap before at a 2:03.11. This is an outrageous stint.
Imagine this in aggregate qualifying yesterday.
Well, he's up pole by 5 seconds at the moment. SVG across the line, still just driving to another 5. The 2 cars in front, the gap remains 13 seconds. It has not budged between Jules Gounon and Murrow Engel.
You do need to check our timing screen, make sure it's okay. No, it's still working all right.
Well, it's
a long day.
Yeah, well, Van der Linde's still ticking over, so it must be working. I wonder what's going on at 888. I think if we're fair, and if we get a late safety car, it's fair to say they probably don't have the raw speed. Based on what we've seen this weekend, that car's not fast enough to go utterly wheel-to-wheel on raw car speed with the two cars in front.
No, it certainly hasn't had the balance, particularly of its sister car or team car, the 75 AMG that's currently leading the race. That car looked far more balanced yesterday in Superpole, with Van Gisbergen was really having to work to make lap time. The 888 car looked a lot more nervous. Wasn't putting its power down as nicely as the 75 was. So not often that the 888 organisation missed the mark at Mount Panorama, but looks to, at the moment, let me just put that point there, at the moment, that this 888 car does not have the speed of the front two, but I feel like there's more to this story. Send Shad Nailon up to annoy Jamie Whincup and Mark Dutt and see if he can get to the bottom of where the pace has gone from this 888 Mercedes.
Tyler convinced to get an answer at this point of the race anyway, but worth a question.
Oh, I could go down and ask them, but they just show me where the door is.
Yeah. So you need to keep good races there as well, I think, for later in the year.
Joey Mawson's come into pit lane in car 17, as well as Lee Holdsworth sets his fastest lap of the race.
119 of 253 laps, Joey Mawson. So he spent nearly 5 hours in that car today.
He's familiar again with the track.
Not wrong. So Nick Percat gets a little hero stint at the end. There he is.
The drama there for the BRM team to get that door open for Joey to jump out and Nick Percat jump in.
And just the call to put the seat insert in. There it is. Joey quite a bit shorter than Nick Percat. Well, you two always work so well together as a combo, similar height racing car drivers. Did you guys run a seat insert when he was your...
No, Nick wasn't allowed to have one. He was very much the junior then, so he got my seating position and had to deal with it.
Seemed to work, though.
It worked all right. I grew him to the right size, Nick Percat.
Fuel done on the number 17. Now the tyres going on to Nick Percat's car. Kelvin van der Linde again, quickest the first sector of this race. 15 seconds, so it's gone out a bit between Gunon and Engel. So work our way to 1 hour left in this race.
Nick gets a new set of Pirellis to play with in the closing stages of the race. See if he can wrestle the fastest lap for that car away from Joey Mawson.
It's a dangerous game to play, that one, when you start trying to race your teammate on the timing screen.
Into pit lane comes Maro Engel from second position. So this is the big roll of the dice now. And the way the race plays out, this will be the final pit stop for car number 91. All the expectation in the world that Maro will stay in the car. Do they put tyres on or do they not? That's the million-dollar question. And it could decide the motor race ultimately in the final 1 hour and 4 minutes. Here we go. It sure looks like they are going to put tyres on that car. Chad?
Yeah, just watching this pit stop happen down here. So too is 888, because they're in the bay next door and they want to see if they're going to take tyres. The Pirelli tyres are out in pit lane at the moment, and we're just waiting to see exactly how long it's going to be until this fuel is filled to the finish, and then at that point, will they go for the Pirelli tyres or not? They can save about 15 to 17 seconds by not doing the tyres, but then 888 watching on next door will have the exact playbook in front of them at that point. Waiting on fuel. Teams are standing there with the rattle guns in their hands, as well as, obviously, the spike if they need to do it, and in they go. So tyres coming on now. So any chance of getting that gap back to car 75 under green flag conditions looks to be out the window right now. But if they do catch it AMG safety car later, they'll be right on the back of the race leader, and with fresh Pirellis, away they go.
Well, they only just got that left rear done up with the rattle gun before they dropped the car, so sprint pit stop for the Craft Bamboo team. They had completed their 9 compulsory pit stops prior to the 4-hour mark of this race.
Yeah, it was 3 days ago. And yeah, straight
the response. So they know now. Craft Bamboo have showed their hand.
So they'll put tyres on this car as well, because they can afford to.
It's the safe option.
Still room for mistakes in a pit stop. There's still things that can go wrong, so they need to execute nicely. In comes 777 as well. Ricardo Feller behind the wheel. He's down in 8th position. A real what could have been day for Audi Sport Australia.
So the gap between Gunon and Engel prior to the pit stop cycle was around the 16-second mark. But that's one to keep an eye on once this shakes out.
1 minute 37 seconds pit stop total time, pit in to pit out for Maro. Chad?
Yeah, Mark Dutton, car controller for this 888 run car, standing at the front. The fuel is going in right now. They're going to have this fuel to the finish, obviously. They are standing by with 4 tyres ready to go. Remember, has to happen separately, and you have to have the car turned off, and that's always the nerve-wracking moment. Must have the car turned off when refueling, and obviously need that car to fire up when it comes down off the jacks. The long wait for fuel. They're also set up for the 888 car. They're not too far away from expecting Shane Van Gisbergen in for his last stop. Surely they throw tyres on the 75. So Shane's going to go for one more lap. He's just whizzing by me right now and into turn 1. So an extra lap. We suspected that they might have a bit more fuel in that car, given that he's been a little bit slower in this stint. 4 tyres ready to go. Brand new Pirellis to the end. Slightly slow on the left front. They've got the gun upside down. It was a little bit awkward. This is a different pit crew that 888 used to their supercar stops. It's their GT crew. And that was slightly messy, but they're going to get away with it. Car fires up. Jules Gounon back out on track. That should be the last time we see him in pit lane. They're looking good today at the mountain.
1:46.6 total pit stop times. They've lost 9 seconds relative to the 91 car, which crosses the control line now. So the margin between the two will be reduced after that. It could be sub 10 seconds. And there's a tyre warm-up that Jules Gounon is going to have to do through this process. Van der Linde in as well. He gets another set of Pirellis to keep going lap record chasing. Part of me was hoping that that car would stay out and just roll the dice a little bit for another lap. At least get one glory lap when they're on the same number as the cars in front, but they've had to pit that car. So 60 minutes to go in the race. They're all good to fuel the finish of the motor race. We'll check the margins for you when they get to the control line. We'll give them a lap to get tyres up to temperature.
R17's got to get a pit lane penalty for crossing the blend line at pit entry. So that's the Catan Audi. They've just been handed over to Nick Percat. So it would have been when Joey was coming into pit lane to jump out of the 17.
That's the only blot in the copybook today for Joey Mawson.
Have a look on the dash on the Shane Van Gisbergen AMG Mercedes. That's the fuel alarm. It's time to come to pit lane.
So an hour and 13 into the stint. So 74 minutes, 34 laps for Shane Van Gisbergen. It's their longest stint of the day. They lead the race, but after the pit stop shuffle, they'll be net third.
Do they put tyres on the 888 car? Do they buy a bit of track position back? By not putting tyres on this car, they've put themselves in the right position. They've seen what the other 2 competitors have done in their pit stop cycle. Forward there with Jules Gounon as he makes his way into the chase. They have tyres laid out for the 888 car.
I think they have to. They were too far behind to roll the dice for not doing it, because there's no gain. They'll still be third at the end of it regardless.
Tyres standing by for car 888. Shane shuts the motor off. That's actually Nash Morris, Super 3 champion, who's doing the driver change assist this weekend, just changing the drink bottles in the door of the Man Filter AMG. It's all very calm at the moment. The tyres are standing by, as is the spike and the rattle guns. And, well, there's no one left to full, is there? So they're the last ones to stop. So surely they're going to put those tyres on the car once the fuel is done. And this will be the last time we see Shane Van Gisbergen in. How much fuel have they been able to save? That's the question, because that was obviously a slower stint. They'll be hoping that that extra lap will get them at slightly shorter fuel time. But is it going to be enough to try and close the gap to the top 2?
Not by much.
I was going to say, short answer is no,
no.
Chad.
The leading margin is 8.4 seconds. So that pit stop sequence cost car number 75 8 seconds of their race lead. So less than 10 seconds is the overall margin as Van der Linde goes through. Tyre warm-up phase. So he's unlapped from Van Gisbergen, but not Engel and Gounon in front. And out goes Shane. So a minute 40 for that pit stop as well. So even that, the Craft Bamboo stop was quicker than both of the 2 stops for the 888 run cars at the end there. So he's actually lost a little bit of ground to the leader, gained a few seconds back on Maro Engel. So, scene is set. 8.1 seconds now. What has Maro Engel got? Is there anything left in the tank of car number 91 to go after the defending Bathurst 12-hour champion?
Well, now's the time to find out. 57 minutes left to go in this one. The gap down to 8 seconds, as you said, Richard. So Craft Bamboo did a nice job, just putting a little bit of pressure on the Sun Energy team. Took near on 8 seconds out of that pre-pit stop gap. And we were talking about the gap prior to the pit stops, that you wanted to have at least 10 seconds up your sleeve, and that's exactly why. Any sort of small drama through the pit stop cycle, you want to have a margin. You don't want to put any extra pressure on the driver. So with that gap currently at 8 seconds, that's still a fair margin to have in your back pocket. But you'd be happier if it was 16.
Yes, you would, wouldn't you? 2 minutes 5.24, Jules Gounon. 2 minute 5.28, Maro Engel. There is nothing between these two cars in raw one-lap pace at the moment. They are locked together. It is a shootout to the checkered flag in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. With all the green flag running we've had today, it is remarkable that we've still got these two cars split by less than 10 seconds in this race to the flag.
And you couldn't have them on any more pit strategy.
No, exactly right.
It's well documented just how out there the Craft Bamboo pit strategy has been. 20-odd pit stops to this point. 21 pit stops for the second place car versus 18 for the leader.
Two of which
were drive-throughs. So certainly been very different race to this point, yet we find our two leaders less than 8 seconds apart.
So he's chopped away half of the margin, hasn't he, Engel, without that last round of pit stops, but it sits at just under 8 seconds.
Traffic here for Gounon in the Cup car. It's in here and Padiacci in front down Conroe, but Indy does the right thing, gets out of the way. We heard Craig Lowndes talking before, the Cup car's actually quicker than the GT3 car down Conroe, a little less aero, slippery out. So that was well managed. Maro's taking a few tenths again out this lap.
So now's the time, Rich, to tighten the belts and start to put a bit of pressure on Jules Gounon, see what he's got. Gounon has driven beautifully today, we've documented that, but Engel, likewise, has stretched everything that this 91 AMG Mercedes has. And that lap 3/10 faster than our race leader, Jules Gounon.
204.5 plays a 204.2 that time by.
Maro Engel now has to deal with making his way past the 222 Cup car. It's our mate Craig Lowndes at the wheel, giving Maro a nice slipstream up Mountain Straight. Does the right thing, stays off the racing line. Thank you very much, Craig Lowndes, says Maro Engel.
I wonder if CL actually got a decent set of tyres for this final stint, because he has got the raw end of the deal today in terms of driver time, weather conditions, tyre condition, everything else. I wonder if they were just a pat on the back at the end.
So he clears the Porsche at the top of the shelf. And across the top of Salmon Park. Doesn't lift. It's been phenomenal to watch all day. Into pit lane comes Lee Holdsworth out of 5th position and should hold down this spot, or maybe not. It's only 7 seconds back to Alberto, so he'll lose this position.
This is a live battle though.
Yep.
For a top 5 position. So the number 9 Audi taking its final stop. Only 53 minutes to go, so it'll be a shorter stop time. They won't need to brim the fuel tank. Dean Fiore just looking in the window. Good job, Leroy. Keep it up. No tyres laid out for this car, so they're rolling the dice. Get a bit of track position back.
Which they will, and so this is, the Lambo's now unlapped itself from this car for the battle for 5th place. So Tony, who stopped a couple of laps ago, is heading up the hill and will be blazing down the hill very shortly. And now this is a straight fight. So Letha will have track position, but they will be on the same lap, which will be particularly entertaining between these two Enduro co-drivers. Last year, anyway, Lee full time drive back in supercars this time by. And minute 16 pit stop, that's the difference between not taking tyres. We saw the AMG cars taking a minute 40 to put Pirelli tyres on their cars as well.
Well, we've loved our time being back in New South Wales here for LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Really enjoyed being back in Sydney as well. The Opera House and the Harbour Bridge. Of course, the Vivid Festival coming up as well later this year. It's a really good time to be here. We also want to thank these guys and girls, the volunteer officials and staff that man this 6.2 kilometre course, whether they're waving flags or recovering cars or just helping people get from A to B around Mount Panorama Motor Racing Circuit. We thank them, and to the race fans who've been braving all kinds of weather, from fog to heavy rain and even a bit of sunshine on Friday afternoon. Trust you've enjoyed this year's LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. We'll be back in February to work our way down to the final 50 minutes of this race. Gentlemen, you can start to feel the intensity as the gap sits at 7.5 seconds. We're in car with Jules Gounon working his way down to the chase.
Maro Engel has taken 7/10 of a second out of the lead to the end of the second sector on this current lap. So Gounon's gap over second, Maro Engel's down to 7.7 seconds. We saw this in the stint prior, where Gounon just let Engel come and come and come. And then Jules Gounon went on a tear and lit up the timing screen. So I just wonder whether Jules Gounon just letting the tyre come in, letting the temperature come up, and then he'll start to lean on the tyre.
Well, with the rain that we've had earlier in the day, we still have an extra set of Pirelli brand new tyres sitting in all three of the key contender garages right now. And this is a trick that we're quite familiar with seeing here in Australia. Triple Eight stacking their tyres, so the warm tyres that have just come off the car in that last pit stop are radiating heat into these brand new tyres. Just gets them something if they're needed. Now, they're only expecting to be using these tyres if we get an AMG safety car. I'm not seeing this strategy being used in some of the other garages. That might be an interesting thing for some of the European teams to see, because typically they'd get tyre warmers or tyre cupboards to warm their tyres, but this is a bit more of an organic way of doing it. And just chatting to Mark Dutton posed that question about where's the speed on car 888 for Shane van Gisbergen. He just said we're losing a little bit sort of everywhere, and at Bathurst that ends up being quite a lot.
And guys, just a little fun fact for you. If Jules Gounon can win this race, he'll become the first person to win back-to-back races since this guy, Daryl O'Young, who won in 2011, 2012, who is, coincidentally, the owner of Craft Bamboo Racing, number 91, Maro Engel.
It's a good stat, Bridie. So, yeah, there's a little bit on the line there. Back-to-back a year apart, with no race contested last year. Daryl O'Young, two-time winner of this race with Christopher Meese and the Audi Sport team in 2011 and then 2012 again. He would be very, very happy today if he can remain the only two-time back-to-back winner anyway of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Right now, he's got the immovable force that is Jules Gounon in his way, at least the way of his driver, Maro Engel. 7.6 seconds. It's just hovering around that margin. More than 8 hours and 37 minutes of green flag running in this race today, punctuated by quite a few early safety cars, but the second half of the race properly flat out green flag enduro style running.
Kenny Habul watching on. I just have to remind you that you and Jules Gounon won the Dubai 24-hour, just a couple of months ago together, so you know how to win. But you did tell me the other day that Bathurst winning here would mean everything to you. How are the nerves right now with 50 minutes to go?
I'm as nervous as a butcher's thumb right now, to be honest with you. I've been in the bathroom 16 times in the last 30 minutes, but he's doing everything. This is a display of two of the best guys in the world.
Yeah.
They're matching each other to the 10th, and they're both at maximum. We lost a few seconds in that pit stop. We probably weren't going to take tyres. Didn't really need to, but seeing as Maro took tyres, we had to. So, you know, the gap's come down, so just fingers crossed.
What would this mean to you, though, personally? I mean, you've finished runner-up here in 2018, and that, you said, was one of your most biggest achievements, winning. Where does that sit with you right now?
I don't really want to think about it, but I'm pretty sure I run around the track naked.
I'm not sure if we now want them to win or we don't. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, fingers crossed, all the best for you, Kenny. Thanks.
Great character, isn't he?
I think stick to a shoey, Kenny. What a great character. He really is outstanding. And Bloody makes a good point. And children untickling at Dubai. 24-hour race in a Mercedes AMG. Won the driver's component in the silver class and class of Intercontinental GT Challenge as well. He really is a high-achieving AMG customer, quite literally an AMG customer. Owns this car, shipped it to Australia a couple of months ago for 888 to Vettel ahead of this race. Wouldn't it be a story? This is a guy that came here as a youngster and worked for Peter Brock in 1987 in the Holden dealer team in that famous great race. And he idolises Brock. He owns that VL Commodore.
I say he owns that Commodore. I drove that car before Kenny took ownership of it. Such a special car, that one. And as you mentioned, Rich, a big fan of what Brock achieved here on the mountain. And could you just imagine how special it would be for Kenny to stand on the top step outright at Bathurst in the 12-hour? That would be something very special. Yeah. Party at his place on Conrod Straight would be pretty cool.
Oh, that's the direction to go to. Wander up to Conrod Straight, folks. I'll invite everyone on his behalf. I'm sure he'd be happy to shout if he can bring it home. He was on the podium here in 2018, and he said it was one of the most remarkable things he'd ever achieved in that race that ended with a red. It was an extraordinary day. Audi won, and we're pretty convinced the first 4 cars at the end wouldn't have made it had it gone green because they were all going to be out of fuel. Shane Van Gisbergen's going very quickly now, so there's still a bit of life in car 888. It's a minute 22 seconds behind the leaders, though, so barring any safety car, that's probably where that team is going to end up. Another podium finish for the work side, I suppose you could call it, of the 888 garage, but they are running car number 75 for Sun Energy One and Kenny Haball's team. Martin Conrad did a good job earlier in the race. They, remember, had the 2 bronze driver scenario. Opted to go the 4 driver program this weekend. A little bit different to anyone else outside of the Wall Racing Lambo in the pro field. Just to mix things up, and it worked really well for them. A few little wild moments for Kenny earlier in the race, but the pros, Lucas Stolz, we've talked about his amazing effort today. At the moment, Julian on doing the job. 8.2 the margin, 44 minutes to go in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour race that has been fiercely competitive, but it's been a really old school classic endurance race where it's just needed to play out and evolve over the day. We haven't had that safety car interruption time and time again, just resetting the field and drawing everyone close and keeping the strategies on the same level. The smaller field this year was going to be a very different looking 12-hour, very different looking race. Plenty of compelling things over the duration, though. The way this race is played out, as we touched on before, the fact that there's still only 8 seconds between the 2 leaders after 2.5 hours of green flag running at this place. And that's not to mention the 11 hours and 15 minutes beforehand is quite remarkable. 8 seconds leading margin. Chulgun on leads. Maro Engel second. Van Gisbergen is third.
And SVG looks like he shortcut at the top of the hill there after setting his fastest first sector. As Engel clears some of the slower cars now he's got a bit of clear air with Jules Gounon ahead. 8.4 seconds is the margin first to second, and well over a minute back to the man filter 888 Mercedes running in third. Van der Linde back in 4th position. And last lap around, boys, just a 2:03.7.
I was just about to make the comment, oh, it looks like Van der Linde's just slowed down a little bit and eased off, but then I saw the 3.7, so should have known better than that.
This might tell us SVG's little excursion down the hill here on the Pirelli replay.
If we just passed that Porsche, maybe. Yeah, there we go. So he was offline turning in, and there's quite a bit of dust and debris there. That's where the Grove racing car ended up parked earlier on after Stephen Grove had his big accident at the top. Stephen did a Moffat really and hit that inside fence, we're told. So Moffat in the Brock Commodore way back when.
Yep, that's a big crash, that one. Yeah. 86 that one was for Alan Moffat in the Mobile Commodore.
So outside tyre, and then fired the car across to the inside, and it tore up that Swift-X Barroner at the top and ended up parked again on the other side of the road from where it whacked the fence. So it's a big accident from Stephen Grove. Glad to see he's okay. Here's the South African, Kelvin van der Linde.
Just a hot lap machine, isn't he? Been relentless every time he's jumped into the car. That 2-minute penalty they copped in one of the pit stops later today really put him behind the 8 ball. They were on a charge, the 74 team.
It's fair to say they probably could have won the race. I mean, they were 100% in contention. Clearly the fastest racing car today, with clearly the fastest racing car driver this weekend at Mount Panorama, and they shot themselves in the foot ultimately with a strategy that went wrong. They got their driver time wrong and they were penalised for it. It's in the rules, pretty clearly laid out for everyone to see, the driver time stuff, and it's been a massive talking point coming into the race because it has been so different this year to previous years. There's been much more emphasis placed on it. So unfortunately for Audi Sport, it's not like they can go around blaming anyone else for the issues that they've had in this motor race.
Yeah, clearly it's something in their operation and in their systems, because the sister car, the 777 Audi as well, fell foul of the same rules. So clearly, however, they've drawn up their strategy in the Audi garage and missed that crucial detail. We speculated earlier what the debrief will be like in the Audi Sport garage, and I would think it'd be long and it would be thorough. And there'll need to be some questions asked, because as he's mentioned, Richard Crail, they've had a very fast car and a very fast driver, and currently what they'll show for it is 4th place. That's not what Audi come to the mountain for.
No. On the upside, leading the AM-Class David Russell in 7th outright, the Superbarn Supermarkets car, after all the battles to get to the start line, let alone get to the end.
.40 minutes remain in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour here today at Mount Panorama. We're watching Lee Holdsworth on his way through the KW Suspensions chase and down to the final turn. As we check in with the number 6 Lamborghini, Tony D'Alberto, sharing the car with Adrian Dietz and David Wall, who was in the car earlier today. And TD running 5th outright in this race, but 4 laps down behind our leader, Jules Gounon, who has about 9 seconds to Murrow Engel. She's been hovering between 8.5 and 8.9 seconds, lap after lap. It's been fascinating to watch, but Engel, frustratingly, Garth Tander can't get closer to the Sun Energy car.
We heard from team owner of Jules Gounon's car, Kenny Habel, and he made the point that these two guys are at the absolute limit of these cars, and the fact that they are lapping consistently within 1/10 of each other, and the gap to the lead has hovered between 8 and 9 seconds since the last round of pit stops near on 20 minutes ago. Just shows the class of both these drivers, and they are absolutely getting the maximum out of what a Mercedes AMG GT can do around Mount Panorama right now.
We're working the 272nd lap of the race today. Back in car with Ricardo Fella in car 777, the Ben Motorsport Park entry. 21-year-old Swiss driver who's achieved so much in a short amount of time, particularly in the GT World Challenge Europe Series, whereas the silver class champion in the endurance side comes out to race with the Audi Sport team, Valvoline and Yasser Shahin car for this weekend's event. Marcus Finkelhoff drove this car today too. Absolutely no stranger to the mountain, Richard Crail.
On prediction for 287, 288 laps for the total distance in today's race, assuming it stays green from here. That doesn't cause a safety car, nothing will, by the way. You start predicting lap distance and times. 272 in the books, the record 314, so we won't nudge that, but that's about average for the motor race. The lowest ever 202 laps back in very, very wet 2010. We lost an hour there when a tree fell across the racetrack, and everyone was parked up at the top of the mountain while the SES came and rescued everyone.
You heard right, folks, a tree.
Yeah, that happened.
Just Australia doing Australian things.
The lowest in the GT era was 268 laps in 2013. The last race won by Mercedes AMG, Erebus Motorsport. The great Bernd Schneider, Thomas Jaeger and Alex Roloff. That was the last time Mercedes AMG won the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour, and they have had a huge presence here this weekend. 6 cars in the race. They've brought down key technicians from Germany to support the programs, including the head of their custom sport racing program. They've been all around the precinct. They've got cars on display over in Harris Park, Merchandise Alley. They desperately want another win, and at the moment they are first, second and third. Potential podium lockout for that brand. Just looking through the field. Tony Bates' entry. Cam Waters is behind the wheel. They're currently in 11th position. 239 laps completed for them. So they're 34 laps behind. Challenging day for another competitive combination that didn't quite work out for them today, Knowles.
One of many stories to come out of, particularly if you're in an Audi. Mildura's own Cameron Waters will suit up next weekend in his Monster Mustang in the supercars. But just enjoying the final few laps, running back in 11th position. In fact, they're probably lucky to get the car back out there just to get some laps today. Shared the car with David Reynolds, who was really blown away by the early morning sector. Is that the sun? Yeah. I think that's what they call the sun.
So that bright thing is. That bright thing is. I thought someone had left a light on somewhere.
What that is just giving the photographers a break after a pretty challenging day, I think. Just a nice little bit of light, evening light here, the central west of New South Wales. Currently 16:39 p.m. 1 lap after 17:13 is the finish. So 35 minutes to go in the race. Sunset at 5:12. So we're not far away from that. It'll be very much twilight by the time they get to the checkered flag.
Shane van Gisbergen on his fastest lap so far of the race. Personal best sectors 1 and 2. Kenny Habul looks on down in the garage. The gap again sits at 8.9 seconds. Oh, they're well and truly away from SVG in 3rd position. Jules Gounon is large and in charge of this race at Mount Panorama today.
Got to say, Dolts, I rate the Kenny Habul jumper.
Yes.
Bright orange. Certainly see where you've been.
Size XL.
Yeah.
It's not what he's wearing, it's what we're looking for.
We go a bit bigger than that, to be honest with you, but subtle.
Won't miss us.
8.7 seconds remains the margin. Murrow just cannot make a dent in the race lead that Jules Gounon and his team have crafted today. And that's Shane van Gisbergen going past Cam Waters. Cam will certainly hope that's not the case in a few days' time down in country Victoria for the next round of the Repco Supercars Championship.
The Giz was only 600 slower than his fastest lap of the race on that previous lap. Incidentally, wasn't the best, and again, it was the final sector. It's not giving them the time they need.
Looking ahead from a domestic point of view, Knowles, from a Australian Endurance Championship point of view, this is the first of 2 rounds from Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia, powered by AWS. The second one here at Mount Panorama later in the year. Yeah, so unlikely Sun Energy One Racing will come back for round 2, though if they win round 1, maybe they will. Good points haul for Triple 8 Race Engineering for Shane van Gisbergen, Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim and Brock Feeney from a championship perspective, and then the Hallmark Property Group team as well, and Wall Racing with the Lamborghini. So from a domestic GT point of view, for the local competitors that race regularly in the series here, good haul of championship points.
From the international point of view, this is the opening round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, which heads to the Spa 24-hour next, then off to Indianapolis for the 8-hour powered by AWS, and finishing at the Joburg Kyalami 9-hour. So once again, Bathurst opening the round, a status it's held since 2016.
I feel like we had a personal invitation from Kelvin van der Linde to attend Joburg later in the year.
We're there.
So Kyalami's a racetrack I'd love to go and visit. Minutes to go in this race. There's some talk of Formula One returning back to the African continent, and that track being the location for it. Just copped a massive upgrade in the recent couple of years. It's actually owned by the South African Porsche distributor these days. Really cool venue. A racetrack with a heap of heritage. That's the leading margin. It's out to 9.2 seconds, so Frenchman has found some more time. 2:04.0 plays a 4.4 for Murray Engel. The pace is still hot though. And the leading cars in the 2:04s at the end of this motor race.
Sun kind of popping out here as we work our way towards the final 30 minutes of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour here at Mount Panorama today. We started with high humidity and fog, and then the heavy rain came through. It went away. We've had sprinkles of rain, but largely dry most of the afternoon here. It's Jules Gounon has the lead out to 9.2 seconds now with Murrow Engel in second, Shane van Gisbergen third, Kelvin van der Linde a lap down in fourth position ahead of Holdsworth, Alberto, Ricardo Feller, David Russell, who's in the pits in the Superbarn Supermarkets entry right now, Nick Percat, and Craig Lowndes inside the top 10 with 31 minutes remaining.
Currently in the longest green flag stint of the motor race so far, 2 hours and 35 minutes. Lots of green running. The record PS, just in case you were wondering, is 4 hours and 40 minutes, which was set in 2020, which eclipsed 4 hours and 10 minutes set the year before. So lots of green flag running. 8 safety car interventions today, matches what we saw in 2019, just 5 in 2020, but well below the race average of 12. It's been a clean day, mostly from a safety car point of view. In fact, 2 safety car periods in this race were down to the weather and fog at the top at Mount Panorama and the visibility between flag points, which was always cited as a potential risk is the right word, but potential risk for running the race this late in the year. But otherwise well managed by the team up in Motorsport Australia Race Control. Well done to James Taylor and Craig Baird and all the team. And we recognised all our great volunteer officials early on for their amazing work over the course of the weekend. Usually they come here for this race in swelter. They've been a bit rugged up and they've been damp, and at times they've been fogged in and can't see their mates down at the next flag point Gartana, but they rock up regardless, and without them certainly could not go motor racing.
Yeah, and as you said, Richard, we certainly thank them for their efforts this weekend. On board with Murrow Engel as he continues to attempt to track down Jules Gounon, but unfortunately Gounon has his measure. That lead out to 9.3 seconds, and I think Gounon is just doing exactly what he needs to do and no more right now.
It almost feels like there's a bit in reserve.
Yeah, I think
there?
so.
75.
And at some point, Engel will have to decide, do I keep pushing hard or I just save a little bit? And if there is that late race safety car that we so often see here at Bathurst, have a little bit up his sleeve for a final push, should that eventuate, because what we've seen so far in the last stint and a half is that there is nothing between our 2 leaders as far as lap time goes. So the expectation that Murrow Engel is going to put his foot down and just close that 9-second gap, somewhat fanciful. So need to have a bit of strategy involved and just think a bit more long game. Should that mythical safety car make its way onto the circuit.
Usually when I start rattling off the stats about them, it magically appears just to ruin everything I've been saying. Either way, it has been an immense pressure cooker motor race between these two. And just the quality of driving, Garth, between these 2 drivers in particular, but you could cite a whole bunch of drivers in the field today. But the way that these 2 in these closing stages of the race have just been driving at 11/10 at the end of a 12-hour motor race with massive consistency I mean, Jules Goodno's just done a 3.8 and Engel a 4.0. And we've got 27 minutes to go in a 12-hour motor race. So it just speaks volumes as to, yes, how well the cars have performed and how well the teams are running them. But those two drivers, dare I use the cliche, are operating at a very, very high level.
Most of the factory drivers that have made their way out here for the Bathurst 12-hour, for most of the racing they do, we're only at the halfway point. They do a lot of 24-hour racing. So spending long periods of time in these cars is their wheelhouse. It's what they do. This is their job. This is their day job. And we're seeing both Jules Gounon and Maro Engel execute that exceptionally well. Van Gisbergen's found a bit of speed in this last stint, but the gap is out at a minute 20 from Van Gisbergen up to Engel. So they'll certainly need a safety car if they want to get amongst the argument over the top two steps on the podium for the 888 car. And we've documented considerably how disappointing it has been for Audi this weekend or today.
What about the swing of momentum? And Audi have dominated this weekend. And yeah, payday is Sunday afternoon, but they had weight of numbers. They had competitive cars up and down the leaderboard, and they were utterly dominant. Yes, they copped a balance of performance adjustment overnight from SRO, who manage the performance credentials for GT3 racing around the world, but they have still had comfortably the fastest car today. But right now, Bryony, it's Mercedes AMG 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah, it is. And Daryl, regardless of the result, just detail the effort that's taken you guys to get here in contention for the race. It's been huge from you and the whole Craft Bamboo team.
Yeah, it's been a big effort to get here. It's been quite interesting with international travel. So to bring the team here, you know, half of our team couldn't make it here. They did a lot of the preparation, so credit goes to those guys as well. But they couldn't get into the country, so we had to also assemble a lot of teams, a lot of the team crew here. So yeah, it's been quite a journey, but we're here fighting at the end, and we'll see. It's 25 minutes to go.
Well, I understand that even just a few days ago, you were still looking to recruit crew to work on this car. That's right.
Yeah, we've had some really great guys. Kirby, our team manager, has done a great job to assemble everybody. It's some quite last minute. Some of our crew quite last minute because some of our crew couldn't get visas up to last week. So it's been quite a journey. But at the end, you know, I think we managed the situation well. We also had the engine change and missed a lot of practice in qualifying. So it's been considering everything, we're just like, it's been a really great week for us, and the drivers are doing a great job. Jules and Morrow are just going at it the last two stints here, and just blow for blow, like 10th for 10th. It's been insane.
Yeah, it's going to be a great finish, and I think considering 24 hours ago, the car wasn't even here at the racetrack. It was still having the engine changed in town, so kudos to you and the whole crew. And I just want to say hello to a little special guest here, Todd Hazelwood, one of our full-time supercar champion drivers. What are you doing here?
I'm representing the sponsor for Craft Bamboo Motul this weekend and having a blast. So it's been really cool, obviously hanging out with the whole crew here at Craft Bamboo. I've learnt so much hanging out here in the garage. It's been a really cool experience.
Tempted to join the driver list for a 12-hour one day?
I'd love to. I've already said to Daryl, I said, hey, let's go to Macau.
All right, well, let's get this race done first. Thanks, guys.
There's a driver angling for a drive in a two-car Craft Bamboo team next year, if ever I've seen one.
And let's go straight to Macau as well from Todd Hazelwood. Just ease your way into it, mate.
Forget Bathurst. He wants to go international. A massive effort, and one of the storylines, Gareth, about the event this year has been the international participation, or lack thereof. And the simple fact is that when international teams need to commit to this event, it's 8 to 6 months before the event actually happens. 8 to 6 months ago, we didn't know if our borders were going to be open, let alone whether we'd be able to go motor racing. And I spoke to Daryl about that, and similar lines to what Bryony was just talking to him about. It cost 4 times more to get that car into the country for this race than it would have in 2020. So with the global freight challenges that we are also well documented and covered at the moment, that's the reason why the event is what it is this year and why there's been some changes. Massive kudos to Craft Bamboo for making the effort and committing that energy and that expense to get here and to race. And don't worry, the internationals are back. Twitter today has been full of drivers from around the world lining up to come back. And Porsche have got big eyes on winning this race again. BMW have got a BMW M4 GT3 coming their way soon. and they want to be back here. And there's a bunch of teams in Europe that will be here on the traditional date in February next year. So it's still Australia's international enduro. There's international teams, there's great international drivers, and as Darryl O'Young has been mentioning, they are going blow for blow in a really intense fight at the front of the field, and the margin remains 9 seconds. In 2023, there'll be more of them, and there'll be another full field of GT3 cars, the 2023 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour.
There's been plenty of international crew in the background, international engineers, factory engineers from AMG, factory engineers from Audi, factory engineers from Porsche, supporting local teams. So, as you mentioned, Richard, this race still very much on the manufacturer's radar. Certainly looking forward to next February, heading back to what this race was in the past.
Not to take anything away from what it is this year, because it's been a great shootout and a really competitive field assembled. Lots of hard work in the lead up, and we should acknowledge the efforts not just from the 12-hour staff headed up by Paulie Martin and Craig Baird, who put a huge amount of work into the event this year to get it off the ground, but to the team at ARG who promote the Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia, to SRO, who have been incredibly accommodating from a global motor racing standpoint in making this and continuing this, the opening round of the GT World Challenge Australia. Everyone got together, all the aspects of the sport, and you know what, we just need to put on a motor race this year.
How do we make this happen?
Correct, and that's what happened. Lots of goodwill for the good of what is an outstanding motor race. It's one of the great motor racing events on the calendar. And the turnout this weekend, lots of fans here, lots of campers. Look at them all on the top of the hill. Hardy race fans, despite some really challenging weather conditions today, have stuck around. And they're watching these two guys go after it. Dave Reynolds just going down to wish the team at Sun Energy One Racing some luck. It's still bottoming out, nothing's changed. 8.7 seconds. It's just half a second here, half a second there. And this incredibly talented Frenchman, who is broadly regarded as one of the best GT factory aces in the world. He's a factory AMG driver now. He was the architect of Bentley's victory here in 2020. And those remarkable scenes of celebration, it shows you how much a Bathurst win means. You know what that's like, Garth. You've experienced that on 5 occasions, once in the 24 and 4 times in the Great Race. It just means so much to everyone to get on the top step of that amazing podium that so many big names have been on in the history of this great racetrack.
If Jules Gounon could hear you right now, Richard Crail, he'd be asking you just to quieten down for the next 19 minutes and 51 seconds, because it's right here where Bathurst has a habit of breaking dreams and turning dreams into nightmares. So whilst everything you said right there was true, the race car driver in me right here is just saying, just woe up on that sort of chat. And I'm sure Kenny Habel was saying the exact same thing. As you can see, as we've crossed down to the garage over the last hour or so, that the breaths are getting deeper. The stare is getting more intense at the timing screen. As we close this one out, just over 19 minutes to go.
2:03.8 last time round for Maro Engel. He is not going to go down without a fight. 5-0 for Gounon. He's got some traffic in front. It's Tony D'Alberto who does the right thing and jumps out the way in the run up to Reed Park. Well done, Tony. So I cringe every time Jules hits that curb on the inside, turning into that part of the world. Engel will not die wondering. He will throw everything he can at this motor race until the last lap. And you theorised earlier, at what point do you consolidate and just go, do you know what, we want second? I think it's about 3 seconds after the checkered flag flies.
I don't think that memo made it to the cockpit of the 91 Mercedes. You see the headlights aboard the 75 Sun Energy racing car starting to take effect. As the sun starts to set, still plenty of clouds in the sky here at Mount Panorama. I think Chad Malon's dream of rain coming before the end of this one may have passed.
It's got to be a record for unreliable weather reporting in Bathurst. We'll be close to it today. Such is the nature of this place, though. What a topsy-turvy motor race. Fog rain that cleared, and then we had 2 occasions today where everything was just ultra energised as the track was drying and slick tyres were put on these race cars, and fastest laps going left, right and centre. SVG's just done the personal best lap for car 888, by the way, in 3rd place. They're 1 minute and 30 from the lead. A little final pit stop here for the Tony Bates entry. I think they're just going to plug Batesy in to get the checkered flag after what's been a really tough day. Cam Waters jumps out of that car. They're down in 11th position. 1 position behind the 222 Prostate Cancer Foundation Australia entry. More than $60,000 raised so far at last count. That update a couple of hours old, so it could be more by now. They're in the top 10 outright. Scott Taylor, Alex Davis and Jeff Emery and Craig Lowndes, who's been able to bring that car home. You're going to get a top 10 finish at Bathurst. And a class victory potentially on the offing for them. Chad Nailon.
I was just keeping an eye on the driving time and went in next door and had a quick chat to Supercars. There's no nasty surprises there for any of the pro drivers. Not looking like anyone's going to get close to exceeding any of the maximum driving time allowed or the continuous driving time allowed. I just wanted to give a little shout out to Michael Sheargold, though, who isn't limited as to the maximum driving time being a bronze rank driver for the overall time that he can drive. I think he's clocked over 5.5 hours of driving in this race so far. So he's having an awesome time out there, but as these pro guys get closer, there shouldn't be anybody tripping over any pro little tripwires there towards the end of this race.
You see Sergio Perez out and circulating as well in car 55, the Valmont racing car. They're applauding there, I wonder. Fastest middle sector for the car, that's probably what it was for Jules Gounon.
Maro Engel decided he'd play that game too, so he did his personal best middle sector as well. So
they are still pressing on so hard at the end of this race. The margin ebbs and flows. It's still 8.2 seconds. There's the leader. And there's the white roof of the Craft Bamboo Racing AMG. That's all it is. After 12 hours of motor racing and more than 2.5 green at the end of this race. 2 hours 50, in fact, green. Been a very long green flag run at the end.
Maro Engel crosses the line to set the fastest lap of that car's race. Another 2:03.52. So fastest lap for the 75 car of Jules Gounon, a 2:03.52.07. The fastest lap of the 91 Maro Engel car, a 2:03.52.93. Do you think these two, the maximum lap speed of the cars, around the 2:03.5 region?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's absolutely the maximum and an optimal performance for them. We're not far away from sunset here in the Bathurst region, the central west of New South Wales. Country New South Wales is a beautiful part of the world at this time of year, any time of year. It's all very autumnal at the moment as we move towards winter. And Mount Panorama looks a treat. The Bathurst Regional Council do an incredible job of making this place look spectacular every time a motor race comes into town.
It's been great to see the race start in darkness. We've gone through the day, albeit fairly overcast most of the day, and now the headlights are back on with just under 15 minutes to go. Gap still at 8.1 seconds. I love that margin between the first two when it comes to fastest lap. 86 ten-thousandths of a second between friends.
Just the intensity up Nolts at the end of this is extraordinary. Absolutely brutal pace between the two, and they can only just see each other. There'll be little glimpses as Jules Gounon exits the chase. Maro will see him. We wait for it to come into view, the Sun Energy One racing car. There it is, under the LIQUI MOLY Bridge.
You can absolutely see that gap. You can, as you're tipping into the chase, you can see the cars exiting the chase. So you know exactly where your opposition is.
3.9 for the leader that time by 2:03.9 at the end of a motor race. 2:04.0, so a tenth of a second in lap time between them. 8.2 seconds the margin. 13 minutes on the clock. One lap after 17:13 local time, just about sunset. Might get a little bit of colour in the sky as well, just to cap off another wild day at Mount Panorama. Podium celebrations to come. Will it be Craft Bamboo, or will it be Sun Energy One? That car run, of course, by 888 Race Engineering, who have played a role in 12-hour victories before. They assisted the Maranello Motorsport team for the Ferrari win in 2017, but have never won the race outright under their own banner. It won't be car 888 today, but it could be the car that they're operating for Kenny Habul and his team.
Just listening to the onboard of Maro Engel through Reed Park there. I don't think he lifted. I think he was flat. So that just shows you how much grip there is in the track and how much commitment both our lead drivers are showing in the dying stages of this one. 12 minutes to go. Shane van Gisbergen on screen, currently third. Rounding out. AMG Mercedes trifecta on the podium right now.
This is a massive, massive result for Mercedes AMG. First, second, third, potentially one of the big GT endurance races in the world. Hard to win, let alone lock the podium out.
Brock Feeney watching on. He looks like he's about 12 years old there. The hoodie on, trying to stay warm.
Relative to all of us, he is.
Here's the lead up into the final turn with just 11.5 minutes remaining. 8.4 seconds. It's 2:03.9 for Jules Gounon on that last lap as he works his way into turn number 1. Engel across the line, 2:03.9576. Again, they're separated by 0.05 of a second at the finish line.
Identical lap times to the 100th of a second.
Amazing.
100th of a second. It's not even a tenth. It is just extraordinary. And the intensity between these two are the finest GT races in the world, pressing as hard as they can to win one of the biggest GT races in the world. 8.2 remains the margin. It's never going to change when they're punching out identical lap times. Oh, Kenny. Martin Conrad sitting alongside him. Those two have got a great relationship racing together. And good mates, co-drivers. Lucas Stoll's teamed up with them. Jules Gounon teamed up with them to win at Dubai as well in the 24-hour race there. Van der Linde's going fast again. That will surprise absolutely no one in car 74. In a day that Audi will look back on, and a very big case of what could have been. So much potential for those cars. Pole position, front row lockout. Huge raw speed, especially from car 74 when the fiery 26-year-old South African was behind the wheel, but things have not rolled their way. Some errors in strategy in pit lane time. Yellow flag flying. The run down to the chase on Conrad.
So something between the flag point in the dip of Conrad and the turn into the chase. Yep, that's the yellow flag waving. And that will just raise the heartbeat a little in the Sun Energy garage.
Look at SVG's lap time, GT. 2:03.9. It's the fastest lap of the race for that car. So he's just dropped into the threes as well in the man filters entry. He's a minute 34 behind, but he's just driving qualifying laps where he can. And here is the flying Kiwi, 9.6. Maro lost a lot of time that lap. It was a 6.1, played a 4.8. They both got traffic, but Maro got the worst of it.
Yeah, it's in the middle sector, so the run across the top of the mountain for Maro Engel. On board now, Shane van Gisbergen for his run across the top of the mountain, feathering the throttle nicely at Philip Park. You can hear the Mercedes bottoming out as it makes its way towards Skyline. Lots of crossed fingers, nervous anticipation.
And what a difference 24 hours has made. We sat here last night going, well, Audi are cleaning up here. What have Mercedes got to respond with for the race? Well, they've responded in a big, big way here today. We jump in car with Kelvin van der Linde, 4th position and the fastest lap of the race back with a 2:03.1. Some 30 laps ago now. With less than 8.5 minutes to go. Van Gisbergen continuing to go quick, but with a minute and 34 between he and Jules Gounon. It's going to be 3rd position at this point in time. Never, ever say it's done yet at Bathurst.
Glowing brake rotors on Prostate Cancer Foundation Australia Porsche. Craig Lowndes. So they're 10th outright. That's the back of the Valvoline Audi. The rear rotors going, look at the exhaust. Wow. That was one of the things that stood out for me this morning, was the bright glowing exhaust. It was like they had neons underneath those cars. It was so vivid in the early dawn. The Sunday morning in Bathurst that once again has delivered plenty. Storylines everywhere and an intense battle for the lead. Ricardo Fella's getting in on the act now in terms of lap time. He's just going faster than anyone down in 7th position in car 777, as if to emphasise the point that the Audi is definitely the fastest car of Mount Panorama. I don't know if you want to walk away with the fastest lap in a race where you're not going to get a car on the podium. It's just a signal of what could have been. I wonder if they radio to Van der Linde if his teammate nicks the fastest lap off him.
I wouldn't.
No. No.
That would just top off a bad day at the races for Audi. If they go racing each other on the timing screen and it turns south. Here's our race leader, Jules Gounon, making his way to the cutting, coming up on the back of Tony Bates, who does the right thing, jumps out of the way before Gounon turns into Solomon Park and the run down to Reed Park, which is the one-lane raceway through here. Tony Bates, nice job.
So the gap out to 10 seconds for the first time since the last round of pit stops. It has been that intense between them. 287 laps in the books. For a while there, it didn't look like we were going to get 250 today in the first half of the race. What with the fog and the rain and all the safety cars, but the second half has just been relentless. Absolutely flat out. Audi Sport can breathe because Ricardo didn't quite set the fastest lap, and the word through is that that flag is for some native wildlife in the region. Skipping has been sighted there.
It's been fairly quiet compared to previous years.
I distinctly remember the first time we had a real cadre of international drivers here, and they all came out of the driver's briefing going, can you believe there's actually a note in the driver's notes that there are kangaroo warning flags here? They couldn't quite believe it was a thing. It is one of those only at Bathurst kind of scenarios.
They dead set thought it was a joke in the driver's briefing. So no, it's real. That's what you have to deal with that in the 1000.
Lucas Stoll's just standing over the shoulders of the two bronze-ranked drivers down there at Sun Energy 1. He was mighty today. Just the backbone of that team with the amount of work that he did behind the wheel of car number 75. Hugely highly rated driver. 4 hours and 41 minutes of driver time for Luca.
Most of those 4 hours and 41 minutes were in the changeable weather conditions.
Yeah.
So we've spoken about the job that Jules Gounon has done in the 75 car. You mentioned it earlier, Rich. This race was set up by Lucas Stoltz. His effort in the wet was impressive. Big, long stints, no mistakes. Got the track position they needed ahead of getting Kenny Habel and Martin Conrad in the car to get their minimum driving time done, and then set the race up for Jules Gounon to bring home the chocolates. Just on 4 minutes to go in this one. Mauro Engel continues to push on in the 91 Craft Bamboo Mercedes, but the gap remains 9.7 seconds to this car. Bright orange 75 of Jules Gounon.
Now we're starting to get the sparks back that we saw at the beginning of the race today. GT particularly down Comrade Straight right in the middle there was a nice bump that was sending massive sparks into the early morning skies.
290 laps today. That's a huge effort. It's a long way around this place, given we set the distance record last year in a massive green flag run at 314 laps. We get to 289, 290. That is a huge effort.
A fair bit of wet running.
Yeah.
You lose a lot of lap time with the wet. Bit of fog. So those early safety cars chewed up a bit of time.
That's still an average speed of over 150 k's an hour for the race overall. And the word from race control is 2 laps to go for this car. Lap 289 for the leader now. 3 minutes on the clock. 2 laps left of Mount Panorama. Just over 12 kilometres separate this team from victory. And where do you start with the stories that come out of this result for Kenny Habul, the Aussie who found success in business overseas? He's based in upstate New York these days. Travels around the world racing GT cars very successfully, long-time Audi customer. And his good mate, Martin Conrad, who races with him. And then the pros, Lucas Stoles, who's so vastly experienced. And Jules Gounon, who's got history with Habul and his team with the Dubai 24-hour victory. But of course, he's etched his name into Mount Panorama folklore already with what occurred here in 2020. He's a Bathurst winner. Never take that away from him. To do it twice is really special. To do it back-to-back is incredibly rare at this place. And then Craft Bamboo Racing, we heard from them before, with a massive effort just to get into the country. They had to find backup people. Shane Fowler from Shane Signs, the local graphic design and sign writing artist, is on that crew in a fire suit working on it. They had to rope him in because they needed people to run car number 91. But they've made the effort to come here, Craft Bamboo, and they have put on a show. Wild pit stop strategy. 9 compulsory stops completed 4 hours into the race. 21 pit stops today for car number 91. So the people they've roped in have earned their money.
Oh, yeah.
And then 888 Race Engineering behind with Shane Van Gisbergen and Brock Feeney and Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim, who could well find himself on the Bathurst podium. That's pretty cool. A man from Johor who loves his motorsport. That's the top 3.
That's the last lap.
And the news from James Taylor, this is the final lap. 291st and final lap of this year's LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. As Jules Gounon flashes the headlights to the Porsche ahead to go another lap down. 9.1 seconds is the margin back to Engel. Craft Bamboo Racing, it didn't even make it out for qualifying yesterday. That car was in the Bathurst TAFE in the shed being worked on. And today Garth Tander looking good to stand on the podium with just under a lap remaining.
Yep, an engine change during the Saturday, missed qualifying, missed all of the Saturday running effectively. So when you can take that into account, this has been a massive effort by the 91 Craft Bamboo team. Just the logistics of the team making it here was a big effort. But this man has been sublime. He dead set looks like he's on his way down the mountain to pick up a litre of milk to get ready for breakfast this tomorrow morning. He has driven this car to the absolute maximum and not a step over it.
And he'll be smiling now, but it's underneath, he'll be glowing, Kenny Habul. One of the great Aussie expat stories. And there'll be an outpouring of emotion coming out of the Sun Energy One garage in just a few moments' time as Jules Gounon powers down Conrod Straight for the final time here in the Bathurst 12-hour for 2022. It was put on ice as the drivers make their way out onto the apron. This is going to be a very special moment, Krause.
The fact we're racing at all this year is amazing. It's been 830 days since Australia's International Enduro came to Mount Panorama. Different scenario, still the same crazy motor race though. And today it's a Mercedes lockout of the podium. And Jules Gounon will go back-to-back as the expat Aussie Kenny Habul fulfills a lifelong dream and wins at Mount Panorama. Sun Energy One Racing with 888 win the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Properly intense, properly full-on long-distance endurance motor race. And for the first time in race history, a brand has locked out the podium. 1, 2, and 3. Bridie?
Kenny Habul. I'm just trying to grab them here because it's an amazing team effort. Kenny Habul, you've just won the Bathurst 12-hour. Can you believe it?
I'm speechless. I got half a Woody. I'm so excited. I'm speechless.
This team has been outstanding. And you know what? You've just won here at a track where one of your heroes, Peter Brock, has won so many times. I mean, what does that mean to you?
And Brocky was so good to me when I was a kid. I had a rough childhood, and he took me in and he looked after me when I was 13, 14, and he's such an incredible inspiration in my life. And a big shout out to Bev, who's been struggling with some health issues. We're thinking about you, love, and hoping you pull through. Thanks to Mercedes AMG and just everybody. Thanks to the mountain. Thanks to the town of Bathurst for this. Thanks to Australia for having the best race. And I mean, I've been everywhere. I've done them all, Spa, Suzuka, Hungary, wherever. I mean, this is the greatest track in the world and the most difficult.
And you've just won here. Go and join Jules for the celebrations. Well done, Kenny.
Scotch and Coke for me.
I'm tipping there's going to be a bit of a house party at 505 Connaught Straight, guys.
Oh, you're not wrong, Bryony. What an amazing performance from this team. And just amazing to see someone fulfill what is a lifelong dream. You don't often see that kind of thing, but that's what Bathurst does to people. It's a lure, it's a draw, it brings people in. Chad Nailon, water race.
He's got the helmet off, he's got the earbuds out, he's got sweat on his brow, and he's about to throw in the Pirelli winner's cap. A winner once again at the mountain, Jules. Fantastic drive in the late stages there. Talk us through the emotions of those closing laps and just the endurance needed to win this race.
Yeah, I was pushing a lot. Maro also. It was 10th after 10th, so it was very difficult. It was the first one that's gonna give up, but I never give up. And I'm so happy for Kenny, Martin, Luca. They drove fantastic today. It was a crazy weather when I was driving. I was like, this is a remake of 2020, please no rain. And then I was looking at the cloud and thanks to Mercedes, Sun Energy won, the team, 888, amazing. I'm really, really, really happy.
You had to work so hard to win that race here 2 years ago. Talk to me about working with 888, a team that's won so many times here at Bathurst. What was that experience like?
Yeah, it was amazing. Roland is so professional that I've learned a lot this weekend, the way he does the checklist and stuff. I'm no surprise that they are so successful in every race they do, but yeah, I was really, really impressed by their work, and I'm speechless. It's amazing. Back-to-back win here. It's I was reading the book of Peter Brook in my bath with the jet lag, and I was like, wow, this is so iconic. I'm so proud to be here, and now we win. Amazing.
Well, now you've won here twice. He won here 9 times. You're becoming a bit of a legend of this place yourself, mate. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yes!
First drivers since Darryl O'Young and Christopher Meese in 2011 and 2012 to win back-to-back LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hours. Remarkable, with almost 3 hours of green flag running at the end of that race. The final winning margin was just 8.7 seconds. It's one of the smaller margins in the history of the race, remarkably. 888 get another podium here with Car 888, just behind Craft Bamboo Racing, who fought them all the way. One lap back at the end were Audi Sport Team Valvoline, and it's a case of what could have been today for that team. Great job, World Racing. They get in the top 5 at the end with Lee Holdsworth, Mark Sini, and that crew just behind. Well done to the Prostate Cancer Foundation squad. They get a top 10 outright and the Class C victory. And special recognition to James Kanduris. The Superbarn Supermarkets team win the AM class in GT3. They wrote their car off on Friday. They brought a car up from Melbourne and they had to rebuild it overnight to make the race. So the 2022 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour writes another chapter in the book of this incredible race. And it was full of action at the start, brutal at times, with Lamborghini getting into Audi. One of the fastest cars of the day did not have a good one. That was Jack Perkins, unfortunately, an early non-finisher in Mark Griffith's car. This was so close, an inch further, and it might have been a different result today for Kenny Habul, who ended up backed into the gravel and the grass down at turn 1. That was Tony Bates in the wall at the top of Mount Panorama. This car, early race favourite, Alan Simonson, pole position winners, but ended up with lots of damage after contact at the top of the mountain, and they were another non-finisher. The number 11 Porsche was off the road and caused some wild moments. Another near miss for our leading cars. And then this, arguably a defining moment for Audi Sport today, and it's one they will rue. A penalty for a driver time infringement for Brad Schumacher's stint at the end of that race. Ultimately, it cost them a lap, and it was the difference between them fighting for a podium and getting home in 4th place and missing out on the silverware. Bump and grind all the way through, and the changeable conditions today will be one of the stories that people talk about all the way through. Maro Engel survived a run through there, and then the checkered flag for Shane Van Gisbergen. He was pushing on. The flying Kiwi, they'll be third. And then the winning moment, Jules Gounon did the job at the end. Lucas Stoll's stint was mighty in the middle of this race. And with Martin Conrad and Kenny Habul, who fulfills a lifelong ambition and wins at Mount Panorama. Mercedes AMG lock out the podium for the first time in Bathurst 12-hour history. And they win their first Bathurst 12-hour since 2013. After many near misses for the AMG GT3, they get there. And great scenes. There's Maro Engel, so Kenny climbing up on the roof of the car. Great to see Maro Engel walking up there and celebrating with his team. It was brutally competitive between the two of them. They were in the 2:03s at the end of that motor race, trading fastest lap times in a pressure cooker fight for the checkered flag. And apologise for the language there, but there's a fair amount of emotion with Kenny Habul celebrating a Bathurst win. And they've got to get up to the podium and celebrate this race. They don't want them to take a team photo right now. They need to get presented with the race-winning trophy. I suspect the celebrations on Conrod Straight will be large this evening. And it doesn't get any more local for Kenny Habul. He owns property at Mount Panorama. So it gives winning at home a whole new meaning. There's 888. They have assisted in victories before at this place, but it's the first time they've run a car to cross the checkered line first. There's Mark Dutton from that team. Simon Hodge, one of their young engineers who contributed. Roland Dane ran the car. There's the moment as they cross the line. The second time in 2 races we've seen Jules Gounon with that raw emotion for claiming a Bathurst victory. He genuinely loves this place. It means the world to him to win here. And he said the 2020 success was the biggest win of his career. He's won at Spa, he's won at the Nürburgring, all the big GT3 races. This is the pinnacle. And how about this guy? Kenny Habul celebrates in front of his people, the locals here at Mount Panorama. So many storylines to unpick through there. For Audi, today is a case of what could have been. They finish 4th and 6th and 7th and 8th and 9th. But ultimately don't get any silverware. Wall Racing on the podium. The Lamborghini on 5th place in the top 5, I should say. The Lamborghini, that's the best ever result for a Lamborghini at Mount Panorama. Let's go to the podium. Here's Matt Nolte.
Well, we've got some excited people here, and why not? The 2022 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour is back. And what a day we've had here at Mount Panorama. In 3rd place for 888 Race Engineering, would you please welcome Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim, Brock Feeney and Shane Van Gisbergen. Presenting today's 3rd place trophies for Pirelli is Matteo Braga. In 2nd place, in car 91, the Mercedes AMG Team Craft Bamboo Racing, it's Kevin C., Daniel Giancadella and Maro Engel. Presenting the 2nd place trophies, the Mayor of Bathurst, Mr. Robert Taylor. And it's about to get very noisy here in car 75. Winners of LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour for Sun Energy Racing, Kenny Habul, Martin Conrad, Jules Gounon and Lucas Stoles. Presenting the Motorsport Australia Tourist Trophy is LIQUI MOLY Managing Director Mark Johnson. And presenting today's 1st place trophy from LIQUI MOLY, once again, is Mark Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, Mercedes 1, 2, 3, the 2022 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour podium.
What a celebration. You get the feeling this is going to go long into tonight, but Garth, Kenny Harwood, you've got to take your hat off to him to pull that together and to bring Gilles here and get him to do a drive like that was remarkable.
Kenny came here as a kid in 1987 on the pit crew, volunteered on pit crew for Peter Brock, and he dreamed of standing on the top step of the podium at Mount Panorama. Today he got to live that dream aboard that 75 Sun Energy AMG Mercedes. He actually owns a property now on Conrod Strait. If you want a party in Bathurst tonight, that's the place to go.
And Gilles Grenon, Chad, what an amazing effort. First driver to win back-to-back here at the Liqui Moly 12 Hour. Incredible.
Yeah, the energy when he got out of that car. He loves winning, doesn't he? Here we go. Shoey time for Jules up on the podium. Cannot wait to see these guys come back February next year with more international drivers. The 12 Hour is still well and truly alive, Brett. I've had a fabulous day in the changeable conditions.
Yeah, it has been brilliant, hasn't it? We have had everything today. It's been thrown at the drivers from fog to rain. We had sunshine this afternoon. It has delivered everything that we expect the Liqui Moly 12 Hour to do. Hope you've enjoyed it wherever you're watching around Australia, around the world, and we will see you next time.
Well, mate, for a local. Yeah, for an old fella. For a half over the hill old fella. We still need to reset now, okay?
Yeah, they're going to reset the podium quickly. Just get all the champagne off and reset. We'll go.